British civil servant. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 576, Money to Do Things. Ali Khan. While the US military was involved 10,000 kilometers away, the current cabinet prime minister Attlee also had a much greater demand on the US. In the four-nation occupation zone in Germany, because the Soviet Union increased its troops in the Soviet-occupied zone, Britain, the United States and France also correspondingly expanded their own garrisons. Europe is a must-fight place for all parties, and even if the war has broken out in the Far East, it will not change this. In view of this, Britain has to increase its investment in military strength, which is a painful and happy situation. On the one hand, Britain's increased investment in the military will definitely drag down economic development, even if this investment is not for participating in the war. On the other hand, it also proves that Britain is still an indispensable part of the current world situation. Moreover, after a brief communication, Washington and London, Britain and the United States now believe that Britain's imperial industry has a strategic role in the global balance, dominated by the West. This is indeed the case. Revolutions may break out in some areas of important strategic value. Therefore, in the ever-changing environment, British and American foreign policies will indeed continue to use imperial industries and strategic bases, even if Britain's strength has been relatively weakened. The war in the Far East has given Britain more room to maneuver, but Britain's vigilance against the United States has not only not been reduced, but has increased, because Britain has already warned of the expansion of the war in advance. The United States did not listen to the advice with an indifferent attitude, which made London realize that the United States in 1950 was completely different from the United States in 1945. The United States has adapted to the role of the world hegemon, is becoming more and more warlike, and is increasingly inclined to take the initiative in policy. There are some worrying aspects. The Soviet Union may overreact to American pressure and shake the stability of Europe when the international community is focused on Asia. But between Britain and the United States, Britain is a relatively weak party after all. Even if there is dissatisfaction, it must work hard to control the differences between Britain and the United States. If Alan Wilson knew that the respected Prime Minister thought so, he might think that Attlee was too greedy. The current situation is much stronger than in history. He has not been bound by the United States to participate in the war. What else does he want? From the perspective of Britain, the Cold War turning into a hot war is definitely not the result Britain wants to see. But in 1945, Britain was ahead of the Americans and was the first to express hostility to the Soviet Union and successfully dumped the defense issues of Greece and Turkey on the United States. The world is such a big chessboard with so many players. It is impossible for Britain to take all the benefits without paying any price. If it could do this, Britain would have no reason to decline. And how could it be the turn of the United States and the Soviet Union to perform on the stage today? Regarding the fact that Japan hopes that the British Malayan colonial government will release Japanese prisoners of war with the approval of the US occupation forces, although it cannot be said to be a small matter, it is indeed not a big deal compared to the war. After discussion, the respected Prime Minister and the outstanding Foreign Secretary handed this matter over to the British Malayan colonial government to solve. Make a repatriation schedule with the Japanese side. The Americans are fighting in the East, and the pressure on European defense has increased. Emmanuel must be happy. Attlee said this, and suddenly seemed to remember something. Morrison, do you remember the previous report on the Triad nuclear strike force? Of course I remember. General Mountbatten is a staunch supporter of that report. Morrison nodded, obviously also very familiar with this report, and must have read it. I was reluctant to invest in it before, because the proportion of military expenditure and fiscal expenditure was too high. But now it seems that we have to invest in the three-pronged nuclear strike. What we lack is submarines and land-based missiles. On the contrary, the strategic air force does not need too much investment. Attlee scratched his smooth forehead and said helplessly, okay, let's discuss it with the Secretary of Defense. It is not okay to support the Air Force unilaterally. To ensure the security of the British Empire, the military expenditure must be balanced. If it were not for the Soviet Union's covetous eyes, Attlee would want to disband the army. Throughout history, Britain has never maintained such a large-scale ground force in peacetime, but now it has to be maintained. Defense Secretary Emanuel must be happy about the military investment, and maybe several sea ministers are also happy. Although it has nothing to do with surface ships, the submarine project is enough to make people feel information. In Kuala Lumpur, Alan Wilson, who has long used telegraphs as instant messaging, received information from the respected 4th Sea Lord Mountbatten about the subsequent impact on Europe, caused by the United States' deep involvement in the Far East War. The result is that the Triad nuclear strike force, which was not valued before, at least not as much as it is now, has received the support of the current cabinet. In Alan Wilson's view, this is a good thing, because this money will be spent sooner or later, so it is better to start while the United States is busy fighting and has no time to take care of it. The more you delay, the more investment you will have to spend, and it is easy to give up halfway. The news that Britain may increase its military expenditure to £1.2 billion next year, that is, in 1951, has been circulated within Whitehall. Although Alan Wilson is not in Whitehall, he has been keeping in touch with the outside world by telegram, so he naturally heard the news. After searching his past life memories in his mind, he seemed to remember seeing similar data somewhere. Because of participating in the war and expanding the ground forces confronting the Soviet Union in Europe, Britain's military expenditure soared to £1.5 billion in the Korean War. This is of course much less than the $20 billion military expenditure converted into US dollars during World War II. According to the current exchange rate, it is only $4 billion US dollars. So without sending ground troops to the Korean War, plus the miscellaneous factors of this time and space, Britain's military expenditure has been reduced by £300 million. Even so, to support the development of Asia with £16 million, and to pull Canada and Australia, isn't that right? Alan Wilson had an impression of the frugality of this government. They were stingy when it came to spending money, probably because they were scared of debt. After all, in the years when World War II broke out, Britain's military expenditure was $20 billion per year, which was almost the same as the Soviet Union's military expenditure. After a war, Britain was almost forced to hang itself. The alloy tube project had just produced results, and now it was necessary to increase investment. Moreover, Alan Wilson knew that the research on the alloy tube project was still going on, and hydrogen bombs were being studied. Originally, after the Japanese representatives left, Alan Wilson was going to talk about this matter with several Chinese, who were optimistic and reliable. However, he had tried to contact Ali Khan before, and now there was feedback that Ali Khan's son Saif had arrived in Kuala Lumpur. Alan Wilson seemed to have seen this son, but Ali Khan had many sons, so he couldn't remember clearly. It is said that the most trusted heir has fled to Pakistan, and the son he trusts now is the one in front of him. He has a beard that can also be described as sexy, and introduces his identity. A representative of the former Maharaja of Hyderabad, now the Chief Minister of Hyderabad, Ali Khan, came to meet with the supernumerary minister. I'm personally very sad about the loss of my friend, Maharaja Ali Khan, his kingdom. Alan Wilson expressed his indignation at the annexation of Hyderabad by India with a sincere face, and no false intention. Commissioner, I always hear my father mention you. Although Britain was very irresponsible when it withdrew from British India. But my father can also understand your personal long-term help to Hyderabad. Saif replied immediately, the friendship between my father and the commissioner will not fade because of this incident. This is the best. Alan Wilson nodded with satisfaction. I don't know what the Maharaja thinks of the future. Father is still the Chief Minister of Hyderabad, but Hyderabad is now a sad place for my father. When necessary, my father wants to leave India and go to live in the UK. Anyway, my father has prepared for this day. London has my father's huge wealth. That's right. Alan Wilson nodded. He knew this wealth very well. Gold, gems, cash, and some stocks. Several billion. Now the development of British Malaya particularly needs it. Well, it is Ali Khan's own territory that particularly needs the monarch's gift. Actually, Has your respected Maharaja ever thought about changing the place to express his love for his thousands of people? Alan Wilson stammered and hinted, and finally showed a look that you understand. I wonder if you, Saif, have a certain understanding of the origins of the Iraqi royal family? The hint was so obvious that Saif's face suddenly became extremely shocked and then turned into surprise. He hurriedly said, "Dear Commissioner, is there such a place in the British Empire? To be honest, the world's environment has changed. It is not as easy as before. If the Maharaja wants to be the ruler of a country, it may be a little difficult. But find a place with a similar status to Hyderabad." Alan Wilson looked at the other party reservedly and said, "British Malaya actually has 9 sultans. You can think of a way from this aspect. And there are several places where there are no monarchs. You know, Saif, the local Malays also believe in peace. Of course, this is just my assumption. You can listen casually. Don't just listen to it casually," Saif said anxiously. "Commissioner, you are my father's best friend. The friendship between the two of you even surpasses the traditional relationship between Britain and India. My father will definitely be very happy to hear this news. Oh, it may be very difficult. You also know that the world situation is not facing the Iraqi royal family now. It may cost money, and it will cost a lot of money." Alan Wilson looked embarrassed. "Although this is to use your money to do your business, you still have to be mentally prepared. This is not easy." Chapter 577. The law does not punish everyone. Alan Wilson asked Saif not to agree so easily. The most important thing about this matter is what Ali Khan thinks. He is now current Maharaja, and it is not Saif's turn to make decisions for him. London also recognized Ali Khan, not Saif, one of Ali Khan's more than 20 sons. At present, when the kingdom of Sarawak has been restored and transferred to Pamela Mountbatten, there are still 3 places in British Malaya where there is no monarch. Of course, this does not include the direct jurisdiction of the Isthmus of Kra. After the cession of the Isthmus of Kra, it was attributed to the Straits Settlements. Penang and Malacca were also part of the Straits Settlements. Then there was only one place left to trade with Ali Khan, Sabah, south of Sarawak. The most famous thing in Sabah was the Death March. In World War II, Allied forces began to fight the Japanese. The Allied bombing destroyed most towns and razed Sandakan to the ground. There was a cruel prisoner of war camp managed by the Japanese in Sandakan, which was used to detain Australian and British prisoners of war in North Borneo. The prisoners were treated inhumanely, and the Allied bombing forced the Japanese to relocate the prisoner of war camp to Ranor inland, 260 kilometers away. At that time, the number of all prisoners of war had been reduced to 2,500, and they were forced to launch the infamous Sandakan Death March. Almost all the prisoners died in this march, and only 6 Australians escaped and survived. After all, Sabah has an area of more than 70,000 square kilometers. Although the population is not large, it will definitely not be handed over to Ali Khan so easily. That is, London is now doing everything it can to make money, so Alan Wilson made such a suggestion. And he made it very clear to Saifu that, even if he became the monarch of Sabah, he would not be as powerful as he was in Hyderabad before. At this time, even in Asia, the monarch must transform into a symbolic meaning, and it is impossible to reproduce the monarchy of the agricultural era. Alan Wilson did not show an urgent desire to cash in. In his opinion, it would be good if this matter could be done. Ali Khan's billions of wealth, if used in British Malaya, can accelerate the takeoff of this colony. At the same time, it was also to strengthen British Malaya's ability to resist the Soviet Union. He had not seen many monarchs who were particularly interested in the Soviet Union. Sabah was just north of Sarawak, and its development would also promote Sarawak. Originally, after the war, the British Army landed in Malaya in the name of surrender. Later, in order to restore and strengthen colonial rule, Britain launched the Malayan Federation Plan. The Malayan Federation Plan was that Britain wanted to change the way of ruling Malaya from indirect to direct, depriving the Sultan of the ruling rights of each state. At the same time, equal citizenship was implemented, that is, giving the Chinese and Indians the same equal status as the Malays. However, this plan was fiercely opposed by the Malays. The Malays believed that Britain's deprivation of the Sultan's ruling rights was a heavy blow to their national characteristics and national identity, and the opening of equal citizenship seriously threatened the special political status of the Malays. At that time, British India could no longer be maintained. The United British Indian Civil Servants proposed another way, opening the Xinjiang border, using the floodgates to flood the Malay population advantage with the Chinese, and stationing British troops for deterrence. The effect of the flooding was indeed very good. Now the Malays have stopped making trouble. After Jared Edwards' term, after Alan Wilson took office, British Malaya has become a colony directly managed by the British civil service system, which means that British Malaya is now directly managed and no longer relies on any local state for assistance like British India. So even if Ali Khan came to Malaya and became the monarch of Sabah, he would be like the original local sultan, a respected and beloved monarch, and he could not interfere in the administrative work of the colony. Alan Wilson did not hide these differences at all, and told Saif everything to let Ali Khan know the real situation here. Alan Wilson took money to do things based on integrity, and would not deceive the other party on this issue. After telling all the difficulties, Alan Wilson sent Saif out of the administrative office. This may cost hundreds of millions of pounds. I'm just making a proposal. The Maharaja should know the difficulty. So whether it can be done or not, the Maharaja should make his own judgment. When Saif heard that it might cost hundreds of millions of pounds, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It was indeed a huge sum of money. He didn't know whether his father Ali Khan could take it out. Although thinking so, Saif still said, "I will tell my father about all the risks. Anyway, I'm grateful that the commissioner can remember the friendship with my father at this time. I don't have many advantages, but there is one thing I can do. I have received the help of the Maharaja at the beginning of my career, so I must give back at some time. Sabah is not small in area, but has a small population. If Ali Khan is interested, I'm willing to help plan this matter. I'm currently the Commissioner of Malaya, and I have the ability to help." Alan Wilson's attitude was very official. He regarded this matter as a pure business. Whether it can be successful depends on how Ali Khan considers it. It takes two to tango. It depends on the consideration of Ali Khan himself. This is just like the question of whether the nuclear umbrella of the United States works. If the United States uses a large-scale retaliation to deter the Soviet Union from attacking the United States, this threat will be more credible to the Soviet Union. However, if the same threat is used to deter the Soviet Union from attacking Western Europe, the credibility will be reduced. So why do Britain and France also want to develop nuclear weapons? In their hearts, London and Paris do not believe that the United States will have a nuclear war with the Soviet Union for Europe, so the two countries must find nuclear weapons and have the ability to make the Soviet Union afraid to use them. Let Saif and Ali Khan communicate, and Alan Wilson will continue to be busy with his own affairs. If you want to say that MacArthur's destined Waterloo has any impact on Alan Wilson, it is that he has now turned the commissioner's broadcast into a daily broadcast, repeatedly stating that Britain did not send ground troops to join the war, which is completely different from the United States, who made the main ethnic group in British Malaya the Chinese. He must constantly appease and distinguish Britain from the United States. It is both analyzing data and reasoning. Maintain the stability of this most important colony for Britain today. But he can't live like this for the next 3 years. If he wants to get rid of the dilemma of the announcer, he must think of a way. Master Zhangtang, entering an empty villa area, Su Yang and Shian Kai and Qiu saw Alan Wilson and Jinnah. As soon as they entered the door, they greeted and asked, "Who is this?" Alan Wilson glanced at Anna and said calmly, "According to your words, she is my concubine. Please sit down." Without saying much, Alan Wilson took out the call back from London and started today's speech tutorial. Some time ago, Japanese representatives did come to Penang, hoping that the colonial government would release prisoners of war and repatriate these prisoners of war back to their country. When Ikeda Hayato came, the US military had not actually encountered MacArthur's lifelong enemy, but Alan Wilson played a marginal bull and pretended to be so. This made Su Yang and Shian Kai and Qiu's faces cold. Both of them were new immigrants. They had been away from their motherland for only 4 or 5 years at most. How could national sentiment disappear so easily? Japan wanted to take back the prisoners of war at this time, and they naturally thought that the Americans wanted to rearm Japan and put it into the war. This was hard for Anna. If Alan Wilson spoke in English, she would have no problem with English after all, as she had been trained by Gatliner. However, Gatliner had never taught her Chinese. According to the instructions from London, I will officially start the work of repatriating prisoners of war after the new year. Alan Wilson looked at the two patriots calmly. As for whether they will participate in the war, I don't know. Master Zhangtang, Japan is just a defeated country. What qualifications does it have to make demands on you? Xian Kai Qiu said angrily, please forgive me, I just can't understand it. But the United States is behind Japan, and I can't do anything. Alan Wilson shrugged to show that he could do nothing, then changed the subject and said, in fact, I don't want to do this. You should all know that the London government has high hopes for Malaya and has invested a lot of manpower and material resources. This war may inevitably affect local stability. After all, there are many Chinese among you, and London now has certain concerns. Once it affects London's judgment, it will be a bad thing for all the imperial subjects in Malaya. Besides, because of the geographical location, the war on the peninsula will definitely promote Japan. Even if Malaya will not be affected by the war, from the perspective of economic development, Malaya and Japan are rivals. It is indeed unfair that some people are rich and some are poor in this world. If Japan and Malaya can both make the same thing, the price will certainly not be high. I believe that you are all adults and you will understand this truth. Alan Wilson spoke about this matter from the ethnic and economic perspectives with a very frank attitude, and finally said, if you can do this well, it will be of great benefit to the lives of the Chinese in Malaya in the future. With one less competitor, your life will be easier, right? Lord Zhangtang hopes that we can't do a good job on behalf of London. Xian Kai Qiu pondered for a moment and said, I understand. Let London see that the Chinese community can rest assured. Yes, then I will find a way to let London pardon the crime of your action. Alan Wilson began to tell his overall plan, including the law that does not punish the masses and the king's pardoned. What extenuating circumstances, what exchange of interests. Alan Wilson finally said, when I pay the murderers to eat jail time, one of you two can organize a sit-in protest outside, draped with the Union Jack, to create just the right atmosphere. I will help you operate in London in the name of maintaining colonial stability. But there is one thing, the condition of not holding everyone responsible must be meted out, whether it is the number of participants or the number of guarantors after the incident, they must be sufficient. 2 updates today, I'm a little tired. Chapter 578 Offshore Balance Land. Of course we believe in Zhangtang. Su Yang and the other man looked at each other and nodded at the same time. This is how the world is. Risks and profits coexist. In this unfamiliar place, the Chinese and us British are both outsiders. We should support each other. This matter is a bit risky, but the profit is very high. Alan Wilson, holding a wine glass, persuaded, if the matter is successful, we will all benefit. My goal is to maintain the stability of British Malaya. This is your chance to take revenge, and it is also an opportunity for London to dispel its doubts. Let's toast to Zhangtang. Su Yang said, and he Xian Kai and Qiu poured a glass each. People who don't know would think that we are sworn brothers. But if the two of you do this in the future, I don't mind. Alan Wilson also raised his glass and clinked glasses with the two. The rest are details, such as when to take action. Alan Wilson said that it would be more appropriate to take action after he left for a short time. Although it was just a superficial project, it would be better for him not to take action when he was in Malaya. In this way, Alan Wilson would not be responsible on the surface, and it would be easier to make a big thing into a small thing. In fact, if everything goes well, even His Majesty the King will be very happy to issue a pardon if he can get a promise not to pursue independence. However, I have one thing to remind you. When you petition, you must get the King's pardon. Don't believe in the guarantees of this government. Politicians' words have a time limit. It's not good for you to believe in politicians. The two were definitely not as familiar with British politics as Alan Wilson, so they naturally followed suit. Whether it was the Conservative Party or the Labour Party, Alan Wilson didn't believe in the colonial issue. He believed more in the mascot king of the constitutional monarchy in people's eyes. The relationship between the British mainland and overseas territories was not a fatal matter in the eyes of politicians. Alan Wilson even believed that monarchy was the best way to digest the land. British Newfoundland is an overseas territory that is not affected by the Conservative Party or the Labour Party, which is very good. The situation in British Malaya is much more complicated than that in Newfoundland. Although Newfoundland is also not small in area, its population is indeed much smaller. Being an offshore financial center can allow Newfoundlanders to live a good life. With so many people in British Malaya, it is unrealistic to rely on finance to support them. We still have to develop industries honestly. You seem to have a good relationship with the Chinese. Anna, who was cleaning the table, was a little upset. I don't understand the language you speak. I was very unhappy just now. Dear, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Alan Wilson immediately joined the aftermath work. The way to overcome fear is to face it. I'm the most suitable person to do this job in the whole of Britain. At least I understand them, and I have a certain degree of confidence when doing things. Fear? Anna paused slightly when washing the dishes and asked curiously, this is very new. Are you still afraid of something? It's not that I'm afraid. I have to be on guard. Alan Wilson thought carefully, but fortunately, the Soviet Union is difficult to deal with. Oh, I thought you were not afraid of any country. Anna's ears couldn't help but stand up, and she said in a complicated tone, anyone who opens the world map and sees such a big country, whether in the Far East, the Middle East or Europe, will feel a huge sense of oppression. Who wouldn't be afraid of it? Alan Wilson chuckled and said, where such a big country is located, no matter what system it implements, it is the enemy of Britain. Even the Russian Empire is a mortal enemy of the British Empire, not to mention that the Soviet Union is far more powerful than the Russian Empire. After all, the British Empire has such a large territory, and there is the most powerful country at present, the United States. Anna said sourly, this is what we in Germany want but don't have. Speaking of this issue, your situation in Germany and France is similar to that of China. Both sea power and land power are involved. But at the same time, the difficulty of development is much more difficult than developing Britain's focus on sea power alone. Alan Wilson asked Anna, who had finished her work, to sit on his lap. But sea power was snatched by us in Britain, and sea power does not actually belong to any country. But land power is different. In today's world, land power is naturally in the hands of the Soviet Union. It belongs to the Soviet Union, which is far more stable than the sea power currently held jointly by Britain and the United States. Geographically speaking, the United States can be said to be an enhanced version of Britain. China is also very different from the Soviet Union. If we compare it with European countries, it should be like an enhanced version of Germany or France. To put it nicely, it is called both land and sea, and to put it bluntly, it is neither. China's maritime power in the 21st century has made progress after decades of efforts. At the same time, Russia has already experienced a disintegration, and land power is still in Russia's hands. After the disintegration of the Soviet Union, NATO swarmed around Russia and hammered it for decades. If it were any other country, it should have died. But Russia still dared to challenge NATO with its shrunken huge land resources. It can be seen how difficult it is to deal with Russia, which has innate land power. Countries that have both land and sea must make greater efforts to take both into account. Similar to France and Germany in Europe, as long as they are not careful, they will lose both land and sea. On the contrary, the Soviet Union, with a huge territory pressing on the Eurasian continent, is such a superland power. The benefits brought by it are not unprecedented in the Cold War. When the economy reaches 60% of that of the United States, it can launch a global offensive. The United States, whose economy far exceeds that of the Soviet Union, has been humiliated. If the United States intervenes in Eurasia with 100% of its strength, and the Soviet Union with 60%, the United States will return empty-handed. No country has been able to replicate this. What the Democratic Party is most worried about is that once decades of suppression are over, once Russia, which has not been hammered to death, recovers, it will become a situation where it has not dealt with a certain big country, and at the same time, it has released Russia, a superland power. Regarding the current international situation, Alan Wilson can actually understand why Britain would rather be a follower of the United States and bring the United States into Europe, and European countries all agree. Because the threat of the Soviet Union is completely different from that of other countries. If the United States or even the Five Eyes loses to a certain big country in the 21st century, in fact, a certain big country has no ability to do anything to the Five Eyes alliance. Even if a certain big country wins, most of the land power in Eurasia is in the hands of Russia. The worst result is that a certain big country gets half of the land power and half of the sea power. Even if it becomes the world's number one, it is a world number one that can be checked and balanced. Take the Silk Road as an example. As long as the Russians are unhappy, this big plan will be paralyzed at any time. Therefore, a certain big country will not take the initiative to provoke Russia. As a loser, the Five Eyes will not be too late to make peace with Russia if they see this situation. But if Britain and the United States lost to the Soviet Union in the Cold War, the consequences would definitely not be acceptable. The consequence would be that the Soviet Union, which held the land power of the entire Eurasian continent, would take over the sea power in a while, leaving nothing for Britain and the United States. Once this result occurred, the Soviet Union would be invincible, and it would completely block the way for other potential challengers. In short, if Britain and the United States lost to a certain big country, the consequences would not be serious, and it would not affect the Five Eyes alliance. But if the Cold War was lost to the Soviet Union, it would lose everything. Even in 2021, the United States still did not change its original intention for 30 years. To prevent Russia from having a chance to recover. Although the Democratic Party's idea does not pay much attention to the meaning of a certain big country, but there is naturally a set of logic in doing so. Alan Wilson does not know whether this logic is right in the 21st century, but now, he still regards the Soviet Union as an enemy. Once the Soviet Union recovers from the heavy blow of World War II, Alan Wilson will be the Whitehall civil servant who most supports the special relationship between Britain and the United States. Anna doesn't know what she is thinking at this moment. Anyway, it is very complicated. On the one hand, this man gave her a superior life, or in fact, they were husband and wife. On the other hand, this man's potential fear of the Soviet Union was so great that she felt it for the first time. Alan Wilson, who gave the Chinese time to prepare, sent a circle of telegrams to ask the ladies of the same status as his wife about their recent schedules. When he found that there was no intention to come to Malaya, he took a plane to the Zanzibar Islands to attend this year's Overseas Colonial Commissioner Conference, discussing the development plan after the establishment of the imperial preference system and overseas state-owned enterprises. Zanzibar is a British trusteeship. The full name is the Sultanate of Zanzibar. In the future, it will be independent and merge with Tanganyika to become the United Republic of Tanzania. However, for the current Sultanate of Zanzibar, there was a consensus at the last London Commissioner Conference that the Sultanate of Zanzibar should be preserved as much as possible to prevent it from merging with any country, and when conditions are right, it should be built into an offshore financial center to deal with East Africa. Alan Wilson, who transited in Ceylon and finally arrived in the Sultanate of Zanzibar, first paid a courtesy visit to Sultan Khalifa bin Hiroba bin Suwani. He apologized for disturbing the Sultan's peace. The Sultanate of Zanzibar is only over 2,000 square kilometers, but it blocks the coastline of Tanganyika and can blockade important ports in nearby East African countries when necessary. It has a very strategic position and is a good place to achieve offshore balance. Chapter 579, signing a treaty to warm up. Almost all of Britain's remaining colonies are on the African continent, which is also the main interest of Europe today. In terms of individual colonies, no colony in Britain's hands is more important than British Malaya. But when added together, it is not the case. Therefore, Alan Wilson, as the Commissioner of British Malaya and the Deputy Secretary General of the Overseas Assets Control Committee, also came all the way to Zanzibar for the meeting, which is also a respect for the African Commissioners. British African colonies are the strategic extension of the British Empire from the mouth of the Nile to the Cape of Good Hope at the end of the 19th century, which opened up the African continent from south to north, and conflicted with France's strategy of controlling Africa from west to east, which eventually forced France to make concessions. After the First World War, Britain realized its desire to open up the African continent and took over the German colonies that blocked the plan, and the German colonies it got were Tanzania. Don't think that this plan to open up Africa from north to south is easy. If Alan Wilson remembers correctly, the successor of this British plan is called the Soviet Union. During the Brezhnev period, the Soviet Union launched the prelude to the global offensive. But British Africa became independent countries one after another. Brezhnev's African plan during his tenure was to copy the British strategy of the 19th century, starting from Egypt and heading south, approaching the Cape of Good Hope, and finally the Soviet Union and the United States had a showdown when the Civil War broke out in Angola, a neighboring country of South Africa. In the 1970s, the Angolan Civil War became more and more intense, and both the Soviet Union and the United States realized that it had reached a critical moment. Who could persist in Africa was related to the status and face of the two hegemons. The Soviet Union had given a lot of military and material assistance to the Angolan people's movement, including a large number of arms and materials piled up in the neighboring Zambia and Congo. Brezhnev believed that it was necessary to take new measures at the moment of decisive battle. He decided to send a large number of Soviet military advisors to Angola, while sending 7,000 Cuban troops armed by the Soviet Union to Angola. Castro was very active in participating in the African liberation movement. This was the first time that the Soviet Union defeated the United States and South Africa, the local snake in Africa, which was far away. At the same time, the Soviet Union's global offensive was unparalleled, and the strategy of opening up Africa was within reach. The British African colonies, which stretched into a continuous area, will become the main battlefield of the Soviet Union's strategic offensive in the future. Alan Wilson felt very complicated, and at the same time, cursed the United States, a rebellious waste. It turned out that the place where Britain had ruled for such a long time could lose to a new player. However, regardless of what will happen here in 20 years, Alan Wilson and the commissioners in Africa still have to discuss the current plan. Most of British Africa is on the east coast of Africa, and the damage here is not serious. Because the triangular slave trade is mainly on the west coast of Africa, no one will go around a big circle, run to the east coast to catch slaves, and then go around the Cape of Good Hope to sell them to the United States. Although there are black people in East and West Africa, they are actually different. For example, black people in East African countries are good at long distance running, while black people in West African countries and those sold to America always have short distance runners. Before the formal meeting began, a group of white commissioners, including Alan Wilson, were guests at the Sultan's palace in Zanzibar. From the term Sultan, we can know that Zanzibar is a country where the Church of Peace has an absolute advantage. Before the age of exploration, the world's oceans were in the hands of Arabs. Along with the routes of Arab merchants, peace religion spread from the east to the East Indies and south to southern Africa. The Omani Empire once established colonies from its homeland to French Madagascar, a complete colonial empire. Because it was completely different from Tanzania, when Alan Wilson communicated with the Zanzibar commissioner, he said that he should think of ways to solve religious conflicts and provoke conflicts between Christians on Zanzibar Island and the African continent. It would be best if there was a bloody incident. Our beneficial experience from the division of British India should be carried forward. As long as religious conflicts arise, we will cultivate conflicts between Zanzibar and Tanzania, so that we can prevent any attempt to merge Tanzania and Zanzibar. Gentlemen, is that right? The conversation between Alan Wilson and the Zanzibar commissioner aroused the approval of the gentlemen around him, and they all said that this should be done. But Tanzania is a Christian country after all. Isn't it a bit strange to do this? Tanzanian Commissioner Blake shook his head and smiled bitterly. Of course I'm not against it, but I think it's a bit weird. Blake, this won't hurt Tanzania. Religious conflicts are natural and have nothing to do with us. Alan Wilson indicated that the risk was controllable. After all, this is not British India. It is easy for us to mediate a conflict involving a million people. If you are worried, my job in British Malaya is even more difficult. There are tens of millions of people there. If it comes to numbers, I, the Nigerian commissioner, will not accept it. Nigeria not only has a population of 30 million, but also has peaceful believers in the north and Christians in the south, with similar numbers. As soon as the Nigerian commissioner finished speaking, many colonial commissioners were stunned, and then they said in unison, "So this is a good place to implement partition. It's simply another British India. But before that, you must pay close attention and find a way to create conflict between the two major religions, while ensuring that it does not affect the interests of the British Empire at this stage." There are several ethnic groups in Nigeria. The Hausa are an ethnic group that subdivides the Sahel region. They mainly live in northern Nigeria and southeastern Niger. They speak the Hausa language, which belongs to the Chadian language family, and generally believe in peace religion. The Igbo are one of the main black ethnic groups in West Africa. They are mainly distributed in Niger and the estuary area in southeastern Nigeria, and are also more distributed in Cameroon. They mainly believe in Catholicism, but they also retain a large number of primitive religious elements. A small group of people believe in Judaism. With these two ethnic groups as the core, the population beliefs of Nigeria are much more balanced than those of British India. It is almost a half and half ratio, which has a natural basis for division. It is even more balanced than the adjusted British Malaya. With this foundation, there is no need to worry. The land under our feet is not strong enough, but it is not far from the mainland, and it is vulnerable to infiltration from Tanzania. It is more dangerous. Alan Wilson brought the topic back and discussed with his colleagues. Zanzibar can easily block Tanzania. We must protect such an important position. At this point, Alan Wilson looked at the Khalifa Sultan not far away and said to the palace guards next to him, "You go and call the Khalifa Sultan over and say that I have a suggestion that I want to discuss with the respected Sultan." Alan Wilson remembered that Tanzania later seemed to have a nickname called the East African Liberation Army. Since he knew this, he had to take on the responsibility of safeguarding the interests of the empire, preventing Tanzania and Zanzibar from merging, and at the same time using Zanzibar to prevent Tanzania from developing. The Sultan Khalifa of Zanzibar was an Arab, and soon he came to a group of colonists. Before the formal meeting began, a group of white British commissioners first talked to the Khalifa Sultan about the issue of Zanzibar. "Respected Khalifa Sultan, you should know this. The current model of Zanzibar with Arabs on the upper class and blacks on the lower class is very dangerous. And it is easy to be infiltrated by Tanzanian blacks. After all, Zanzibar is only 40 kilometers away from the mainland, which is not an insurmountable distance." Alan Wilson said this, and then changed the subject and asked, "I wonder what the Sultan thinks the role of Britain is here? Although 90% of the population of Zanzibar are indeed peaceful Christians, there are ethnic issues besides religion. Once Tanzania becomes independent, it is inevitable that it will not miss Zanzibar. This archipelago can threaten the important ports of Tanzania. Commissioner Wilson, Britain is a balancer." Khalifa Sultan hesitated and said, "It is also a friend of monarchs of various countries. The British Empire is also a monarchy. No matter what, we will not take the initiative to do anything to the monarch of a country." Alan Wilson nodded with satisfaction. "I have a suggestion. I hope to exchange some conditions with Khalifa Sultan. Please explain it more clearly, Commissioner Wilson." Khalifa Sultan was a little confused about the other party's purpose. "Dear Sultan, although we are colonizers, we are not a big threat to the Arab upper class on the island. The real threat is the blacks on the mainland. Is that true? If I'm not mistaken, even on Zanzibar Island, blacks occupy the majority." Alan Wilson asked back embarrassedly, "I'm very worried about this. It is too far away from the Arab countries." If Alan Wilson has any merit, it is honesty. He directly pointed out the problem that the Arabs on Zanzibar Island are most worried about. If the respected Sultan can guarantee that Britain can use the island's ports and safeguard the interests of the British Empire in the local area, I can help with the issue of Zanzibar joining the Arab League. Even if it is not independent, it can enter first." Alan Wilson nodded, "But I want to see the Sultan's sincerity. In general, although Tanzania has not yet become independent, Alan Wilson must nip the danger in the bud now. Prevent this archipelago that can block Tanzania from being merged in the end. Since Khalifa Sultan does not object, then before waiting for the arrival of the governor of French Madagascar, a new treaty should be signed to warm up." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 580, Agribusiness in Africa. Khalifa Sultan was lucky. After all, Britain mainly implemented indirect rule and would not overly damage the local political environment. This was different from France. The royal family of Madagascar, the largest island in Africa, was gone. At this time, Alan Wilson did not mind using the French who were about to arrive as a scapegoat, saying that it was lucky to fall into British colonial rule. He used the fate of the royal family of Madagascar to tell Khalifa Sultan that there was nothing wrong with being ruled by Britain. The new treaty mainly clarified the responsibilities of both parties and the obligations of both Britain and Zanzibar. Zanzibar will serve as a base for Britain to exercise offshore balance in East Africa. If it were in the past, Britain did not need to rely on other countries to achieve its goals. But it was 1950, and we had to think of ways to save costs. After discussing with colleagues, everyone came up with a common opinion that a reliable Arab country must be found to help Britain share the defense issues of Madagascar. In the end, the choice was between Egypt and Iraq. Most commissioners believed that Egypt had the military strength, and as the most populous country in the Arab world, it was easier to borrow power. But the Sudanese commissioner, John, Alan Wilson's friend in British India, firmly opposed the introduction of Egyptian power into Zanzibar, precisely because Egypt is strong. We cannot choose Egypt. The most important thing is that Egypt is really an African country. Alan Wilson acknowledged his old friend's concerns and said, Iraq is different. Iraq itself has an extremely narrow coastline, and the river mouth is blocked by Kuwait. With British troops stationed in Kuwait, Iraq does not have any ability to develop its navy. It is easier for us to control this country. Let Iraq send some soldiers over, which is considered to be giving Baghdad a false name. Introducing Arab forces to check and balance the natives of Africa? Blake thought for a while and said, that's a way. Iraq has no naval power. If it wants to maintain its existence, doesn't it rely on us? Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows and smiled. Now there are two wolves around Britain, both wanting our heritage. We won't give it to them, even if we smash the pot. After hearing what Alan Wilson said, the commissioners burst into laughter. They all knew who Alan Wilson was referring to. Also, there is slavery to a certain extent in Zanzibar. After my interview with the respected Sultan, the Sultan will discuss with the Arab upper class to eliminate the remnants of slavery. This is an external announcement. In essence, we want to expel some blacks to the African continent in the name of eliminating the influence of slavery. Alan Wilson said this and looked at the Zanzibar commissioner, then Porter. In the next 1 to 2 years, part of your job will be to cooperate with the Arabs to drive blacks to the African continent in the name of freeing slaves. Cut off the infiltration of blacks from the continent into Zanzibar. I see. Porter nodded. Eliminating the remnants of slavery. What a glorious job. It's really exciting. Gentlemen, now that Americans are talking about national self-determination and the Soviets are talking about liberating the world, it is unlikely that we will be able to retain our colonies for a long time, because British India has set a very bad precedent. But how to withdraw? You all know it at the London meeting. We must retain some important territories as much as possible, and Zanzibar is within this range. Alan Wilson pondered for a moment and said, of course we also need the help of the French. The Governor General of Madagascar will be here soon, and we must respect him. The purpose of inviting the French was, of course, to exchange the management experience of the colonists. The only French person invited to this meeting was because Madagascar was the only French colony in East Africa. Alan Wilson invited the French because of the original intention of the traditional friendship between Britain and France. He also wanted to talk about the issue of Madagascar. Perhaps he could also give the French some useful suggestions. Before the French arrived, Alan Wilson had contacted his old boss, Sir Baron, to see if the old boss was in charge of the affairs of the Persian Gulf and to ask if the Kingdom of Iraq was willing to shoulder greater international responsibilities. It was precisely because the Kingdom of Iraq had no maritime power and was in Asia that it asked Iraq for help. If Iraq was a peace-loving country in Africa like Egypt, he would not give the other party a chance to reach out. Then came the content of the formal meeting. Alan Wilson introduced the development plan for British Malaya and the support needed from the British African colonies. Now that my colleagues have established state-owned enterprises in the colonies and have selected reliable ethnic groups to help run them, I won't hide anything. The operation of British Malaya is similar. The current resource gaps in British Malaya are these. Alan Wilson took out a list and explained, Malaya's future industrial development will enter the European market under local allocation and compete with products from European countries. The advantage of doing this is, on the one hand, to utilize Malaya's manpower and low costs to strengthen the total scale of the empire's industry. On the other hand, it allows the resources of British Africa to be used quickly. After all, we don't have much time. We don't know how long the colonies can last. It's not a mistake to seize the time to cash in. While Alan Wilson was speaking, the list of resources needed by British Malaya was also circulated in front of other commissioners. It involved various non-ferrous metals, but no coal, because coal and iron had already been decided to flow in from Australia. In the field of agriculture, the basic conditions in Malaya are not a big problem, and the mainland is in particular need. You have to know that the mainland is an island. Although the United Kingdom is not a country with backward agricultural and animal husbandry technologies, the mainland has a population of 50 million and has no development potential. With Rhodesia and Northern Rhodesia as the center, there are enough farms in total. This is also a matter of great concern to the Cabinet Secretary. Sir Norman hopes that the mainland will have a reliable source of food. In fact, Canada and Australia both have this ability. Sudanese Commissioner John raised the question, this demand is not urgent. Australia and Canada certainly have this ability, but the country that really has this ability is the United States. Why don't we import from the United States? The key is that we have to guard against the United States. Besides, the climates of Canada and Australia are unstable. Canada's north faces the Arctic Ocean, and Australia's grain production fluctuates too much. The two countries have already become independent, and it is more reassuring that they are not in our hands after all. With Northern and Southern Rhodesia as the center, the terminated grain is shipped out through the ports of South Africa and Tanzania. It seems that the ports in Tanzania should be expanded. Yes, but what about the road conditions in Tanzania? We should still rely mainly on the ports in South Africa. Alan Wilson slapped his head and said embarrassedly, I forgot this. Then use trucks to transport it. In fact, colonies don't have to be profitable. It's also a good thing if they can promote the export of domestic products. Exporting some trucks and so on can also increase employment. Supporting large farms centered on Rhodesia can also squeeze out the small peasant economy in surrounding Africa. And I remember that there are minefields on both the east and west sides of northern Rhodesia, which is relatively well protected. In this way, the food of Africans will be controlled by northern Rhodesia. Using food as a weapon can save us a lot of costs in maintaining colonies. In fact, this is what Britain did in Africa in later generations. Britain played a major role in promoting the corporatization of the African food system. A large amount of aid was used to sponsor multinational companies to gain profits in Africa. In the 21st century, Britain significantly increased its overseas aid and insisted on allocating funds from its gross national income for international aid in the face of economic downturn. Britain can be seen in many initiatives to support investment in African agriculture. A large amount of funds invested in large-scale commercial agribusinesses in developing countries such as African countries all pass through tax havens such as the Cayman Islands and the Channel Islands. Because of the UK's jurisdictional confidentiality system, most European companies that attempt to obtain the necessary financial instruments to acquire overseas land or food are also registered in the UK. This is certainly not for the development of African agriculture, but to form African agricultural enterprise and defeat the self-sufficient agriculture of ordinary African farmers. The only country in the world that can use food as a weapon is the United States. But as far as Africa is concerned, Britain may learn from the United States and use food as a weapon. The main purpose of Alan Wilson's visit this time is to discuss the agricultural enterprise of British Africa and the list of minerals exported by British Africa to British Malaya. The raw materials exported by British Africa, together with the coal and iron support obtained from Australia, are made into industrial products from British Malaya and shipped to the UK for sale in the common European community market. As for how to set the price, that is the job of Whitehall. This overseas part is mainly to complete the economic cycle of the Commonwealth, and the terminal is the UK. There is no doubt that the mainland will get a lot of profit from pricing. British Malaya, as an intermediary, will also get the profit of this link. The raw materials shipped from British Africa will go through 2 links and finally reach the European market. With both wings flying together, how to operate the Commonwealth wing to the limit is what these colonial commissioners are considering. In order to compete with Japan, Alan Wilson will try his best to find help. Since the population size cannot compete with Japan, the raw materials must be cheaper than Japan. Both topics have been discussed, and the colonial commissioners have agreed to the allocated quotas. At this time, the French governors of Madagascar, Otto and Gabriel, set foot on the land of Zanzibar Island. Chapter 581, The Spirit of Brussels. Before the French guest arrived, the Overseas Colonial Commissioner Conference also came up with a result, setting a standard for increasing overseas revenue to £1 billion next year. Because it is expected that the British military expenditure will be £1.2 billion next year, which will account for 7.4% of the total fiscal expenditure of the United Kingdom. This is certainly much better than the same period in history, but more than 7% of the fiscal expenditure is military expenditure, which is not easy in any case. Alan Wilson certainly believes that with the completion of the industrial layout of Malaya, it will greatly solve the difficulties of the local area. But in the short term, the heavy expenditure is still difficult for Britain to cope with. As for whether the overseas income will reach £1 billion next year, whether it can usher in an explosive growth with the start of Malaya's industry is Alan Wilson's job. There is no doubt that, but he now has to make achievements as soon as possible. At least for the overseas colonial commissioners present today, there is a consensus that does not need to be said. They talk about Washington and Moscow, but everyone knows clearly in their hearts that the enemy is in Downing Street, London. There is no doubt that the parliamentary masters in London only know how to stand in the luxurious house and speak nonsense. They say nonsense that no one believes. Alan Wilson said to his colleagues with a sarcastic smile, at the critical moment, it is us who have to carry the burden and support this country. I plan to build a building in Kuala Lumpur to hold regular meetings of the Overseas Assets Committee. British Malaya, as a terminal for African raw materials and a recipient of Australian coal and iron, must be transparent to everyone, otherwise you will think that I have swallowed all the profits. Alan, look at what you said. We all know that Whitehall is very optimistic about you. The commissioners, including Blake and John, spoke up one after another, expressing that everyone expressed absolute trust in him. So forget it? Alan Wilson chuckled and glanced at his colleagues who were not sincere. In fact, we also need a place to relax. The commissioners who were exposed to their true feelings laughed. After all, it involved the interests of the colonies, especially their own interests, which could not be taken lightly. When the governor of Madagascar landed on the island, Alan Wilson was visiting Zanzibar Island, the capital of the Omani Empire, with the Khalifa Sultan. Yes, Zanzibar was once the capital of the Omani Empire. Is this equivalent to Changming Island, the capital of China? It may not be accurate, but it is roughly the meaning. The Omani Empire also had colonies on the coast of British India, and the upcoming French should not be unfamiliar, because before France, the country that colonized Madagascar was Oman. In fact, using Oman as a white glove to play offshore balance in Zanzibar has more traditions, and maybe it can also use some influence. Alan Wilson really thought about it, but in the end, he gave up this tempting idea. If the Kingdom of Iraq is disobedient in the future, you can look at the situation at that time and release Oman to eliminate Iraq's influence. You always have to keep a little backhand when doing things, right? Sir Baron has received my message. The Egyptian and Iraqi royal families are open to Zanzibar joining the Arab League. Alan Wilson, who was walking side by side with Sultan Khalifa, spoke to the old Sultan in a gentle tone. In fact, the respected Sultan may not understand me. I have always been dedicated to my friends, no matter who they are. I can say that I have a clear conscience. I protected the rights and interests of the Arabs in Zanzibar, and in the future I will inevitably be criticized by the blacks across the strait. But life is like this. It is not common to always compromise. In the end, you have to make a choice. Needless to say, you and the upper class Arabs should also know how difficult it is to maintain independence so close to Africa. If the Arabs can't find the answer, I suggest that they don't make a fuss about independence in the short term. This will not be good for everyone. Alan Wilson had no intention of threatening. He was completely appealing to reason and emotion. The threat was visible to the naked eye. He didn't believe that the Arabs on the island couldn't see it. After all, it was a place that had been the capital. The upper class still had this foresight. Commissioner Wilson is so young, but he is already capable of taking on important tasks. He has a bright future. Khalifa Sultan also expressed his compliments, and he obviously agreed with the idea of eliminating the remnants of slavery. For a monarch, everything else is trivial, and retaining one's own status is the big deal. On this issue, the British are not the most terrible enemy, but rather a reliable ally. It is human nature, and Alan Wilson naturally understands it very well. When the Chinese were a minority, the Malays wanted the British to get out, but now they are trying to retain the British. Why does everyone say that? So we value peace, and Commissioner Porter will worry about the repatriation of black slaves. Of course, if Zanzibar can attend the Arab League meeting, it still needs to seek help from Arab countries. International support is also very important. Alan Wilson gave a reserved response to Khalifa Sultan's words about a bright future. At this moment, Porter, the commissioner of Zanzibar, who had said something about the enemy, appeared, greeted Khalifa Sultan, and then said, "Alan, the French have arrived. Our allies in the two world wars have arrived." Alan Wilson said with admiration, "I will come right away. The French are in the same situation as us after the war, and we must receive them with great ceremony." Khalifa Sultan did not have any understanding of the situation that Alan Wilson was talking about. For him, a sultan of an archipelago close to Africa, the United States and the Soviet Union were still too far away. The stereotype of the British around the world is nothing more than a top hat, a civilized cane, and a monocle. If there is anything else, it may be that the British are very hypocritical. Alan Wilson cannot say that this impression is wrong, but he is definitely not that kind of person. In terms of treating friends he recognizes, Alan Wilson believes that, even if he is not sticking his neck out for his friends, he is not far off. Otto and Gabriel, the French governors of Madagascar, are foreign friends who have recently felt this. Both of them are from the perspective of colonizers. Alan Wilson starts to get to the point from the current Vietnam War. It has been 5 years since France returned to Asia in 1945, and Alan Wilson has several illegitimate children. As time passed, the Vietnamese resistance not only did not subside, but because of the change of the situation in a certain big country, the French army became more and more difficult to deal with. If you can't hold on, I suggest following the example of the Dutch. Destroy all modern facilities. Alan Wilson seriously proposed to Governor Otto, and then changed the subject and asked, "Is the current situation in Madagascar stable? It's okay here." Governor Otto nodded. Madagascar is an isolated island after all. Although it is large in area, it is relatively easy for France to cut off foreign infiltration. I heard that the appearance of Malagasy people is different from that of ordinary black people. Alan Wilson hesitated and said, "I think we can think of a way from this aspect. Necessary conflicts are beneficial to us. This is my experience in British India. The only pity is that there are too many Hindus in British India, and the peaceful believers cannot play a balancing role. In fact, according to the racial classification of Madagascar is yellow. Because of this, Madagascar's status in Africa after independence is actually quite low, so low that it is ignored. This yellow race has nothing to do with China, at least not until 10,000 years ago, when the Malays had not yet been driven out of the continent by the invaders from the north. Madagascar and Indonesians are relatives. Although Madagascar belongs to the African continent, its influence on African affairs is smaller than that of small landlocked countries such as Equatorial Guinea, Lesotho, and Togo. Seeing Governor Otto's thoughtful look on his face, Alan Wilson said casually, "Zanzibar is preparing to abolish slavery in hopes to help our French allies. Stir up ethnic conflicts? Governor Otto asked uncertainly. Is this your British purpose? To be precise, racial conflicts are more appropriate. Arabs and blacks are two races. Of course, yellows and blacks are not the same race. Alan Wilson replied calmly, if we withdraw unilaterally and irresponsibly, what if the tragedy of the partition of India and Pakistan occurs? In this case, both Britain and France will be responsible. We must ensure that after we leave, the colonies will not be involved in war. Moreover, Madagascar's geographical location is so good. It is simply Britain in Africa, a preferred place for offshore balance. If I were the Prime Minister of London, I would want to exchange colonies with France. Racial conflicts? Governor Otto smiled bitterly. Madagascar is relatively isolated. No one will pay attention to it. If you just want to attract attention, I can help. Mr. Sukarno in Jakarta has been trying to make his presence felt. Alan Wilson said calmly, after Indonesia's independence, Indonesians were radicalized and wanted to annex British Malaya. Adding French Madagascar is not a big deal. At that time, Governor Otto can export and sell domestic products and use Indonesia's remarks to subtly let the Malagasy people understand that they are not the same kind of people as the black people in Africa. Then my British friend, you must have a good follow-up idea. Maybe Britain needs France's help on the issue of prosperity and stability in Africa, and of course it can be the other way around. It depends on whether the French are reliable. Alan Wilson answered Governor Otto, and the two laughed at the same time. It is also to promote the spirit of the Brussels conference. Governor Otto responded irrelevantly. Chapter 582, Emperor May in the whirlpool of public opinion. France and Britain are in similar situations. There is no doubt about that. So our two countries must unite to make other colonial countries have a good life. Alan Wilson hesitated to speak, expressing his sincere solidarity at the moment. Governor Otto also nodded. In fact, France is even more clear about the source of the threat to its colonies than Britain. In fact, Paris has expressed regret for participating in the Korean War. Hearing the inside story of Paris from Governor Otto, Alan Wilson was also very surprised and said, in fact, this is also expected by many people, including me. Just on the matter of the United States calling for troops, Canada and Australia ultimately could not withstand the pressure. Alan Wilson is not unable to understand that Australia is a loyal dog of the empire. If Britain wants to launch a military operation, if Australia is called, Australia will also help. Of course, this premises that Britain cannot be too weak, such as the Falklands War during the Thatcher period. As for Canada, after all, it is too close to the United States. If the United States puts pressure on Canada, it will be difficult for Canada to withstand the pressure. But it was France. Alan Wilson couldn't understand why France sent troops to help the United States when Britain avoided sending ground troops and did not take the opportunity to demand the same treatment as Britain. However, France's economic problems are indeed more serious. Britain's per capita income is now about 2/3 of that of the United States, about $1,200. Don't underestimate this number. In 1945, when Attlee was in his first term, Britain's per capita income was only half of that of the United States. It is not easy to make such a big progress. A penny can make a hero fall. France has less room for maneuver than Britain, so it is not difficult to understand why it finally chose to send troops. Alan Wilson hopes that when the United States sends the Korean War, Britain's per capita income will be on par with that of the United States. It is indeed very difficult, but dreams still have to be had, which may require British Malaya to take on more responsibilities. He took the initiative to go to Zanzibar and hold a meeting with a group of African commissioners in order to enable Malaya to obtain the same support as the British mainland. Of course, this was also approved by Whitehall. While discussing the development plan of overseas territories with his colleagues, Otto couldn't help but feel envious. There are no French colonies near Madagascar. France's continuous colonies are all on the Atlantic side. He, the governor of Madagascar, is quite lonely. I don't know who mentioned the topic of the Helsinki Olympics. A group of colonial commissioners who have nothing to do in Zanzibar had a very heated discussion on this topic. Alan Wilson just listened for fun at first, but then he thought of something. The Olympics has always been a stage for great powers to compete during the Cold War. The Helsinki Olympics seemed to be the first Olympics after the war in which the Soviet Union used the Olympics as a battlefield to send a competitive signal to the United States. Of course, he was not criticizing the Soviet Union, because the Soviet Union had just done so. The first country to use the Olympics to show its national strength was the United States, and it did so before the First World War broke out. Actually, gentlemen, can't we use this Olympics to mess with the colonies? Alan Wilson lit a cigar and took a puff. We should treat this as a matter of fact and give the people who manage the colonies something to do. At least we can divert their attention for 2 years. It's a pity that this British Empire Games is over. Alan, what's the point? John said with a wry smile. Let these colonial athletes attend the Olympics. What can they do? What can they prove? We can mess with them. Past experience shows that if we don't take the initiative to find something for the colonists to do, they will cause trouble for us. Alan Wilson said with a smile. We don't have to spend much money to divert the attention of the colonies for 2 years. This is a great thing. On the one hand, it can also express the tolerance of the British Empire, which is easy to stand on the moral level, indicating that London's attitude on colonial issues is changing. As for another benefit, we can also discuss the United States. Strictly speaking, the racial segregation system established by the Democratic Party in the United States since the late 19th century is still in effect. It is still a long way from being abolished in law. Today's black Americans are not very loyal to the United States. Alan Wilson remembered that during the Second Battle, there was a collective surrender of black troops in the United States. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but raise his wrist, and he knew in his heart that it was almost started. For the first Olympic Games after the war, Alan Wilson, who gave the empire's overseas territories an equal opportunity, was preparing to use external forces to disrupt the Olympic Games, while the second battle had already begun. With the slogan of the 5-star Emperor MacArthur, to end the war before Christmas, the US-South Korean coalition forces were hit hard and stabilized their minds, and once again launched an attack to occupy the entire peninsula. When the battle officially began, Alan Wilson had sent the results of the Zanzibar conference to London by telegram. At the same time, he also expressed that he would use the Olympics to find something for the subjects of British Africa to do. Whitehall's reply was to talk about it at that time, but he did not object to the original intention of finding something to do. Obviously, they were still studying the possible impact of letting black athletes participate in the Olympics in the name of Britain. After receiving the telegram from London, Alan Wilson and his colleagues discussed it and decided to prepare according to the original plan. It doesn't matter if it is rejected in the end. At most, you can give a bicycle as a reward. Black people in this era are still easy to fool. When he returned to Kuala Lumpur, the second battle had already started. According to various sources, especially those in the United States, Alan Wilson could conclude that the Americans believed that, as long as the US military responded seriously, they would soon be able to beat the enemy back to its original form. The slogan of ending the war before Christmas has also become the headline that all major American newspapers must mention. If MacArthur hadn't been helped by these American newspapers, he would never be remembered and ridiculed all the time. Alan Wilson sighed as he looked at the content of the American newspapers, but these were all chosen by MacArthur himself. There are very few generals who have always won every battle. It is not uncommon to see generals with dusty faces. Why is MacArthur often picked out for connotation? The main reason is that the 5-star Emperor is too boastful. He looks like he has already won before the battle. If he loses, don't blame others for holding on. After the disastrous defeat in the Philippines, there are probably very few generals who not only put aside all responsibilities, but also can hold important positions in the army. There are probably even fewer generals who gave up their command duties in the Battle of Bataan, escaped with their cronies and even servants, and claimed that their value to the country was far greater than those who sacrificed for it. The 5-star Emperor was too boastful, and with so many black spots on him, he eventually lost his integrity, and it was hard not to be laughed at. I wonder if the list of war criminals of Emperor MacArthur is ready. Alan Wilson knew that after the first battle, MacArthur faced the emergence of new enemies. Not only did he not realize the seriousness of the situation, but also prepared to try the war criminals after winning. For this purpose, he prepared a list of more than 500 war criminals. The templates were all based on the style of the Nuremberg trial. It is estimated that he wanted to go back to run for president after completing the century trial. Of course, Alan Wilson knew the final result, but it did not prevent him from making trouble. The first thing Alan Wilson did when he returned to Kuala Lumpur was to contact the Japanese. On the one hand, he confirmed that the repatriation work would start as scheduled after New Year's Day, and at the same time, he wished that the US military's idea of ending the war on Christmas would be completed as scheduled. In this semi-public telegram, Alan Wilson was also confident that the serious American army could win. It was not enough for him to be confident. The English newspapers in British Malaya also changed their previous connotations and encouraged the American troops who were fighting. He could not just do this himself. He also let his fiancée Pamela Mountbatten control the Australian newspapers that had previously sung the opposite tune and encouraged the US military's attack this time. There was no previous anger because the British did not send ground troops and were implied by the American public opinion. At the critical moment, the unbreakable fact of the special relationship between Britain and the United States was presented to the world. Although Great Britain did not send even one army soldier to participate in the war, it still stood on the side of the United States when it came to major issues and was willing to provide all the help except sending troops. The public opinion of the second battle was also completely hyped up because of the participation of British public opinion. After the full participation of Britain's traditionally undamaged public opinion, it seemed that the battle had not yet begun, and it had already won. At the end of November, the second battle had attracted the attention of the world with the help of British public opinion. The US military has become serious. The most explosive news is that Commander-in-Chief MacArthur has set up a list of war criminals in accordance with the Nuremberg trials. The explosiveness of this news exceeded all the previous reports that were exaggerated by the British. It even attracted the attention of Prime Minister Attlee, who began to verify the source of the news and expressed his concerns to President Truman. At this moment, Alan Wilson also launched the final general attack on Anna, causing the dragoons who had recently stayed in Kuala Lumpur waiting for men of equal status to her husband to be defeated. Dear Chief Executive, this alone is not enough. Anna's eyes were as charming as silk, expressing her determination to fight again. It seems that I must let you know the majesty of the British Empire. Alan Wilson concentrated his mind and took out the determination of the two world wars to kill the German challenger. The second battle also reached a critical moment. In December, the US military's attempt had basically failed. At this time, Pravda in Moscow reported a news report that the entire black unit of the US military had surrendered. Chapter 583 The Time to Take Action. Alan Wilson, who was not involved in the Korean War, was in a good mood after learning about the famous scenes in the Korean War. The most anticipated thing is the double happiness. Alan Wilson has always had a question in his mind: which country will be betrayed by the US Army instead of the British Army? Now the answer has been given from public reports. The unlucky one who replaced the British Army was Turkey. The Turkish brigade that participated in the war was completely wiped out in the second battle. Together with the original losses of the British Army, it became another victim of the US Army betraying its teammates. It seems that there is no blue sky and white sun flag for the Turks to capture. After reading the recent outbreak of the war with relish, Alan Wilson sighed in his heart, which was a pity, of course, mixed with a trace of relief. To be honest, from the first battle, the US military was stunned by a series of turtle punches. If it was replaced by the armies of other countries that participated in the World War, they would definitely not be like the US military, which continued to retreat until the fourth battle. After two deadly defenses, they should understand the huge gap in the enemy's logistics and weapons. The US military was beaten like that by this kind of swindle, which is related to the US military's combat style. Even the Koreans found at the beginning of the war that the combat effectiveness of the South Korean army was slowly improving over time, while the combat effectiveness of the US Army remained the same. Since the outbreak of the war in June, it has been half a year and the US Army has not made any progress. Alan Wilson knew very well that it was not until the fourth battle that the US Army could find a little sense of war. That is, the US Army followed its feelings and sold out its teammates when surrounded, which would continue for several months. Fortunately, it was not the British Army that was betrayed. Although the British historically dispatched 3 brigades of ground forces, in fact, only 1 brigade was an active British Army. The other 2 brigades should be officially named the Commonwealth Infantry Brigade, because its subordinate units include local troops and troops from other Commonwealth member countries. For example, when the 27th Brigade fought on the peninsula, its subordinate troops included the Canadian Battalion, the Australian Battalion, the New Zealand Artillery and a field hospital composed of Indians. Even in history, Britain tried to use the Commonwealth organization as much as possible to reduce the number of its own local troops. Now there is more room for maneuver. Although he has not communicated with the country yet, Alan Wilson can also think that in the future, Washington will definitely put pressure on London to send troops. Since London did not send troops at the beginning, it will naturally not help the United States to share the worries when the war is tense. As for the current British public opinion praising MacArthur, the more it praises MacArthur, the more embarrassed he will be. In addition to the war, the public opinion war is also being fought with great pleasure. The news that the black troops of the US military surrendered as a whole and the Turkish brigade were completely annihilated were first leaked by Moscow. In 1950, the pro-Soviet forces in various countries did not diminish. Moscow broke the traditional four-nation alliance of Havas News Agency in France, Reuters in Britain, Wolf News Agency in Germany, and Associated Press in the United States formed in the 19th century. At present, the pro-Soviet French Communist Party in France is powerful, and Germany is already a defeated country. The public opinion hegemony of the alliance is in the hands of Britain and the United States, and the Soviet Union is a powerful challenger. As for which country after the Soviet Union claims to have shattered the public opinion hegemony of the Western world, it is just talking to itself for fun. The second battle was accompanied by a war of public opinion. Since Britain did not participate in the Korean War, it naturally worked hard in the war of public opinion, raising MacArthur's image again and again, and quoting the speech that ended the war before Christmas countless times. Alan Wilson, who was living a world of two with Anna, also read the report on the Jakarta Daily, which reported that Madagascar and Indonesia were brothers, and called on Indonesia to support Madagascar's independence. Tonight's broadcast already had content calling on the Jakarta government to take care of itself and not to stretch its hands so long, etc. A day later, Alan Wilson received a telegram from London about the Brussels conference in December, so he said to Anna, "You will return to Europe in a few days. I'm also going back to Brussels for a meeting." Meeting? What meeting? Anna came up to him curiously. "It won't be Pamela who comes. Are you going to drive me away? What do you think? If she comes, I will tell you directly. I won't hide it from you sisters." Alan Wilson said sincerely, "There really is a meeting. You can think of it as the Second Berlin Conference." In 1884, German Prime Minister Bismarck convened the famous Berlin Conference in Berlin. Representatives from 14 countries including Britain, France, Germany, the Netherlands, Russia, the United States, Portugal, Italy, Denmark, Austria-Hungary, Norway, Sweden, Belgium, and the Ottoman Empire gathered together and began negotiations on the complete division of Africa. The Berlin Conference started with the issue of the Congo River Basin and then formulated a plan to divide Africa. After the Berlin Conference, France's plan to cut off Africa from west to east and Britain's plan to open up Africa from Egypt to South Africa came out one after another. The discussion of this Brussels conference began with a proposal for the post-colonial era, discussing how to make Africa independent. "You will make Africa independent?" Anna covered her mouth, looked at Alan Wilson carefully, and pouted. "Why don't I believe it? You really shouldn't believe it. It's just a nominal discussion." Alan Wilson laughed. Within the framework of the Brussels conference, there have been several meetings to discuss it in the 5 years after the war. Belgium's idea is to formulate a long-term plan of 30 to 50 years to slowly withdraw from Congo. The bottom line of the French is that they must wait until the African colonies are completely Frenchified before they will seriously consider the current colonial issue, and it is not certain whether they will leave. Portugal's attitude is very clear. There is no colony. Salazar believes that the colony is part of Portugal. As for us, Britain is actually the most open-minded. So there is no result from the discussion, right? Anna said in a tone that I knew it would be like this. Of course, at this meeting, Britain will propose to redivide administrative regions in consideration of the tragedy of the partition of India and Pakistan. Needless to say, France, Belgium, and Portugal disagree with this. Even the local elites in the current African colonies will not agree. Alan Wilson said with a look of longing, in the end, we will only carry out symbolic work under the opposition of these black elites, and the attempt to redivide administrative regions will suffer the most shameful failure. People can see that the borders of Africa are drawn very carelessly and haphazardly. This meeting will focus on solving this problem. Although it can be predetermined to fail now, whoever says that European colonial countries draw lines randomly in the future will use this meeting to shut the other party up. I thought you were going back to find those two female stars, but it turns out that there is really something going on. Anna not only met Pamela Mountbatten, who had been to Germany, but also knew that there were two female stars in Paris who had had a tryst with her man in Bonn. When mentioning these outsiders, her tone was a bit sour. Oh, dear, why are you talking about this? You are too unconfident about yourself. You are much younger than them. Although Alan Wilson was a little confused when he suddenly encountered emotional problems. But they are actresses, so beautiful. Anna counted on her fingers, saying sourly, men focus on two things, youth and beauty, ranking them in order. Wealth can be classified among other factors. Women value men for being rich and handsome, and youth is at least not as important as the first two factors. Alan Wilson said in a gentle and persuasive manner, so you sisters are all very young, there is no reason to worry. You also value age. Why didn't I see it before? Anna said suspiciously after hearing it, you won't comfort me. Who said I don't care about age? I have you sisters, and Pamela is younger than me. With this condition, I don't mind being with those actresses who are older than me. If you didn't exist, and I had to marry a woman who is more than 10 years older, I would definitely consider it. Listening to the man's trash talk, Anna had a new understanding of men's needs. I feel that those two actresses are at a disadvantage. No, let's stop here. Alan Wilson swallowed the words back when they came to his lips. He almost said in front of Anna that those women also had their own children. Alan Wilson believed that freeloading was the worst behavior. Men had an advantage in relationships between men and women, as long as the ratio of men to women in the country was not like in the previous life. Men in general countries had a significant advantage. If a couple did not want children when they were young, then the man could regret it at any time, but the woman did not have this ability, because after the age, the woman would not have the opportunity to regret it. If the man regretted it at that time, the situation of the woman who was no longer young would be extremely dangerous. But Alan Wilson could not say this in front of Anna, and Anna might not understand it at her age. Anna took two assistants from northern Rhodesia and boarded the plane back to Germany. Alan Wilson continued to pay attention to the progress of the second battle. At this point, it can be clearly said that the US military lost the second battle again and sold the Turkish brigade by the way. The reason why the battle continued was entirely MacArthur's personal problem. Alan Wilson remembered that the second battle lasted until Christmas Eve, until MacArthur said that the war would end on Christmas Eve. In mid-December, Alan Wilson and the two future Chinese leaders of Malaya had their last communication to discuss the time of action. Alan Wilson said, I will return to Europe before Christmas to participate in an opportunity. My suggestion is that you should take care of this matter 10 days after I leave. The timing is just right, and I have room to finish the work. What do you think? Lord Zhangtang, Su Yang and Shian Kai and Qiu were confused. Is there any need for this? Just follow my instructions. We share the risk of this matter. Alan Wilson had to remind them that the two sides were in a similar situation. It was not that the Chinese had to work hard and he had to count the money. The time was chosen because after the third battle, the US military even lost Seattle and almost went straight to the Busan Defense Circle. At that time, the US military was the most dejected. I wanted to say 2 more chapters, but after thinking about it, I decided not to. Chapter 584 Adley's visit to the United States. Before the third battle, the frustration spread throughout the US Army. It was also the time when the world's public opinion was in chaos. The information confusion was the most suitable time to take action. Alan Wilson remembered that it was also at this time that MacArthur threatened to use nuclear bombs, which led to British Prime Minister Attlee's special visit to Washington, bringing a group of countries to put pressure on him to end the dangerous idea of using nuclear weapons. Either don't do it, or do it big. Small fights are not Alan Wilson's style. The period after the end of the second battle is the best time to take action. The current situation is already very clear. Using traditional methods is not enough to keep Britain in British Malaya. He now has to do something big to make Britain's colonial rule in Malaya reasonable and legal. The so-called lives of hundreds of thousands of Japanese prisoners of war are a necessary price for this plan. He can't provoke the relationship between the Chinese and the Malays to become Hindus and pacifists. This would give him a reason to stay in Malaya for a long time. But Malaya's attempt to industrialize will be doomed to fail. How to complete industrialization in a place where two major ethnic groups are hostile to each other? He can't do it. Since he can't provoke the two major ethnic groups, these Japanese prisoners of war are the most suitable soft specimens. It is most appropriate to use it as a sacrifice and to operate the subsequent plan at the same time. As for the damage, Japan is a defeated country and should be mentally prepared to face everything. Remember, you must not massacre. A small number of deaths is acceptable. But you cannot massacre for the purpose. I can't save you in that way, so this matter is not so simple. Some people will come to guide you soon. But they will only guide you here, and you still have to rely on yourself to do it. After all, Alan Wilson is not a professional. Fortunately, there are professionals. Before in British India, he was cheated by the Slavs in northern Rhodesia. This time it is not so bad, but the nature of the matter is the same. Alan Wilson also unceremoniously asked Grace to bring his confidants to guide. We made these prisoners of war disabled. A trace of murderous intent flashed across Su Yang's face. When we came to Malaya, we didn't expect that we could wait until this day. I can understand your feelings. After all, you don't have a chance to deal with so many Japanese at once. Alan Wilson has no intention of exposing the scar, but it is the fact. The artillery party is not as good as the industrial capacity of the Qing dynasty. It is really sorry for the people who resisted the invasion under its call. I was submissive to the Japanese army, but I struck hard at the anti-Japanese element. Alan Wilson explained his bottom line. There must not be large-scale deaths. If such serious consequences occur, it is beyond his scope to cover up. The participants can choose a way to die in the Qing dynasty law currently implemented in Malaya. Once a large-scale massacre occurs, Malaya is not in a war period, and this nature is very bad. The two future Chinese leaders nodded, and Alan Wilson continued, my friend will be here soon. You will meet him at that time. He will contact me alone. Grace Mihajlovic, who was preparing to resume her old business in Malaya, was almost destined to be the second-generation leader of the Chetniks. Before meeting Alan Wilson, she did not expect that the other party would let her resume her old business. Commissioner Allen, I don't understand. This is a big risk for you. With your position in Whitehall, you can make money here. It's not your fault if you become independent. Anyway, British India finally became independent. After listening, Grace looked at Alan Wilson with surprise, as if she didn't know this person. Oh, my friend, there is such a thing as patriotism in this world. I'm willing to take certain risks in my future to create an excuse for the British Empire to rule Malaya for a long time. Alan Wilson said this indifferently, and I have been tricked by you once. In northern Rhodesia, you took advantage of the Indian incident to cleanse the black tribes in the country. The difficulty this time is much lower than last time. It's just to destroy a group of prisoners of war. It's not difficult for you. One person at a time, and the two sides can be bound more firmly. Alan Wilson felt it was fair and said calmly, if the Chetniks cannot show professionalism this time, I will be very disappointed. Your previous cleansing of the black tribes may be exposed. By then, the nearby colonies will be independent. Will they be besieged by black countries? Dear Commissioner Allen, our friend of the Slavs, my father has always been very supportive of the Commissioner to play a greater role in the UK. After listening to Grace, she became much more understanding and said with a firm tone, "You can rest assured to leave it to us, but I want to see the leader who did it. This is not too much. It's not too much." Alan Wilson was very pleased with the good communication and said, "Think about it, we can still help each other. This time I returned to Europe to discuss African issues with other colonial countries, right?" Grace's meeting with Su Yang and others can be said to have made Su Yang and others feel a little relieved. Just the appearance of Alan Wilson has always made them worry about being betrayed. Now that there are more people joining the action, and they are all white, the leaders of several Chinese workers are relieved. But they don't know that Grace is not British. It is still too difficult for Chinese to distinguish the difference between European whites from their appearance. A plan gradually took shape. After deciding on a single line contact method between Grace and Alan Wilson, he finally prepared to set off to return to Europe. It was the last day of the second battle. Along with the cessation of the fighting, there was also the news of the death of Walker, the commander of the 8th Army of the United States. Alan Wilson, who bought a newspaper before boarding the plane, happened to see the news. "Is it destined? I thought you would not die. It seems that to bring greater changes to the world, we still have to work harder." On Christmas Day, the war on the peninsula did not end as Emperor MacArthur said, but Alan Wilson had already stepped on the land of Europe. The war on the peninsula was full of headlines in newspapers in various countries. It was not for any other reason, but it was related to Emperor MacArthur. After the second battle, the US South Korean coalition forces had completely retreated to the 38th parallel and spit out all the results after the Incheon landing. Along with the death of Army Commander Walker, the Turkish participating troops were completely wiped out, and a series of other blows. The bold words of ending the war before Christmas became more well known in this time and space. The Soviet camp countries seized on this point and embarrassed MacArthur. But this is not the reason why MacArthur is also well known in Europe. He became a headline star in Europe because MacArthur said he would use nuclear weapons. MacArthur was a very proud man because he had a glorious history. MacArthur was a well-deserved hero in World War II. After occupying Japan, he became the commander-in-chief of the Allied forces in Japan. Even the Japanese did not hide their admiration for him and regarded him as a hero. Of course, MacArthur was not only proud of these. He was the youngest president of the United States Military Academy at West Point, the youngest brigadier general in the United States, the youngest army chief of staff, and a 5-star general. MacArthur, who had lost 2 battles in a row, thought of how to use nuclear bombs to force Japan to surrender and asked President Truman for instructions. Truman, at a White House press conference, tried to use nuclear bombs. The words of using nuclear bombs from Truman's mouth immediately made Europe explode. European countries such as Britain, France, Italy, and Austria had just come out of the pain of World War II, so they used major newspapers to publish comments, angrily condemning the US nuclear war plan for expanding the war to Europe. Isn't it just because you were laughed at for saying that the war would end on Christmas? What's the big deal? Alan Wilson, who arrived in London, sold several different newspapers, all of which reported Truman and MacArthur's remarks on the use of nuclear bombs. Taking these newspapers home, Pamela Mountbatten, dressed in a formal suit, threw herself directly into the man's arms, and also noticed the newspaper in the man's hand. "Dear, you still don't forget to pay attention to national affairs at this time." Of course I don't want to pay attention, but who dares not to pay attention? Alan Wilson raised the newspaper in his hand and said helplessly, "If the Americans use nuclear bombs, the Soviet Union's nuclear bombs may still not reach the United States, but won't we suffer?" That's right, I don't know if it's too late to go to Australia for refuge now. You should stay in Malaya. Why come back at such a dangerous time? Pamela Mountbatten's tone was a little blaming. "I'm back to attend the Brussels conference." Alan Wilson sat on the sofa holding his fiancee's hand, and suddenly a light bulb went off in his head and asked, "Honey, if your father was in MacArthur's position, would you use nuclear weapons after the defeat?" "If it's against Japan, I think so." Pamela Mountbatten's answer was a little uncertain. "Just pretend I didn't ask." Alan Wilson smiled bitterly. It seems that similar people always make similar decisions, but they are facing different objects. After a period of parallel jogging, Pamela Mountbatten lay down with satisfaction. Alan Wilson rushed to Whitehall without stopping to prepare the agenda of the Brussels conference. For this meeting, Alan, you and the member states will come up with a draft, and the Prime Minister will look at it when he comes back. Norman Brooke said directly, indicating that this meeting would be chaired by Alan Wilson. Is there something the Prime Minister needs? Alan Wilson narrowed his eyes and spoke in surprise. Didn't they say before that the Prime Minister would also attend the meeting? That's what the telegram said before I came back. Hundreds of Labour Party members of the House of Commons have jointly called on the Prime Minister to visit Washington temporarily and ask Truman to make a guarantee not to use nuclear weapons. Otherwise, the issue of military alliance and merger of occupation zones will be postponed indefinitely. I see. Alan Wilson nodded, wondering if the Prime Minister would feel like the glorious days had returned. Chapter 585. The US Army is okay. By the way, you should have heard about it, right? What do you think of the opponents of the United Nations Army? How strong is their fighting force? Norman Brooke wanted to ask the opinion of this Oriental expert. What do you think? In today's world, if we abandon air support, logistics support and heavy firepower, considering the scale, it should be the ground force second only to the Soviet Red Army. Alan Wilson showed a trace of thought on his face and gave the evaluation of Americans after the Korean War. So strong? Norman Brooke smiled with surprise. This evaluation is not low. So compared with the Soviet Red Army, how strong do you think they are? Dear Cabinet Secretary, this is a very sharp question. Let me think about it. Alan Wilson began to convert in his mind. During the Sino-Soviet confrontation, the deployment of troops in a certain major country in the 1970s was 6.1 million, most of which were concentrated in the north. Even if half of them were used to guard against the Soviet Union, the Soviet Union had 1.2 million troops in the entire Asian territory, of which 600,000 were close to the border, and there were also an unknown number of KGB border guards. Count a little more, and the first wave of troops deployed was 800,000. If a stalemate can be achieved, the exchange ratio should be 1:4. Alan Wilson finally gave a fairly appropriate answer. This exchange ratio is actually similar to the exchange ratio of the US military in the Korean War. Norman Brooke nodded, and Alan Wilson breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had fooled his boss. He said that a stalemate could be maintained, but in fact, no one in the world today can maintain a stalemate with the Soviet Union on the ground. Once the Soviet Red Army breaks through and marches straight in, the end is extremely miserable. He didn't dare to tell the truth in front of Norman Brooke, because now in Europe, there is also a country that is confronting the Soviet ground forces, Britain. So he said that the combat effectiveness of the Soviet Red Army is similar to that of the US military. This is also a cunning comparison. No military service can compare with the threat of the army. The United States is an exception. The Soviet Union's world's largest airborne army cannot send airborne troops to the United States, but it can send them to the United Kingdom. After all, the English Channel and the Atlantic Ocean are not comparable. If it were an ordinary country's airborne troops, it would not be worth worrying about, but the Soviet airborne troops had 15 divisions, more than 200,000 people. Alan Wilson was a little ashamed of raising the ground combat capability of the US military to such a level. MacArthur was so angry that he was about to call for the use of nuclear weapons to solve the problem. Norman Brooke also mentioned MacArthur and came back to his senses a little, but the US military seems to be embarrassed now. The combat capability of the US military is beyond doubt. I personally think it is the problem of the commander-in-chief. As we all know, General MacArthur has been humiliated in Asia. Alan Wilson resolutely maintained the special relationship between Britain and the United States. The combat capability of the US military is beyond doubt. MacArthur has a big problem. Norman Brooke reluctantly agreed to this statement and finally stopped worrying about the combat capability of the US military. When mentioning MacArthur, it was not because the British Empire cared about him, but because this was the source of the Prime Minister's temporary visit. If there had not been any talk of using nuclear weapons in Washington, Prime Minister Attlee would not have been in a hurry to visit the United States. After the two battles, the US military was in a state of disgrace, just like the scenario of retreating all the way to Busan when the war started. At this time, the United States claimed to use nuclear weapons forcing Prime Minister Attlee to start his diplomatic mediation. Britain was not the only country to respond to the United States' use of nuclear weapons. At this time, powerful countries were also making diplomatic efforts, suggesting that both sides cease fire and maintain the military demarcation line before the war. Before Prime Minister Attlee arrived in the United States, the US military had just given up all the results after the Incheon landing, and the news of the death of the commander of the 8th Army, Walker, came. Truman declared a national state of emergency, demanding that the American people make any necessary sacrifices for the Korean War. At the same time, he decided to establish the National Defense Mobilization Bureau, expand the conscription plan and arms production, and require the US military to increase from the current 2.5 million to 3.5 million, and increase the production capacity of aircraft and tanks by 5 times and 4 times respectively within 1 year. Immediately afterwards, Washington announced a grant of $20 billion to support the war. Prime Minister Attlee arrived in Washington on this occasion. Alan Wilson estimated that the Prime Minister's trip to the United States this time might only be an effort to get the United States to guarantee that it would not use nuclear weapons, because before Attlee arrived in Washington, the US government had already done everything it should do. The current Prime Minister's trip abroad to maintain peace has certainly aroused the concern of British citizens. After all, the approval rating of the current government is very high, and it has previously prevented Britain from falling into the vortex of war again. Now Attlee is going abroad again to work for peace, and has received overwhelming praise from British public opinion. It is a vast majority. In a country like Britain, there is no shortage of people who complain and say strange things under the guise of freedom of speech. They are not necessarily conservatives, because the conservatives also agree with Attlee's efforts to avoid intervening in the war. The Conservative Party's spray point is on another aspect. Mr. Churchill, a senior member of the House of Commons, said that if he were Prime Minister, he would not only avoid sending ground troops, but also would not send naval and air forces. The Labour Party still compromised in the face of pressure from the United States, and so on. The matter of Korea is irrelevant now. I didn't hear of such a damn place until I was 76 years old. Churchill said this arrogantly in front of all the members of the House of Commons. When Attlee arrived in Washington, the United States was holding a grand funeral for Walker, the commander of the 8th Army. At this time, Alan Wilson was also busy with his own affairs, preparing for the Brussels conference, and visiting Audrey Hepburn, who had not seen her for a long time. Audrey Hepburn was excited about the man's return. He helped her too much. Women have a certain admiration for men. Alan Wilson went to Asia as a commissioner, which made Audrey Hepburn recognize his career. The two had endless things to say when they met. Why are you asking about the war now? Alan Wilson was really surprised to hear Audrey Hepburn asking about the situation in the Far East. Others say that it may cause the Third World War, and I'm a little afraid. Audrey Hepburn was a little embarrassed. Humanity will perish, right? Ordinary people understand this, so how can the leaders of the great powers not understand it? Our Prime Minister is visiting Washington with this purpose this time. Alan Wilson expressed cautious optimism in front of the goddess. We must believe in the ability of politicians. I don't know why. Alan Wilson felt that his words were a little hypocritical, and he was the least believer in such words. He believed in the aristocracy, believed in monarchy, and didn't believe in the so-called ability of politicians. But it was not entirely true, because after he returned to the country, he got data from Whitehall. Last year, the UK's fiscal surplus was £500 million, which seemed insignificant compared to the figure of $20 billion just allocated by the United States. But this is already the largest surplus in a single year in the UK since the war, and now Prime Minister Attlee's largest nationalisation expenditure has been completed. Even if the pressure from Europe increases, military spending will definitely increase, but it will not cause a fiscal deficit. In general, Alan Wilson believed that Prime Minister Attlee, who had already visited, would also take a deep breath when he saw the $20 billion in war expenditure that Washington had just allocated. What if it was the UK? If the UK sent troops, even if it was just a symbolic one, the surge in expenditure would not be a small amount. The fiscal surplus in the past year was only £500 million, and it would soon become a deficit. Audrey. Alan Wilson expressed his desire to get close to her and wanted to dance ballet with the bowl flower. Hate it. Always thinking about this every day, and you just came back. Audrey Hepburn's face was full of blush and whispered, "You will affect your image in my heart." Alan Wilson used practical actions to show that things like image or not are actually not important at all. The atmosphere between the two gradually heated up, and a short separation was better than a new marriage. At this time, because of the death of Walker, the commander of the 8th Army, a new commander was taking office. Ridgway, who arrived in Japan, had a detailed discussion with MacArthur. Also present were Lieutenant General Turner Joy, the commander of the Navy in the Far East, and Lieutenant General George Stuttermeyer, the commander of the Air Force in the Far East. Before noon, Ridgway's mind was filled with answers to all kinds of questions that could be asked, and all the intelligence information that others thought he needed. At noon, Ridgway had already set off for Haneda Airport, preparing to take a flight to Korea. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon of the same day, Ridgway stepped off the plane and stepped onto the tarmac of Daegu, shivering slightly in the bright winter sunshine. It was similar to Alan Wilson, who had just arrived in Brussels. After all, it was the end of December now. Although the climate in Europe was good, it was not comparable to Malaya at the equator. Alan Wilson, who had returned to Europe a few days ago, always recalled the bright sun in British Malaya, especially at this time of year. The United States was tied up in the war, which was a good thing for Alan Wilson. The United States was very important in this world, and the Soviet Union was also very important, but it would be great if there were no United States in the Soviet Union. The economic cooperation part of this Brussels conference did not include him, the colonial commissioner, and naturally other important civil servants in Whitehall were responsible for it. He was responsible for the part about the Second Berlin Conference. At this time, Attlee, who had already arrived in Washington, was conveying the concerns of European countries about Truman's previous remarks on the use of nuclear weapons, and asked Truman to clarify his previous remarks and control the scale of the war. Attlee succeeded in this regard. Truman's tentative remarks had received feedback, so in front of Attlee, Truman insisted that this was a police action with only some mistakes. Chapter 586 Agree in Principle. At this time, Attlee had a face full of approval, thinking that I admired your similarity with Churchill, who was also so obsessed with face that he would suffer in his life. Churchill also felt that the British Empire was still at its peak and spent the last pound without restraint. History would not repeat itself simply, of course, but if the Americans insisted on proving that the US military was invincible, since the British Army did not participate in the war, he had no reason to object as the British Prime Minister. Of course, Congressman Churchill still recognized that the United States was willing to shoulder greater international responsibilities in the world. It's just that in the direction of Europe, I bluntly say that if Britain fights the Soviet Union alone, it is beyond Britain's national strength at this stage. Britain wants to stabilize the situation in Europe, but it cannot do without the help of the United States. Knowing that Truman had approved a special expenditure of $20 billion to support this so-called police operation, before he got off the plane, Attlee expressed envy on the surface, and in fact he was really envious. Several years of World War have fattened up this American country across the Atlantic Ocean. Attlee knew in his heart that the current British Army still relied on the accumulation of previous wars. Once this accumulation is used up, it will be difficult for Britain to guarantee the current scale of military strength. Truman also made definite assurances to Attlee on the issues that European countries are generally concerned about. The use of nuclear weapons is just a misunderstanding, and the United States will not use nuclear weapons. But Attlee mentioned other issues, such as the legitimate seat of a certain major power in the United Nations, and the fact that a certain major power and the Soviet Union are not simply dependent on each other, but Truman could not listen to them. At present, the Republican Party is making a lot of nonsense in the United States, and the internet celebrity originator Mei Hong is constantly making noises. President Truman is not in a good situation and his approval rating is falling all the way. The situation forced him to show his determination to face difficulties and not show even a little concession. In addition to the promise not to use nuclear weapons, Attlee got nothing, which also reflects the current comparison of national strength between the United States and Britain. In name, the two countries are still equal allies, but it is an indisputable fact that there are strong and weak countries. At present, asking the United States not to use nuclear weapons is itself the biggest purpose of Attlee's visit. As for the others, he has already stated Britain's claims, and there is nothing Truman can do if he doesn't listen. In Brussels, Belgium, opposite Alan Wilson, who was holding a bottle of water, was Lord Sheffield Maggins, who was also drinking afternoon tea. The meeting on economic and trade cooperation was of course part of the meeting, or even the main part. After all, the Brussels Treaty Organization is not all colonial countries. Countries like Sweden have a neutral policy and do not participate in the joint defense. They just come here to talk business. The current situation in Northern Europe is similar to history. Sweden is armed and neutral. Finland maintains sovereignty and independence and does not ally with the West. Norway, Denmark, and Iceland promise not to pose a threat to the security of the Soviet Union. The balance of Northern Europe is conducive to maintaining regional stability and peace. The Nordic balance strategy is completely different from the scene after the Cold War when the whole of Europe was biting around Russia. In the final analysis, the Soviet Union was too strong. The current Sweden is not weak. With the end of World War II, Canada began to reduce its military strength. After all, it is not wise to rely on the United States to develop military strength. Sweden's military expenditure is increasing year by year due to the hostility between the two camps. The current Swedish Air Force is the fourth largest air force in the world, after the United States, the Soviet Union and the United Kingdom. The number of aircraft exceeds that of France, ranking fourth in the world. The number of first-line fighters remains above 1,000. Why did Alan Wilson know about this? Because although Sweden is a neutral country on the surface, it shares defense plans with Britain privately. Sweden generally leaves the work of unarmed neutrality to Denmark and Norway, and the part of being friendly to the Soviet Union is left to Finland. Generally speaking, the Nordic balance is centered on Sweden, which is more inclined to Western Europe. There is no NATO at present, so the military technology needed for Sweden's armed neutrality is mainly provided by Britain. In terms of the domestic atmosphere in Sweden alone, Britain has greater influence than the United States and the Soviet Union. Sweden joined the Marshall Plan with Norway and Denmark, but still never mentioned military cooperation. At this time, Britain came up with an idea: since the three Nordic countries will never join the military group with Britain, the United States and the Soviet Union, let them just stick together. This idea was supported by the British Foreign Ministry and the military, who believed that under the leadership of Sweden, a small country like Denmark could also say no to the Soviet Union. Moreover, no one in the Western camp is an enemy of the three Nordic countries, so if this defense alliance can really succeed, it will not be hostile to itself. Therefore, Britain should make efforts to bring about defense cooperation among the three Nordic countries. However, the military proposed that this defense alliance must receive assistance from the West, otherwise it would not be able to effectively resist the Soviet Union. The current approach to Nordic countries ends here. Britain and Sweden maintain defense cooperation, especially in the field of Navy and Air Force. Maggins is the British representative in charge of the European Economic Conference. During the busy working hours, he sat down with Alan Wilson. Seeing Alan Wilson holding a glass of bottled water, Maggins couldn't help but joked, "Alan, how come you have been in Asia for so long that you have lost the habit of drinking afternoon tea?" "I didn't have it either." Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows, looked at Lord Sheffield's gradually thinning hair, and said calmly, "I see that Chinese people like to drink boiled water, so I tried it. After all, it's not a bad thing to follow the local customs. Most British men suffer from hair loss. It's not that the British genes like to lose their hair. In fact, foreigners who settle in the UK will soon join the ranks of hair loss. It's the water quality in the UK that is very calcium supplementing." For his own personal image, Alan Wilson could not appear in front of Vivian, Heidi, Ingrid and a series of women with a smooth forehead. So he did not drink the pure natural groundwater in the UK. The two chatted casually, and Magin said that with the Marshall Plan taking effect, British industrial products were under increasing competitive pressure, and exports were not as easy as in previous years. This is also the original intention of Whitehall, to approve the Malayan Development Plan. European countries have become a ruin, and their costs are lower than ours, and our labor costs are very high in Europe. I believe that the textile industry will be the most directly affected by competition. Alan Wilson expressed optimism when he said this. Once the situation in Malaya improves, European countries will find that it is useless for Britain to lower costs to seize the market. I hope so. Magnans nodded and said, in the current situation, the Netherlands and Belgium have recovered very quickly, and Germany is following closely behind. France is a step slower. The French are busy fighting, and a lot of military supplies are still provided by Malaya. Alan Wilson said directly, I know about this, but I will discuss this issue with the French in my meeting. But I believe that the French will definitely not listen to me. You want to fight the French? It's a pity that you don't have the power to command the Malayan army. Magnan smiled slightly and treated Alan Wilson's words as a joke. If the French are willing to ask for help, I can help the French communicate with General Bilton and send out battleships to blow Sagan into ruins. It depends on whether the French are willing to do so. After taking a sip of the bottled water he brought with him, Alan Wilson said calmly, but it would be best if we do it ourselves when the French retreat, burying explosives to destroy Sagan. Maybe it can make the Vietnamese sober up. Alan, if the British Empire has to withdraw from Malaya, will you do this? Maggins asked. I have other ways. If it really doesn't work in the end, of course I will. Alan Wilson chuckled. On the last day of 1950, the meeting to discuss colonial affairs finally got the turn of Alan Wilson, who had been waiting for a long time. The main theme of this meeting was that in view of the painful lessons of the partition of India and Pakistan, the colonial powers involved should take greater responsibility in the process of decolonization. This kind of occasion of being both a leader and a politician is very suitable for Great Britain. Great Britain usually does bad things first, and then prohibits them from continuing to do bad things. For example, the recent uproarious surrender of the American black troops has basically nothing to do with Britain. Although the early triangular trade was related to Britain, Britain was also the first country to ban triangular trade. When Britain banned triangular trade, it was still nearly 50 years before the Civil War. After that, the black problem in the United States had nothing to do with Britain. It was the Americans who did this under moral pressure. At the beginning of the meeting, Alan Wilson expounded on Britain's colonial policy and stated that at the appropriate time, the colonies would become independent countries on the premise of avoiding the recurrence of the tragedy of the partition of India and Pakistan. Of course, Britain will remember its responsibilities to the friendly countries present. So I also want to hear everyone's ideas. Alan Wilson officially started this colonial conference with a very moral benchmark. Its main purpose is to gradually integrate African colonies into modern society in the next 50 years. In principle, Britain is willing to see the colonies become independent immediately, but objective facts cannot ignore the current colonies, especially the backward living environment of African colonies. At this stage, Africans cannot manage themselves, so the colonial powers present must shoulder the moral responsibility and temporarily manage them. The French came to their senses first, saying that France, like Britain, also dislikes the current situation in principle, but the objective environment has forced them to continue to take responsibility. Those tribes speak different languages and cannot even communicate with each other. If we leave unilaterally, we may fall into war. Yes, we will definitely fall into war. Alan Wilson corrected calmly. Representatives from the Netherlands, Belgium, and Portugal also nodded, saying that their countries were also at a loss for this problem and could only use time to slowly teach them. Dear partners, in principle, we all agree that this situation cannot continue. However, objective facts are in front of us, and we still have to bear common obligations. Alan Wilson said compassionately, we can't just ignore them. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 587, India's Movement. Of course. Representatives from other countries said in unison, pointing out that the overseas territories are poor and backward, and that they must have basic self-management and economic cycles to be truly independent. Alan Wilson smiled and listened to the complaints of the representatives of these countries. To be honest, he did not expect that the law of the crow standing on the pig would appear so soon. Even if he came to complain about the third world, he might not find so many words. In essence, this meeting was not to constrain another country present. The proposal put forward by Alan Wilson was actually used to constrain Britain. As we all know, Britain was the first country in Europe to allow the independence of its colonies, almost going with the flow. Most of the efforts to protect Britain's traditional influence in the colonies were concentrated before the Suez Canal War. After the Nassau Agreement in 1962, even the superficial work was not done. The collapse of British Africa first will inevitably affect other European countries. Just like the disintegration of the Soviet Union, the socialism in Eastern Europe is doomed to collapse. Britain can't stand it, and other European colonial countries can't stand it either. In history, Britain was the first to be unable to stand it, so this meeting is to come up with a framework for common advancement and retreat. Then let the colonies be independent at the same time, or let them go. No colonial country, including Britain, should think of jumping ship first. The first day's meeting has set the tone for the next few days. After the meeting, Maggins listened to Alan Wilson's proposal and said arrogantly, "Doesn't this put us, Britain, and other countries on the same level? My lord, a discussion of equal status will ultimately lead to nothing." Alan Wilson said with a smug smile, "There are so many people talking, and every country has different ideas. No one can withdraw at that time. The French want to fully Frenchify their overseas territories. God knows how long it will take them to do it. I don't think they can think about it for 30 to 50 years. What about the Portuguese? Anyway, I remember that the Portuguese government does not recognize colonies, and on the current subcontinent, because Goa has high quality iron ore, Goa is now developing quite well. The Portuguese have benefits in Goa, so how can it be easy to withdraw?" Alan Wilson mentioned the attitudes of several countries. As for Portugal alone, as long as Salazar is not dead, there should be nothing to worry about. Salazar can live at least another 20 years. It was the 1970s by then, and they had made enough money. So if we want to give up a colony in the future, we have to consider the attitude of other countries. Maggins frowned and asked back, "Yeah?" Alan Wilson smiled and nodded. "This framework is mainly to fit Britain in. Of course, Britain now doesn't think there is anything wrong. It's a different time. Britain is still trying its best to maintain its influence, and won't think of Britain's free fall movement in the future. The Overseas Colonial Commissioner is very eager for me to do this well." Alan Wilson said with a heavy attitude, "I can't live up to the expectations of my colleagues." This is the proposition that the Colonial Commissioner had already decided at the Zanzibar conference. It's just that it was formally proposed at the Brussels conference, which also represents the collective interests of overseas civil servants. The package plan on how to develop Africa, support education and enrich entertainment is the main agenda of the meeting on the second day. There is no demand to create demand. The British idea is to start with sports. Africa has been at the bottom of the world for hundreds of years, and its self-esteem has been extremely fragile. And through sports competitions, it is theoretically the easiest way to stimulate self-esteem. As for the French, they said that they would definitely promote financial support for French. Alan Wilson expressed his approval. The French have always been obsessed with the promotion of French, not to mention the long history of European court languages. Culturally, France has been sparing no effort to protect and expand the French field, constantly issuing French standards to ensure the purity and accuracy of France, and relying on political manipulation to ensure that the vast quasi-colonies use French as the official language. People think that French is widely used in diplomacy and law because it is precise, but this is not the case. French is actually much more vague than English, but this also happens to be the advantage of French. Diplomatic law is never precise, and they need a lot of ambiguity. Diplomatic rhetoric and legal provisions, when vague, must rely on the institutions where they are located to make interpretations. and the right of interpretation gives them an advantage. This is why French is popular in diplomatic occasions. Simply put, it is a good language for rhetoric. The French are obsessed with promoting French, and even abolished the Chinese character variants in Vietnam, and recreated a set of alphabet systems, which can be seen from this. However, regarding the Vietnam incident alone, Alan Wilson does not think that the French have done anything wrong, nor does it exist that the Vietnamese alphabetization will cause much trouble. French is a very mature language, so it is a piece of cake to create a set of characters for a nation. The disadvantages of Vietnamese alphabetization only exist on the internet of a certain big country, and its main function is to find a reason to ridicule Vietnamese. The only language that really has problems due to immature characters is Korean. The different attitudes towards South Korea and Vietnam fully reflect the preference for the rich over the poor. The minutes of this meeting on colonial development were, of course, handed over to the French for publication. Alan Wilson believes that the French will definitely come up with a public declaration that is full of rhetoric. In principle, the public declaration is that the 6 countries of Britain, France, Spain, Portugal, the Netherlands and Belgium have noticed the needs of overseas territories and are working on improvements. As for how to improve, there is no need for people in overseas territories to know. Each country also has its own development plan. This meeting is just a joint declaration, but it will not interfere with what the colonial countries do. Its main function is to constrain them not to ignore the interests of other colonial countries and unilaterally and irresponsibly allow overseas territories to become independent. Before making such a decision, they must obtain the understanding of other colonial countries, especially Britain and France. Regarding the development plan of the United Kingdom alone, Alan Wilson tends to develop real estate and use African resources to support the industrialization of Malaya. Then the capitals of the major colonies will appear, and a city with good hardware will appear in return. Anyway, it is not a large-scale urbanization construction. One city is left in one colony, which is absolutely fair. It is enough to show the role of Britain as a window for the construction of colonies. Don't say that Britain has nothing left for the colonies. On the last day of 1950, Pamela Mountbatten, who knew that Alan Wilson was in Brussels, came here to celebrate the new year with her fiancé. As the most well-known model of Earth transformation in Europe, Pamela Mountbatten naturally received courtesy from many people, especially the French, who are very enthusiastic about Pamela Mountbatten's Libya development plan, expressed that they will definitely support this development at the government level. I heard that Miss Mountbatten's exploration company has obtained the exploration rights of the North Sea. Alan, do you know? Maggins, who was with Alan Wilson, looked at the very popular Pamela Mountbatten and asked in a low voice, "Of course I know, it was me who ordered it." Alan Wilson tilted his head and looked at Maggins, shook his head firmly and asked, "Can oil be developed in the North Sea? Are you mistaken? There are so many storms in this place. I thought you knew." Maggins shook his head. "It seems you don't have any inside information for me. I'm sorry, I don't ask about the wealth of the Mountbatten family." Alan Wilson looked pitiful, as if the son-in-law's meal was unpalatable, but he immediately returned to his calm expression, which made Maggins more imaginative and embarrassed to ask. After a while, Pamela Mountbatten, wearing fur, walked slowly and ran straight to Alan Wilson. "By the way," she greeted Maggins, "Lord Sheffield, how are you recently? Fortunately, I won't bother you." Maggins nodded slightly and left this place to the couple. "How do you think of my fur? Isn't it beautiful?" Pamela Mountbatten came up immediately when she saw others leaving. "It mainly depends on who is wearing it." Alan Wilson looked at Pamela Mountbatten and said meaningfully, "It's so touching that you can come to Brussels. It's what I should do." Pamela Mountbatten directly took her fiancé's hand and then whispered, "I have news. It's about you and the Americans." Huh. Alan Wilson was a little confused. He actually had the opportunity to appear in the same sentence with an American. The only person he knew was Vivienne Leigh, who was still in the United States. Thinking of this, Alan Wilson swallowed unconsciously and asked tentatively, "What's the matter? You also know that not everyone has left India. Very few British people are working for the Indian government. According to our information, New Delhi seems to have wanted to confiscate the Miss Orion, or in a recent meeting, Pamela Mountbatten's words made Alan Wilson breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out that her relationship with the British treasure was not discovered. She said indifferently, "A powerful country seems to think that the US military can be manipulated at will after losing 2 battles, right? Now is really a good opportunity. The United States has been caught in a war, at least in an unfavorable situation at the moment. There was no time to withdraw at this time. It was indeed a very good opportunity. If the United States put pressure on India because of an iron ore, the Soviet Union would be very happy. Do you think New Delhi really dares?" Pamela Mountbatten asked. "Does this mean that my industry in India is also in danger?" "No, not the pharmaceutical industry. Iron ore is really important to a country." Alan Wilson thought for a while and said, "As for the question of whether you dare or not, I think it really dares." Chapter 588 Headlines. For a country, the importance of coal and iron cannot be overemphasized. Just look at how much France cares about the coal and iron community. Nehru is not Gandhi who wants to turn India into a big rural area. He must be very clear about the importance of a good iron ore. How could he tolerate such a good quality iron ore being controlled by foreigners for a long time? Even if this country is the United States, as far as the current international situation is concerned, it can be said that it is very beneficial to India. The United States is trapped in the Far East and cannot move. Europe, which is extremely important to both the United States and the Soviet Union, is still in confrontation. The current international environment is relatively favorable to India. If Nehru wants to take risks at this time, the risks are relatively small. As for whether he dares, although Patel, the leader of the conservative faction of the Indian National Congress, has just died, the conservatives have not disappeared. The power of the conservatives in India has always been very strong. Even if Nehru has concerns, the conservatives will push him to take risks, not to mention that the risks are not as big as imagined. Pamela Mountbatten listened to her in case analysis and nodded continuously. It seems that once India grows up, it will be really difficult to deal with. India, which has a better foundation, cannot be said to have never developed, but it has indeed not had much impact on Europe and the United States. With India, which first attracted the attention, Europe and the United States naturally felt that China's development would not subvert the world order. Even after the Korean War, India's international status was still higher than that of China. The same is true for various national indicators. Hey, the telegram that Alan asked me to pass on to you was sent by a person named Grace. The two returned to the hotel where they were staying together. Pamela Mountbatten took out the telegram and handed it to Alan Wilson. "Oh, let me see." Alan Wilson quickly scanned the telegram and found 2 things. The first thing was that Ali Khan was very interested in Sabah, and the second thing was indeed Grace's short sentence. Everything was ready. After reading the telegram, Alan Wilson thought for a while and said, "I plan to adjust the administrative districts of British Malaya, merge part of Sabah into Sarawak, and then give some land to Brunei. You also know that Brunei has been divided into 2 unconnected parts, which is very inconvenient. Then will my territory expand or shrink?" Pamela Mountbatten asked the main question directly. "It should be expanded a little." Alan Wilson took off his coat and answered calmly, "Together?" Pamela Mountbatten was of course willing to take a bath with her fiancé. She liked the feeling of being hugged by Alan Wilson while taking a bath. It was very comfortable. The world news of this day was the 3rd battle that started non-stop after the first 2 battles. The 3rd battle was not long in fact, but from the perspective of hindsight, it was the first time that a flaw appeared. It was observed by Ridgway, who had just taken office, that the enemy's logistics could only sustain the attack for about a week. This is also the origin of the Sunday offensive in Ridgway's mouth. Of course, this was also discovered by Ridgway after the 3rd battle. At that time, only Ridgway and the US military command discovered this, while MacArthur and other senior officials were kept in the dark. By the time of the 4th battle, Ridgway verified his speculation. From then on, the US military had a good idea of the next battle, and there was no more scene of hasty retreat when surrounded. So this is the best opportunity. On New Year's Day, Alan Wilson used the previously agreed code and sent a public telegram to wish the subjects of the British Malayan Empire a Happy New Year, which was considered a formal signal for Grace to take action. Grace, who received the signal, must take action within a week. At the beginning of the new year, British Malaya will officially start the repatriation of prisoners of war at the request of the Japanese government. After that, Alan Wilson sent a circle of telegrams to Bonn, Los Angeles, Paris, and London, and then celebrated the new year with Pamela Mountbatten in Brussels. On the first day of the new year, the two were busy with other things. Thanks to the war appropriation and mobilization of US President Truman, US steel stocks rose sharply. Alan Wilson and Pamela Mountbatten reduced their steel stocks to cash out. Originally, they wanted to cash out all of them, but because Pamela Mountbatten had just received news from New Delhi that India might take back the Mysore iron ore, it was impossible to judge what impact it would have for a while, so Pamela Mountbatten kept half of the steel stocks. Alan Wilson was much more secretive. After all, he had been the governor of Newfoundland, so naturally someone helped him with the stock matters. Pamela Mountbatten was not aware of the shares held by her fiancé. Since the war, the US stocks held by the Mountbatten family at that time have been gradually reduced, and the cash obtained from cashing out has also become the source of the Mountbatten family's rising wealth. Now Alan Wilson is not just the kind of son-in-law he played in front of his colleagues in Whitehall in the Mountbatten family. It can be said that he was very prestigious. Although he had not married Pamela Mountbatten yet, as time went by, Pamela Mountbatten's dependence on him increased. It was also on January 1, 1951, when the two were looking forward to a new year and a new atmosphere, and talked about the fact that the Emerald House was almost completed, and they were going to get married on a certain day. Explosive news came from the subcontinent. Indian Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Nehru announced the nationalization of the Mysore iron mine, which was a blow to Washington, which was expanding its military. Before the outbreak of the war, the US military had only 1.3 million troops on its books, and even the defense of Europe was not sufficient. After MacArthur's call for expansion, Truman's mobilization order after the second battle began to expand again on this basis. It was certainly a signal that the United States began to seriously fight, and it also brought up various military-related stocks, especially steel stocks, and at this time, such a backstab by a powerful country caused steel stocks on the New York Stock Exchange to plummet. Even Pamela Mountbatten, who returned to London, complained that she should have sold them all before. It's only been a day, and the subsequent impact is not yet visible. Wait a minute. Alan Wilson comforted softly. Nehru's move may only cause a short-term impact. After all, the United States is not short of iron ore. The quality may not be as high as the Australian iron ore in your hands, but it can be used to support the war machine. I didn't expect it to be so fast. I just got the news, and New Delhi announced it so quickly. Pamela Mountbatten asked in confusion. It's absolutely impossible for this to happen in London. That's incredible, India. Alan Wilson smiled slightly. The commissioners of all colonies will return to London in the new year, mainly to prepare for the colonial commissioner meeting at the beginning of the year. In fact, everything that should be discussed has been discussed before. This time, the return is more like a routine vacation for the colonial commissioner. By the way, put the hard-earned harvest in the colonies in a reliable place. Every colleague showed the joy of harvest on his face, and firmly believed that the coming year would be better. Naturally, the confiscation of American iron ore by India in the war that started again were the focus of people's discussion. Everyone was very excited about the process of the US military's disgrace in the past 6 months. The father's concern for his son was evident in his words. Alan Wilson was just talking to his colleagues about developing real estate and setting benchmarks in the capitals of the colonies. Don't say that Britain has not developed the local economy. He thought that real estate development could be well planned. At this moment, British Malaya seemed to be calm and peaceful, compared to Nehru, who was still surrounded by expectations and praise in the war-torn peninsula. It was a peaceful time. The newspapers had published reports that Japanese prisoners of war were about to be repatriated, and the news that Japanese prisoners of war were about to return to their country had even spread to the prisoner of war camps. This seemed to be a good thing. But combined with the fact that the US military was beaten in the previous 2 battles, the Japanese prisoners of war were going to return home at this time. Let the undercurrent that appeared a few months ago surge again. The British Malaya Commissioner thousands of miles away, did not forget to send a telegram to express New Year's wishes in his busy schedule, so that Grace, who came to Asia on business, and the Slavs he brought with him, made the final action arrangements. I heard that you two were soldiers. Coincidentally, we were also soldiers. We have already discussed the basic discussion this time. I wish you all the best. Grace looked at Su Yang and Shian Kai and Q and added, you must show professionalism. This is also what the commissioner is very concerned about. At the beginning of the new year, the British troops stationed in Malaya were in a state of relaxation. The cold wind was howling in Europe thousands of miles away, but Malaya near the equator was still as hot as ever. With the arrival of the new year, compared with the American troops fighting in the cold weather, the British troops in Malaya had nothing to complain about. Lieutenant General Bilton, the commander of the garrison, also gave most of the British troops a holiday because of the coming of the new year. At this time, no one would have thought that British Malaya would soon grab the headlines of the Peninsular War and India. But it happened so suddenly. The Chinese community, with Chinese workers as the core, launched raids on major prisoner camps almost at the same time. The disadvantage of typing all night is that you can't see typos. Even if I read it once, before going to bed and think there are none, I will read it again, after waking up and there are so many. 300 words were cut off. Chapter 589. Yes, Commissioner. Regarding India's confiscation of the Mysore iron ore, we are of course willing to help inquire due to the special relationship between Britain and the United States, but to be fair, New Delhi should ignore our pressure. After all, India is independent, which is completely different from before independence. At the Whitehall Colonial Commissioner Conference, after the colonial development policy of real estate development was set, the energetic commissioners started to care about the former colonies because of India's current confiscation of American companies. Alan Wilson also joined the discussion, but as soon as he finished speaking, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and a Whitehall secretary walked in and handed a telegram to Norman Brooke. Norman Brooke, holding the telegram, quickly glanced at it, then looked at Alan Wilson and said, Alan, there is a mass incident in British Malaya. The prisoners in the Penang and Malacca prisoner of war camps were breached by the Chinese. There is no report of any losses so far. Is there such a thing? It's really shocking. Alan Wilson hurriedly read the telegram, his face as calm as water, but he said something no less shocking than the boss of the Ministry of Shock. Oh my god, unprecedented violence. With many movie queens teaching by example, Alan Wilson, although he had no waves in his heart and even wanted to laugh, still took out the performance that should be in line with the situation. What happened to the prisoners of war in Penang and Malacca was just a signal. The telegram that will come tomorrow, or what is happening in Malaya at this time, will be considered a full rollout. No reason was given. Alan Wilson turned around and spoke ignorantly. We don't know the real situation. We should contact the local British Army immediately. No one knew better than Alan Wilson how long it would take for the British troops stationed in Malaya to mobilize. There was no such thing as timely response. British Malaya should be in a state of chaos now. Should I return to Kuala Lumpur immediately and start a thorough investigation? Alan Wilson was eager to try. The quick response of the Imperial civil servants was reflected in him. Thorough investigation? Norman Brooke pondered for a moment and gave a very procedural suggestion. You can't investigate everything, right? What if something is found out? Dear sir, I was anxious for a while. Now I'm a little confused. Alan Wilson immediately showed his reliability. I think it should be Sukarno or the Indonesian Communist Party who took the infiltration. Why not the infiltration from the motherland of these Chinese? John retorted with a twitch of his mouth. Who would believe this statement? The infiltration of the Indonesians should be aimed at the Malays. China is too strong. Norman Brooke and Alan Wilson said in unison. Alan Wilson shut up at the right time, and Norman Brooke said calmly, although it is the tradition of the British Empire to help the weak and suppress the strong, everything has its limits. At present, with the war in the Far East still going on, it is not appropriate for Britain to intensify the situation at this time. Strictly speaking, the Penang and Malacca prisoners of war were just an appetizer. It is unrealistic to mobilize all the Chinese in Malaya at once. A spark can start a prairie fire. First, a fire is needed to let people know that something has happened, and then the second stage, although this second stage actually only lasts for one day. Even if there is only a 1-day interval, these are 2 stages. Grace seemed to have returned to the days when he followed his father to fight in the Balkans. Under the inspiration of the Kingdom of Yugoslavia, he launched a bloody massacre against the Croatians who colluded with Germany. Although he did not see it with his own eyes, he believed that this day would be known to the whole world like the colors of the festival for these Chinese. We should leave. The commissioner will contact us when the time comes to clear our traces. Let's go. Grace was responsible for facilitating and supervising the occurrence of things. As for what happened in the future, Alan Wilson had already said it before leaving, and the rest was left to him. I heard that all the major prisoner of war camps were besieged by Chinese. These Chinese had a purpose and beat the prisoners of war to pieces. The British Malayan colonial government, because the chief executive was absent, the East Malaysia Commissioner Redl rushed to Kuala Lumpur to discuss with Elisa. The current preliminary investigation is already very scary. All the prisoner of war camps were attacked, and everywhere was in a mess. The arrogant Japanese soldiers a few years ago, after being imprisoned for several years, also proved that there is no nation that is willing to die. Once a soldier is unarmed, he is not necessarily stronger than ordinary people. Most of the prisoners were injured, but there were several obvious common points. These Chinese wanted to cripple the prisoners. One of the prisoners in the prisoner of war camps had his fingers chopped off, and some had their hands and feet broken. Compared with the huge number of wounded, the death toll is not particularly outstanding. Elisa flipped through several reports in succession, and then replied, General Bilton has summoned the British Army to assemble. The British troops stationed there are on holiday during the new year, and it is not easy to recall them now. After a brief discussion, the two agreed that they must immediately contact the commissioner in London. If possible, they should conceal it from Whitehall first, which is not easy. Such a big incident is already known to everyone in British Malaya. The so-called concealment is only a matter of a few days. It depends on what the boss will do. If they want to contact only Alan Wilson, there is a way. The Mountbatten Group headquarters in London can take on this responsibility, so Pamela Mountbatten quickly informed her fiancé of the true situation in Malaya. Staring at Alan Wilson's gloomy face, Pamela Mountbatten finally couldn't help it. She pushed him gently and asked, Honey, say something, you scared me like this. Taking a deep breath, Alan Wilson spoke in a hoarse voice, except for what Germany did to the Jews, you may not think of such a large-scale violence in modern times. I may be finished this time. So serious? Seeing the depression in the man's eyes, Pamela Mountbatten felt distressed and said in a panic, No, I want to find my father to see if he can think of a way. I have to go back right now. Alan Wilson stood up shakily, calmed his mind and said, as the local chief executive, I must understand the real situation. Even if I'm dismissed in the end, I can't avoid it. I'll go back with you. Pamela Mountbatten stood up immediately and expressed her willingness to advance and retreat together. What are you going to do? It's scary. Alan Wilson refused sternly, and then changed the subject, and began to play hard to get, saying, You should think about our relationship carefully. This time I may really be finished. No, don't talk like that. Pamela Mountbatten was frightened, holding Alan Wilson's arm, and shaking her head. Don't think of me as so superficial. We are still going to get married. Even if you are dismissed, I will marry you. Dear. Alan Wilson, deeply moved, hugged the woman tightly, and his head on Pamela Mountbatten was full of pride. The plan went through. Summoning a special plane, Pamela Mountbatten sent Alan Wilson on the special plane. Seeing the plane take off, she hesitated for a while, and decided to go to the father of the Sea Lord. It is appropriate to describe the Mountbatten family at this time as powerful and influential. Mountbatten is already the 4th Sea Lord. Pamela Mountbatten's sisters and mother, especially Pamela Mountbatten herself, are synonymous with London's wealth at this time. It even aroused the desire of the wealthy class in London to go to sea on their own initiative, not to mention the special relationship between the Mountbatten family and the royal family. At the critical moment, Pamela Mountbatten still had to find her own business, and informed what she had learned about what happened in Malaya. All the prisoners of war were attacked by the Chinese? What's the reason? General Mountbatten was also shocked after hearing this. I don't know, but Alan speculated that some time ago, there seemed to be rumors in the local Chinese community that the United States wanted to take the local prisoners of war back to rearm and put them into the war. The transfer of prisoners of war will begin after the new year. Pamela Mountbatten uncertainly stated Alan Wilson's speculation and then said, "Father, is the matter serious? Will Alan be affected? How to say this matter, if he particularly values being an official, serving the British Empire, then this matter is very serious." Mountbatten changed his wording under his daughter's unfriendly gaze because it involves the issue of dereliction of duty. Although he was in London for a meeting at the time, he was the highest local executive after all. "This is too unfair." Pamela Mountbatten said dissatisfiedly, "He is such an excellent person. Be patient." General Mountbatten comforted his daughter, but things are still uncertain. The most critical thing at the moment is to get rid of the responsibility, which requires the help of Whitehall. This is not just his problem is insignificant. The key is not to set a precedent. If middle and senior civil servants are dismissed for negligence, it will be a huge loss for the entire Whitehall. I will find a chance to talk to Norman. Father, just help him." Pamela Mountbatten was full of affection and asked her father for help. Out of respect for her father, Pamela Mountbatten was embarrassed to explain clearly. Why should her man be affected by this? Her father Mountbatten divided British India into two, but he was also a good sea lord. The Comet airliner slowly landed in Kuala Lumpur, and Alan Wilson appeared at the airport. Officials from all over Malaya were already waiting for the commissioner to come back, and how to solve this problem. Count the casualties. The death toll cannot exceed 1% of the total number. Make a report immediately, and arrest the people involved immediately. Don't just do superficial work. The more people you arrest, the better. Alan Wilson, who was escorted out of the airport, immediately issued the latest instructions without stopping. "We need the garrison to cooperate with our work. The garrison also has responsibility for this matter. Lieutenant General Bilton will understand. From now on, I'm responsible for the whole thing. No one can hide it from me. Now get to work." "Yes, Commissioner." The Malayan officials who came to pick up the plane dispersed. Chapter 590 Independent Investigation Committee. At this time, there were only two deputies left beside Alan Wilson, Elisa and Edel. They followed their boss back to the administrative office. After a brief discussion, the three of them came up with a common opinion that this matter could not be concealed. First, contact the Japanese side to reflect the transparency of British Malaya and express apologies. If it really doesn't work, I can bow. It's not a problem. At the critical moment, Alan Wilson didn't mind expressing the spirit of craftsmanship. As the highest administrative official in British Malaya, he should do so both emotionally and rationally. Along with the arrest operation, there is public opinion manipulation. Alan Wilson turned to look at Elisa and ordered, "Pay attention to the words, express our style of doing things according to the law, and at the same time promote mutual understanding. I will meet with the leaders of the Malaysian Chinese Association and Chinese workers immediately to discuss what to do about this matter." Regarding the unfortunate isolated incident in British Malaya this time, due to various accidental coincidences, how will it develop next? The two deputies left the administrative office separately. Alan Wilson also had his own mission. He had to visit the place where the disabled prisoners of war were detained to express condolences and provide all humanitarian assistance, even treatment. Isn't this the excuse for transferring Malaya's fiscal budget to London in a reasonable and legal way this year? Alan Wilson had just returned to Kuala Lumpur, and he showed his vigorous and resolute style, ordering the police department and the garrison to arrest the criminals. For a time, the whole British Malaya was in a state of panic, and 40,000 British troops took action. At the same time, Alan Wilson found Lieutenant General Bilton to discuss how to make this matter a small matter. Compared with the chief executive who was still in London at the time of the incident, Lieutenant General Bilton, as the military chief, was in Malaya. If Alan Wilson was responsible, Lieutenant General Bilton was more responsible. There was no doubt about it. This was indeed the case. It didn't take much time for Alan Wilson to take the initiative in the aftermath and let the military chief of Malaya stand on his side. It was impossible to hide this matter. General methods are no longer effective. At most, we can make London forget about the mistakes. So we need to use extraordinary means in extraordinary times. If we can reverse the current situation, we can even turn the mistakes into achievements. We cannot use conventional concealment methods. We must make this matter bigger and deal with it in a straightforward manner. Alan Wilson expressed his thoughts in front of Lieutenant General Bilton. We can arrest as many criminals as there are. We can even directly shoot the suspected pro-Soviet element who were detained before. Because of this big incident, we can take the opportunity to clear up the small things that were covered up before. There are hundreds of thousands of prisoners of war, and there are at least tens of thousands of criminals. Arresting them all? Isn't the risk too great? Lieutenant General Bilton is a very good soldier. In name, he has more prestige than the young chief executive. However, things cannot be generalized. The chief executive's father-in-law is Mountbatten, so the situation at this time is just the opposite. Respected Lieutenant General, this is the only way we can give an explanation to international public opinion. Alan Wilson spread his hands and said, I'm dealing with this matter at the cost of a bright future. I'm not kidding. Due to the special time of the new year, it is of course understandable that the garrison did not respond in time. The same is true for officials at all levels. We didn't want this to happen, but it happened, so our current task is to do a good job of the aftermath. Lieutenant General Bilton finally agreed, and the matter was officially handed over to Alan Wilson to handle. Then the rest is to be open, fair and just, and inform the Japanese side of the matter first. Before the Japanese side knew about it, Alan Wilson, who was busy all the time, met with Su Yang and Shion Kyan-kyu again. The first thing is to eliminate the other party's vigilance, and the police and the thief chatted while drinking. You started on the new year, and I returned to Kuala Lumpur on January 6th, which is a manifestation of the 4 words of vigorous and resolute. Alan Wilson changed the subject and said, in the next period of time, I will clean up the entire Malaya. Of course, one of you two may have to stay in the cell for a while. As for the other one, petition work is outside, and it is a peaceful petition. I hope the London government will show leniency. Shion Kyan-kyu said, we acted in a hurry at the time, and most of the members were Chinese workers. I hope that Lord Zhantang will show leniency. If the operation is good, it will not be a matter of showing leniency. Alan Wilson paused here. Of course, there is no need to be too anxious. I believe that this isolated incident caused by this false rumor will serve as a typical example in modern society. But don't worry, as I said before, risks are shared. In modern society, who dares to plan such a bizarre event? Alan Wilson said proudly that he dared. For the sake of the British Empire, he definitely risked everything this time. Things may succeed or fail, but as a British, he is definitely worthy of his motherland in this life. After meeting with his subordinates, the military and even the criminals, they reached a consensus. The incident was officially announced to the world by the British Malaya colonial government. As the chief executive, Alan Wilson apologized for this nonsensical isolated incident and promised to conduct a thorough investigation. The detailed investigation report and casualty data will be announced as soon as possible within 6 months. Subsequently, the incident of the Japanese POW camp being attacked was known to the whole world. At the same time as the third battle just ended, it became the protagonist of public opinion around the world. Now the eyes of the world are on Britain, the largest colony in Asia. Alan Wilson joined forces with Lieutenant General Bilton of the military to openly implement martial law in Malaya. Without a final result, this martial law will not end. In major cities in British Malaya, the military and police on the streets began to search for criminals on a large scale and announce the tragic conditions in major POW camps. The Japanese government, which was preparing to accept qualified labor, immediately expressed shock at this tragedy. Ikeda Hayato, who had met before, once again went into battle and came to British Malaya. But this time, Ellis had dealt with the other party and bought time for Alan Wilson to destroy the bodies and clear the traces. The aftermath work. As for what happened to the prisoners of war, it was impossible for him to see it. Ikeda's every move was monitored. After the necessary communication, Alan Wilson appeared. Mr. Ikeda, we will definitely give an explanation to the Japanese government. This is inevitable. The British Empire will never tolerate this situation. For this reason, we have implemented martial law and started to arrest criminals. By then, we will give the Japanese government a satisfactory answer." Alan Wilson's face was as gloomy as water. He stated the consistent position of the British Empire to the other party. As for the specific number, he gave a preventable and controllable answer that would not delay anything. As for these Japanese prisoners of war, those with minor injuries can be repatriated according to the plan. Does Japan no longer want these Japanese prisoners of war to go home? As if seeing Ikeda's hesitation, Alan Wilson's tone became a little aggressive. "Then I think the prisoners of war in the hands of the Netherlands, Australia, and Portugal may also be affected by this. The issue of prisoners of war not only involves Britain, but also the current colonial countries in Southeast Asia, as well as Australia." Now Alan Wilson feels that handing over prisoners of war to other countries as compensation for losses in World War II was a wise move. With more countries involved, there are naturally more excuses. With more excuses, it is easier to shirk responsibility. Moreover, Japan dare not have any dissatisfaction. It should not have any dissatisfaction. What dissatisfaction does a defeated country have? Dear Mr. Wilson, the whole world is watching. Ikeda Hayato finally put pressure on with international attention. So what? Britain is a permanent member of the Security Council. Countries with doubts can submit proposals to the United Nations. Alan Wilson looked straight at the other party and said calmly, "People who don't know still think that Japan is the winner of the World War. I can give Japan a satisfactory explanation, but if Mr. Ikeda says so, then I remind you that Great Britain has a nickname called the sun never sets." Regarding this incident, it was defined as a fight in the public opinion in the UK. The main reason is that Japan's request to repatriate prisoners of war was linked to the current war. That is, the previous reasonable suspicion that the local Chinese immigrants believed that the United States would rearm Japanese soldiers and put them into the war. The specific situation has not yet been reported from British Malaya, but this reason has become the reason for the British public opinion. It is also pointed out that Commissioner Alan Wilson, who was in London at the time, quickly returned to Asia after learning about it, reflecting his vigorous and resolute style. At the same time, the cabinet has decided to set up an independent investigation committee to rush to Malaya to investigate the ins and outs of this matter. Finally, major newspapers accompanied the photo of Alan Wilson giving money on the streets of Paris to introduce to the entire citizenry who is currently handling this difficult matter. Whitehall is also discussing the candidates for the members of the Independent Investigation Committee. In order to show the importance of this matter, it is best to be responsible for it by a gentleman who is respected and has a gentlemanly demeanor. In the end, it was decided that Lord Armstrong, the husband of Patricia Mountbatten and a good friend of John Brabourne, would be in charge. In the name of the Independent Investigation Committee, he went to Kuala Lumpur to conduct an investigation and give an explanation to the world. Before the Independent Investigation Committee got underway, the arrest operations under Alan Wilson's strict supervision had achieved significant results. The prisons throughout British Malaya were already overcrowded, with more than 10,000 people arrested and thrown into prisons in just a few days. He proved with practical actions that a strict and thorough investigation was no joke. Chapter 591, Severe Punishment for Minor Crimes. Soon, Alan Wilson received expressions of concern from female friends who were equal to his wife in Paris, Bonn, London, and Los Angeles. He had played down the impact of the incident in public, but he was not polite in the face of these concerns. He answered that it was serious, really very serious, and it might be the Waterloo of his life. Lord Armstrong, what do you say? Alan Wilson drank a sip of whiskey and said with a sad face, "You know, I was in London for a meeting when the incident happened. This is an isolated incident. The main reason is that the new immigrants in Malaya are all Chinese, and they had a grudge against the Japanese before. A rumor based on rumors caused this situation. I'm also very wronged by this incident." Alan Wilson was chattering like a gossipress at this time, complaining to the head of the Independent Investigation Committee. The problem of the Americans, the problem of the Japanese, the problem of the additional influence of the war. Anyway, there is no problem with Malaya. Oh, Alan, calm down. Lord Armstrong began to comfort him. In fact, everyone in Whitehall knows that you are very wronged. We tend to regard this as an isolated incident. But you also know that this may be the biggest news besides the war. The Japanese are also chasing closely. The Japanese, it's just a piece of American colony. What qualifications do they have to speak? Alan Wilson snorted and laughed, with a look of disdain on his face. The problem is not Japan, but the United States. Lord Armstrong corrected. We have reason to suspect that Tokyo is very eager to ask the United States to put pressure on us. This is impossible, unless the United States wants to expand the war. Alan Wilson retorted without thinking. Under the current situation, the United States will not stand up for Tokyo. There is no reason to do so. The key is that once the United States does this, the matter will be serious. On the issue of colonies, we must be sufficiently vigilant against the United States. Of course we must be vigilant against this matter being used by the Americans. Lord Armstrong hesitated for a moment and assured, Sir Norman means to carry out some necessary procedures, but it depends on what you think. Tell the truth? Alan Wilson asked in a low voice. Since Whitehall's attitude had been made clear, he would not be polite. I'm going to put extreme pressure on the Chinese community. The main purpose is to disintegrate the long-term threat of the entire Chinese community. Therefore, this matter cannot be easily let go. We will use all our administrative, military and public opinion power to force the Chinese to guarantee to become the helper of British rule in Malaya. So the first step is to expand this matter and impose heavy penalties for minor crimes. The long-term goal is. Lord Armstrong nodded continuously, and then his face became more and more surprised. Finally, he said, if we can achieve our goal, it seems that this is not a bad thing. It's nothing more than a funeral and a wedding. The incident has already happened. Of course, we have to reverse the situation. Alan Wilson said concisely. Malaya is a colony after all, and the current British Malaya is indeed a colonial government. It can't be said to be a mistake to take the opportunity to achieve many things that were previously ignored. The next day, Lord Armstrong officially appeared in Kuala Lumpur on behalf of the Independent Commission of Inquiry, talked about his views on this isolated incident, and accepted questions from reporters from major newspapers. When asked by a reporter from the Times about the cause of the incident, Lord Armstrong replied, "First of all, I like this question very much. It is a very good question. At a time when the world situation is turbulent, Britain's original intention is to maintain stability and safeguard peace everywhere, including but not limited to British Malaya. So, my lord, what is the attitude towards this matter?" The Times reporter frowned and asked back. Regarding this isolated incident, it will become a classic case for long-term study in the foreseeable future. We will learn lessons from this incident and retain valuable experience. This will increase trust, reduce misunderstandings, and ensure that such incidents will not happen again in the future. Lord Armstrong spoke eloquently, and he began to speak at length, already having a plan in mind. Of course, we can see that officials throughout British Malaya responded very quickly and maintained sufficient transparency. Their original intention was good, which reflected the quality of imperial civil servants. As for the cause of this incident, I can only say that the motive may not be as evil as imagined. Of course, Commissioner Allen's opinion is to deal with it seriously, and I agree with this. Even if the motive is good, if the wrong thing is done in the end, it should be dealt with, and it must be handled in accordance with internal regulations. Of course, the original intention of the investigation committee coming here is to investigate the truth of the incident, not to provide any advice to the commissioner. We will adopt an objective and neutral attitude and let the truth of the whole incident come to light. Lord Armstrong spoke impeccable at a steady and even speed, and then there was warm applause at the press conference. At this time, Alan Wilson entered the meeting room, nodded to the head of the Independent Investigation Committee, Lord Armstrong, and then sat down and said, "I reiterate here that the British Empire is a place with a legal system. Of course, British Malaya may be different. Different laws are used according to different ethnic groups. We will conduct appropriate trials according to the Qing dynasty laws. Everyone can observe the subsequent progress." This press conference ended here. Compared with Lord Armstrong's statement, Alan Wilson's guarantee was more shocking. Many British people did not understand the Qing dynasty laws, but soon, the reporter learned from the Malayan Commissioner the horror of this law. Compared with modern laws, the King Dynasty laws are indeed terrifying. Alan Wilson and Lord Armstrong have already begun to discuss the next stage of ideas. There is no doubt that distributing the responsibility equally to everyone is a good idea. I think Lieutenant General Bilton also agrees. Oh, Your Excellency. Perhaps this is an appropriate approach. We are ready to take responsibility and have made the whole thing public. At this time, I believe that international public opinion should not be too harsh on us. Alan Wilson smiled calmly. You have come from afar. I suggest you go to Pancur Island to rest first. The local scenery is pleasant, the water is clear, and there are beautiful beaches. It is very suitable for recuperation. Oh, that sounds great. Lord Armstrong looked interested. Of course this should not be regarded as a bribe to interfere with the independent investigation, right? Absolutely not. Alan Wilson denied it flatly. We will conduct a serious and fruitful investigation. It will be absolutely open, fair and just, and no one can interfere. Very good. Lord Armstrong understood and said, of course, people are not machines after all. It is necessary to combine work and rest. It is very necessary. There are many Portuguese or Dutch residents who come here frequently. Even many French expatriates in South Vietnam come here because of their reputation. Some women are very beautiful. Alan Wilson smiled slightly, then his face became serious. Then I will continue to uphold the rule of law. Please do as you please, Lord. Regarding this isolated incident, the British Empire must take the right attitude to maintain the face of the empire. No matter how much work is done for this, it is not excessive. Regarding the death of Japanese prisoners of war, it is well known that the Japanese are East Asians. It is inevitable that they will not be able to adapt to the equatorial zone. In the past 5 years, there are many prisoners of war who died of illness or natural causes. It is a natural trend in the death of prisoners of war. Alan Wilson listened to Edel's words and corrected. We must put the important things first. In the spirit of humanitarianism, the colonial government will use this year's financial support to treat these wounded and prepare to spend a huge amount of money to buy aspirin. In terms of the budget, it has been prepared. If it is not enough, public bonds can be issued. Elisa took out the prepared plan and said, very good. Then the next thing is to clarify the responsibility. I hope everyone understands that when it comes to reliability issues, try not to make mistakes. Even if someone from MI6 asks, this is an isolated incident that broke out suddenly. Invite scholars to analyze the cause of the whole incident and the social impact issues. Focus on academic aspects. Alan Wilson crossed his fingers and paused for a moment. Almost done. No additions for the time being. Of course, we can't keep the captured prisoners for nothing, such as proving their value through labor to avoid financial burden. While the Independent Investigation Committee was investigating from Pancur Island, Alan Wilson was busy unifying the caliber. By the way, the previous intelligence about rumors from the Malayan Security Intelligence Committee was destroyed. If that report is discovered, it may result in dereliction of duty, which is not good for overseas civil servants and even Whitehall. Naturally, it should not appear again. At Kuala Lumpur International Airport, a figure wearing a sun hat and sunglasses that almost blocked half of his face appeared pushing a baby stroller. Although the face could not be seen, many people also felt that this must be a very beautiful young woman. Soon, the tightly covered woman got into a car and disappeared in the bustling airport. Vivian, I didn't expect you to come. What a surprise. Alan Wilson said gratefully, hugging the major shareholder of United Artists. I heard something happened here, and I was worried about you. Vivian stood on tiptoes and took the initiative to ask for a kiss, her smart eyes full of tenderness. Honey, is it very serious? To be honest, yes. Alan Wilson's face was solemn, and he didn't downplay it in public at all. It seemed that he would only show this side of himself in front of ladies of the same status as his wife. We have arrested more than 10,000 people, and the arrest operation is not over yet. The prisons are already overcrowded. Chapter 592, Carrying the Burden. Of course, after a long separation, Alan Wilson did not let the heavy topic occupy the two of them for too long. He mentioned some light things and asked about the work and life of the national treasure of the major shareholder of United Artists. He never mentioned his own affairs. I don't have any work for the time being. The affairs of United Artists are naturally taken care of by the manager. Now I'm mainly worried about you. Vivian Leigh leaned against the man's chest. In her opinion, the career crisis this man encountered at this time was far greater than any crisis she had encountered before. When she was in the United States, Vivian Leigh already knew that the United States had formulated strict film regulations to prevent the infiltration of pro-Soviet ideas into the film industry. Once anything involved China, it would be bitten by Congressman McCarthy. But surprisingly, Vivian Leigh did not hear McCarthy making a fuss about this matter, which was not in line with his understanding of McCarthy at all. Maybe I didn't think of it for a while, but from a personal point of view, I don't find anything bad about McCarthy. He is a good person. Alan Wilson patted Vivian Leigh's back. The two of them snuggled together like this. If they were seen by strangers, the first impression would be that this was a happy family. In general, Vivian Leigh no longer pursues much in her career. She has become a major shareholder of United Artists Pictures and the owner of the Barbie doll company. She is not lacking in material things. After the filming of A Streetcar Named Desire was completed, she immediately went to Kuala Lumpur to meet the man she thought was in trouble. As the man behind Vivian Leigh, Alan Wilson was of course happy. It is difficult for a man to be indifferent to such a situation. The reason why Alan Wilson always thinks of the Slavs in northern Rhodesia is that he heard that Vivian Leigh's ex-husband, Mr. Oliver, also went to the United States because of A Streetcar Named Desire. In order to prevent unnecessary misunderstandings, he could only ask his friends in northern Rhodesia to protect his national treasure from being taken advantage of by his ex-husband. At least for now, it is very successful. The corner that he pried over with not so bright means has not been pried back. In the evening, the two pushed the stroller together and walked in this quiet villa area, just like returning to New Delhi, but there was one more person walking together. I have crow's feet at the corners of my eyes. I can feel that I'm getting old. I even thought about having surgery. Vivian Leigh walked briskly in the sunset, but she was worried that her youth would fade away. Compared with the man next to her, she always thought of this problem. Alan Wilson was still so young and had come to where he is today, but she could not help him. She could only use her heart to prove her love for this man. Crow's feet. So what? Erase this idea from your mind. I don't want to see any marks left by the scalpel on your body. Alan Wilson said firmly when he heard about the topic of plastic surgery. You can age naturally, but don't touch that kind of thing. The human body is a very complex organization, and its profoundness is not inferior to that of the universe. The laws of nature cannot be violated by a small scalpel. If you must do something, make a plan to exercise, and stick to it every day. That's enough. Will this work? Vivian Leigh was a little worried and wanted to try her best to retain her youth. Of course it works. What is needed is perseverance, which is much better than relying on a scalpel. Alan Wilson began to talk at length, with the main purpose of making Vivian Leigh give up the idea of plastic surgery. Plastic surgery is not good for everyone. For a woman like Vivian Leigh, there are only disadvantages. Even when he was jogging in parallel at night, he was still talking about not destroying the beauty of nature. This may be an emotional crisis for us. Don't even think about it. Maybe the public opinion of all parties in the world who pay attention to Malaya will not think that the British Malaya Commissioner, who is a bunch of uncrowned kings, will guarantee that criminals must be severely punished to maintain the rule of law. This is how he maintains the rule of law. Of course, Alan Wilson soon took Vivian Leigh away from the countless eyes in the city and went closer to nature on the pretext of obtaining first-hand information. After all, the investigation work cannot be rushed, and he always has to do something of his own, such as taking Vivian Leigh to experience the beautiful mountains and rivers here. If there are some protests through private channels, tell them that we know everything about the smuggling in Hong Kong and the Portuguese territories, and it is best for both sides to maintain peace. With the maritime power of the Royal Navy, it is easy to cut off such behavior, but we can choose not to do so. Malaya is a British territory after all, and it will not be good for us if we fall out. After telling Elisa about the basic principles for dealing with different countries, Alan Wilson disappeared under the guise of going to the countryside to investigate. Of course, he still left his contact information to prevent him from being found if something really happened. There are certainly places in British Malaya that only the British can go to, and there are quite a few of them. These places have undergone necessary development and have become ideal vacation spots. For those who want to have a tryst, this is even more suitable. The pond is hidden deep in the woods, surrounded by ferns. The lake is shrouded in water vapor, and the yellow-green treetops around it are reflected on the water, together with the transparent reflection of the clear lake water. There are a few ripples on the lake, and the breeze seems to dare to destroy this beautiful tranquility. So when Vivien Leigh walked naked from the woods to the pond, no one saw her. She walked into the warm and comfortable water almost in a peaceful mood. The mist rolled gently, like a layer of wet red lips wrapped around her, and a wisp of white water vapor surrounded her slender legs, thin and long arms and feminine body curves, constantly rolling and twisting. The water gently lapped her slender waist, and the drops of water condensed in the mist shone on her hair like dewdrops. She whispered a few words, so soft that only the ears of the monster could hear, and then quietly slid into the water. When she emerged from the water again, her soft long hair was wet, like a cloak covering her shoulders and back. She stood up and raised her arms, as if praying, and the water flowed down along her smooth skin. A naughty smile suddenly appeared on her comfortable face. She dived into the water, gracefully splitting the emerald water surface without making a sound. When she jumped up and dived into the water, the mist jumped up with her. She played in the water like an otter, and the whole pond seemed to be playing with her. Her crisp and sweet laughter rippled in the silence around her, and the leaves in the forest rustled happily in response. Until she was tired of playing, she stood on a piece of moss, and the whole pond and the surrounding forest returned to tranquility. Is it too bold? Alan Wilson pinched his waist and looked at the scene. That would definitely be entered into Teacher Chen's hard drive. Although it was very eye-catching, it always felt a little weird. Didn't you say that this is a military restricted area and no one will come? Vivien Leigh stretched her body, facing the breeze, and waiting for nature to dry, not minding her whole body exposed to the man's eyes. This is not a real military restricted area, this is a military sanatorium. Of course, it has not been opened recently. Alan Wilson corrected calmly. Of course he didn't really mean to go to the old forest. Choose a scenic resort to spend a world of two with the national treasure. Here is a meadow full of wildflowers in the refreshing shade of the dense forest. Now there is only the mysterious pond changing here, warm and simple, like a magic show in the vast blue sky. The warm water seemed to penetrate into Vivien Leigh's sweat pores, releasing the tension accumulated in her body. Seeing that persuasion was fruitless, Alan Wilson could only take action. He went forward and picked up the big British treasure who was close to nature and naked, and carried it on his shoulders, experiencing the fun of primitive society. The dense forest was full of Vivien Leigh's playful voice. Vivien Leigh, who was carried on his shoulders, felt her body relax a little bit, and even felt that her body seemed to become younger. Returning to the resort in the mountains, approaching the next step, the crying of the baby made the two people who looked at each other quite embarrassed. David is crying, maybe he is hungry. Vivien Leigh quickly broke away from the man's arms. David Hartley Wilson was venting his anger at his selfish parents at this time, making a tearful accusation against such irresponsible parents. Perhaps the Virgin Mary is this image. As a staff member of MI6, Alan Wilson, for some reason, maybe instinctive, has already taken out the camera to freeze and record this scene. The life of the British Malaya Commissioner is so simple and boring. Citizens of the British Empire should remember that there is no such thing as a peaceful life. It is just people like Alan Wilson who are carrying the burden for them. If this kind of photo is leaked, you will be finished. Especially at this time, you especially need the support of the Mountbatten family. Vivien Leigh glanced at the man with her smart eyes, but her voice was not threatening, crisp and pleasant. Don't doubt a professional. Alan Wilson patted the camera, obviously quite satisfied with the snapshot just now. If he hadn't been receiving waves of reporters, he would not have planned to show up in Kuala Lumpur again. What is certain is that the ongoing war did not let the energetic Americans idle, and they even had time to represent Japan to inquire about the progress of the investigation. It is simply outrageous. Can't the Japanese ask themselves? But Malaya is a place of freedom of speech, at least when it is necessary. The news that the United States stood up for Japan and put pressure on the Japanese to severely punish criminals spread like wildfire. Don't they know how tired I'm recently? I'm working hard. I'm working day and night. Alan Wilson ate a lot of lobster and vented his dissatisfaction with the heavy work. After a long burp, Alan Wilson wiped his mouth and said, "The most important thing for Americans at the moment is to win the war, not these trivial things they don't want to do." This is a suggestion given based on the special relationship between Britain and the United States. Chapter 593 Sit-in Petition. Commissioner, the conditions in the countryside are quite difficult, and you seem to have lost a lot of weight. Elisa expressed her concern at this time. You have a big appetite after going out. It's mainly to replenish the loss of body loss. Alan Wilson wiped his mouth and said, "After all, it's not just everyone. We are all wealthy American soldiers, and we can maintain a rich supply anywhere. The combat effectiveness of the US military has always depended on the wealth of the United States. The so-called hard struggle has long been a long time ago for the US military. For example, the inventory of the Civil War was used as military supplies for the US military in World War I. I guess young soldiers in the US military now would not believe it. Even if he went out to spend time with Vivian Leigh, Alan Wilson had to prepare some food himself. It was unlike the US military in the Korean War, where even the thrown away food became delicious food for the Korean military and civilians. The Koreans had very limited luxury materials, and it was impossible to meet everyone's dietary needs like the US military. How to make the whole family share the rain and dew became a practical problem. Fortunately, South Korea has a hot pot culture derived from a certain big country that can be used. Mixing some self-produced cheap vegetables, tofu, noodles, etc. into a big pot can satisfy the whole family's pursuit of delicious food. The army pot was born. Koreans should be allowed to taste the instant noodles that have just appeared in Malaya and have been patented in London and New York. Alan Wilson, who never knew that plagiarism was shameful, has promoted the instant noodles invented by the Japanese in British Malaya first. That is, the conditions did not allow. Otherwise he could even make the cold noodles that Koreans like. But now the foundation of Malaya cannot guarantee that every family has a refrigerator, so we can only think of ways to use instant noodles. Instant noodles also appeared because of the fast-paced life caused by the post-war social animal culture in Japan. From this point of view, it is very suitable for the current Malaya. Anyway, Alan Wilson thinks that instant noodles are a good thing, which is conducive to preservation and suitable for a fast-paced life. If it doesn't work, it can also be used to aid the third world, especially arid areas. You must know that at present, the British Army is still stationed in many relatively backward places, and instant noodles are very suitable for the British Army. He even wanted to discuss with General Mountbatten whether he could think of a way with the Sea Lord who manages logistics. At least 150,000 reservists should not have the picky bad habits of the frontline officers and soldiers of the Royal Navy. He even wanted to sell instant noodles to South Korea, and this was in line with South Korea's tradition. As a well-known developed country, South Korea is the champion of instant noodles per capita in the 21st century. It beats China and Japan, and is not inferior to the United States and Russia. It reflects the profound foundation of developed countries. Considering the current situation of Japan and South Korea, whether in terms of food self-sufficiency or objective environment, they are not picky. The current instant noodles should be very popular. So Elisa received a task. If the Japanese are talking about it, let Japan import the instant noodles that British Malaya has just launched. The two sides will sign a food supply contract for at least 3 years, which can be exchanged for Alan Wilson's serious attitude. In the past 1950, Alan Wilson has carried out a series of activities since he took office. The places he went to include, but are not limited to Australia, the United Kingdom, Africa, and looking for financial resources, raw materials and policy support for British Malaya. He even took out a sum of money from Newfoundland, where he had struggled before, to invest in British Malaya. After a whole year of busy work, at the beginning of the new year, he had already set this year as the beginning of the rise of British Malaya. It was initially estimated that before 1956, that is, before the outbreak of the Suez Canal War in history, it would become a powerful supplement outside the British mainland, at least not worse than the mainland in multiple hardware indicators, such as steel production, food production and traditional advantageous projects, and even oil resources. Pamela Mountbatten is currently looking for opportunities. After Libyan oil has paid off, she will squeeze into the Middle East oil market. At the same time, there are explorations in the North Sea and Malaya. In this case, the emergence of such a tricky thing is actually not conducive to Malaya's development plan. Therefore, Alan Wilson cannot let this matter be unfinished for a year or two, and is prepared to complete all follow-up processing in 3 months. If this is really an emergency, it will inevitably be impossible to succeed. But fortunately, this is not a sudden incident. He had already made a record long before the incident. With the inevitable expansion of the arrest work, more and more criminals were thrown into prison. In the first week after Alan Wilson returned to Kuala Lumpur, more than 10,000 people had been arrested. After a month, the search under military control continued unabated, and the number of people in prison had exceeded 30,000. And there is no trend of stopping. Rumors are circulating in society that the British colonial government must capture no less than the number of prisoners of war who were killed or wounded, and give an explanation to the Japanese. People are now in a state of flux in British Malaya. The British Army, which originally had a low sense of presence, often appears in front of ordinary people. Just when the US military initially gained a foothold and verified the Fourth Battle of Ridgeway's Sunday offensive speculation, the protests happened naturally. At first, the scale was small and only concentrated in Kuala Lumpur. Later, the scale became larger and larger, and it was not limited to a single city, but spread to Penang, Malacca and other places. The protesting crowd advocated the false lie of peaceful petitions, which threatened the British Malaya colonial government. Then, as the spokesperson of imperialism and colonialism, Alan Wilson certainly could not give in. The British Army, which had set up barricades near the administrative office and had not suppressed colonial resistance for a long time, pushed heavy machine guns onto the streets. In order to prevent the expansion of mass incidents, of course, certain measures must be taken. But use heavy machine guns? Lieutenant General Bilton could not accept Alan Wilson's attitude of creating bloodshed at any time. I also spread the news of Malaya's nuclear bomb reserves through the Security Intelligence Committee. Alan Wilson said that a mere heavy machine gun could not give him a sense of security. Nuclear weapons should be used when necessary. And he was not lying. In fact, how could a nuclear test be conducted only once? Of course, the UK will continue to conduct nuclear tests, and the location will still be British Malaya. Of course, in the current local social environment, if a nuclear test is conducted, it does seem to be a bit threatening. Alan, you have to know that once it gets out of control, it will be a big deal. Lieutenant General Bilton sighed and expressed his concern. General, stop it. London's response to British Malaya has always been to suppress it. Alan Wilson smiled slightly, and it is still going smoothly now. Look at how peaceful the sit-in protest is. The organizer is wearing the Union Jack of the British Empire. It is simply a model of similar activities. You think the Chinese will give us a chance to kill? This idea is very courageous. You can use any words to describe the Chinese, but this ethnic group has nothing to do with impulse. Thinking too much and being too greedy has its pros and cons, but it is not a bad thing for the current situation. They just want to talk to me, right? I will talk to you, but it's not the right time yet. Although British Malaya is currently under martial law, there are no restrictions on the British media. The sit-in petition that filled the entire block appeared in major London newspapers in a few days. Under the concern of Whitehall, many media that never bow to the government reported in a very rare neutral and objective tone, and the organizers of the petition wanted to talk to Alan Wilson. Unfortunately, the fourth campaign was in full swing, and the events in British Malaya did not grab the headlines worldwide. The fourth campaign can be seen as the first battle after the US military was beaten to a pulp and came back to its senses from a state of bewilderment. It was also the first time that Ridgeway verified the idea of the Sunday offensive, and it showed an evenly matched attitude from the very beginning. In such a heavyweight battle, Alan Wilson naturally could not grab the headlines. While he was holding the sit-in petition, he received 2 telegrams from Whitehall almost every day. After all, a group of unscrupulous reporters have basic skills to make trivial matters sensational. Not to mention that the sit-in petition in Kuala Lumpur was really large in scale. It was not a fake product that was randomly found. A few pieces of firewood then lay on the ground and adjusted the angle and then took a photo of the administrative office. Whitehall saw the endless people sitting in the report, densely packed with people filling the entire block. Naturally, it could not remain indifferent. Alan Wilson repeatedly assured that the petition was in good order and that he was not trying to temper the petitioners. At the same time, he had prepared for the dialogue and finally assured that after this incident, British Malaya would definitely usher in a period of stability. But then again, London is also very anxious now. There were several dishes on the table. Alan Wilson took the initiative to pour a glass for Su Yang, who was facing him, and asked, "Is Mary very worried about you? After all, you are the organizer of the petition." "Fortunately, there is a little worry. Lord Zantang, how is Lao Shan?" Su Yang held the wine glass and asked the British Malaya commissioner to fill it up. He did not forget Chiang Kai-kiu in prison. As for who organized the petition outside and who established prestige in prison between Su Yang and Chiang Kai-kiu, according to Su Yang's personal confession, it was said that he won the finger guessing game. "I called the prison a few days ago, and it's not bad. The work and rest schedule has become more regular. I don't think about anything. I work when I should work, and sleep when I should sleep. I've even gained a little weight." Alan Wilson saw Su Yang was about to finish another glass of wine, and he tapped the table with his fingers and complained, "You are here to protect the rights of the Chinese. If you go out drunk later, how will you explain it? Master Zantang, if I go out a little later, won't it prove the difficulty of the negotiations?" Su Yang took a sip. "I'll sober up after eating, and then go out. Don't forget what I taught you. Negotiations are extremely difficult. The administrative office means that there will be no tolerance. Regarding the hatred between China and Japan, Britain does not take a position, but I believe you Chinese will agree with the principle of killing people for loves and repaying debts." Alan Wilson said calmly, "What we did is reasonable and legal. You have to admit that the current petition is unreasonable. But our blood is thicker than water. We have to save them, even if it is unreasonable." Su Yang went on, "I know. I'll say this when I go back. Pour another glass. British wine is not strong. Drink slowly. Just because the wine is not strong doesn't mean it won't make you drunk." Alan Wilson did not forget to remind him, "This is the last glass. 2 chapters today. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 594. There are always more solutions than problems. Bring your people here early tomorrow. Don't let anything happen. Alan Wilson gently instructed Su Yang after sending him out of the office. "Master Zantang, I understand. Separate most of the people who are joining in the fun." Su Yang laughed and said nonchalantly, "But we can't control the petitions in Penang and Malacca. So there are more than just heavy machine guns on the streets over there." Alan Wilson said calmly, "How to control such a large flow of people? In fact, we are not very sure. So the battleships rushing from London to the Far East are docked in Penang and Malacca. I believe that neither you nor I want to see the bombardment of Jakarta happen again. After all, once it happens, it's hard to reverse it. The deployment of the British Army in Malaya was not a secret, and it was even spread by word of mouth among the people who were sitting in the petition in various places. In fact, Alan Wilson was also prepared for the worst. This can't be called a threat. Verbal threats are better than things evolving to a point where they can't be resolved. "Commissioner, are you done?" Eliza came out of the office next door and asked about the progress. "How is it?" "Fortunately, I believe the incident will be settled in a short time." Alan Wilson tilted his head to look at his deputy and asked, "Is there anything wrong? I heard that Vivian Leigh arrived in Malaya to entertain the troops. I want to go and see her." Eliza was a little embarrassed. "We have met before. I wonder if she still remembers me." "She should remember." Alan Wilson answered confidently. "You can take the military vehicle and leave. The crowd sitting in protest will soon disperse. It seems that many people have suffered from heat stroke recently." Alan Wilson had been staying in the administrative office. Of course, he did not see how many people who were sitting in protest had suffered from heat stroke. But he saw it in the newspaper that the colonial government sent people with heat stroke to the hospital, which reflected the benevolence of the British Empire. It was a very good opportunity to manipulate public opinion, which made those uncrowned kings very busy. But this was not a bad thing. It could help him, the colonial commissioner, establish his image. At present local public opinion is polarized. Some newspapers report that battleships docked at coastal military bases are ready at any time, while other reports focus on the negotiations between the colonial government and petitioners, and the colonial government sending people with heat stroke to the hospital for treatment. As for the number of people who are currently sitting in British Malaya, it is reported in London newspapers that there are more than 1 million people. And the report he received, probably in all major cities combined, is about 100,000 people. It is worth being vigilant, but not to the point of being anxious and unable to sleep. Just like the eye of the storm is always calm, London thinks the situation is already very dangerous, while local Malayan officials think it is okay. The next few negotiations were difficult, and after a few days, Alan Wilson felt that he had anorexia. Su Yang, who took the initiative to volunteer and was willing to negotiate with the British colonial government, has obviously improved his drinking capacity in the past few days and has agreed that drunkenness does not matter. I told the people outside that in this case alone, the British seized the reason, and we were indeed unreasonable, but in order to protect the interests of the Chinese, even if it was unreasonable, we had to petition. After all, there were tens of thousands of people in the prison alone. We can't watch our compatriots be beheaded after the government investigation. Su Yang sat honestly in front of Alan Wilson and told him about the discussion after returning. After drinking a glass of wine, Alan Wilson thought about it and said, "This is good. First of all, it avoids the colonial color on my side. Secondly, you negotiate with me on behalf of the Chinese, and there are some colors of knowing that it is impossible to do it. Everyone knows that the last incident was indeed the Chinese who took advantage of the British Army's vacation to create a bloody incident. Even if I killed tens of thousands of criminals in the prison, it would be reasonable. Master Zantang." Su Yang listened to the words of the foreign devil in front of him and expressed his dissatisfaction in a low voice. At the critical moment, he still saw the ugly face of the colonizer. The foreign devil is so hateful, but the foreign horse is still worth protecting. Don't worry, this is understandable after all. It will also help the unity of the Chinese. Now that this matter is over, I believe that you two will be respected people in the Chinese community. Maybe I can help you apply for a justice of the peace from the royal family." Alan Wilson waved his hand to signal for calmness and painted a bright future for Su Yang. "In fact, what will you suffer? It's nothing more than Mr. Cheyenne spending a few days in jail, which is already the smallest price. Only those who have endured hardships can become the best. In general, what I want is a guarantee from the Chinese that they will not cause trouble for the British and Malaysian governments, and that you can get the support of your own people after your revenge. It's nothing more than that Malaya will have to pay some financial price this year. This price is too high. Pamela Mountbatten's umbrella company is indeed not a very powerful medical company at present, and its business has just started, but it is still no problem to manufacture some aspirin drugs. As a qualified government, the current colonial government made a difficult decision to use the colonial revenue of this year to treat the hundreds of thousands of wounded who suddenly appeared and ordered 2 million aspirin tablets. The hard-earned money of the colonies will go through the umbrella company and successfully arrive in London to be included in the imperial finances of 1951. On the one hand, this will make the umbrella company be considered reliable by Whitehall. Another benefit is that Alan Wilson can't find such a humanitarian excuse to exploit the colonies. The responsibility belongs to all Chinese people. As for becoming a good friend of the Japanese, he deserves it. At this time, Japanese women should not have become the special Japanese boxers of later generations. Maybe when he visits Japan one day, the very polite Japanese will arrange 2 Yamato Nadeshiko to serve him. Although he can't have the treatment of Emperor Mei, it should not be a problem to strive for short-term treatment. Then when should I tell others what Lord Zantang meant? Su Yang took the initiative to speak. Now the people who participated in the petition are generally very angry and think that the government's punishment is too severe. You can raise a banner to ask the king to pay attention. Our king is very idle. As long as you mention it, I can guarantee that London can hear it. Alan Wilson said with a smile. Then I will go back to London and ask the Minister of the Admiralty to see if I can get a pardon from His Majesty the King. But where can we find so many portraits of the king to hold up for the petition? Su Yang was in a dilemma. As a British colony, the current King George VI of England is naturally the King of Malaya, but not every household has a portrait of George VI. Alan Wilson did not speak, but opened his wallet directly, then quickly changed to another wallet, took out several Asian pound notes from it, took out one, and held it up, saying calmly, "Why do we have to be flexible? I see that several newspapers in London have front page headlines again." He estimated that, since George VI ascended the throne, he should not have seen such a scene. Countless petitioners sitting on the ground in front of the Malayan administrative office held up Asian pound notes to petition. Isn't it a bit obvious to flatter like this? I'm almost becoming a prime minister. Alan Wilson held a telescope and watched this scene through the well-lit windows of the administrative office. It seemed that he suddenly realized how boring the life of the pillars and prime ministers of the King dynasty was. Not to mention him, even the British soldiers behind the barricades had never seen such a scene. Endless petitioners held up George VI on the banknotes, which already involved the issue of the royal family. Such scenes soon crossed time and space and became a hot topic on the streets of London. I think Alan will definitely be a cabinet secretary in the future. General Mountbatten, holding a newspaper, said to his little daughter with a strange look on his face, "But I don't like this kind of scene. It's very much like non-violent non-cooperation." "Father, Alan doesn't like Gandhi either," Pamela Mountbatten corrected with a smile, "but at least we don't have to worry about bloody conflicts." Regarding the petitioner's request for King George VI to pay attention to this matter, Alan Wilson explained in the telegram that for the overseas territories of the British Empire, it is indeed a very vague matter what important members of the current cabinet are and who the Prime Minister is. On the contrary, the image of George VI is on the Asian pound, and the locals still have some understanding of this image. As for what stage it has reached now, and whether it can be smoothly calmed down, Alan Wilson said that it is still in the difficult test. However, in the eyes of the majority of melon-eating people, what happened in the distant Asian colonies can be simply summarized as follows. The Chinese have carried out a petition to demand the release of the captured criminals, and the number is a little more, enough for more than 30,000 people. I heard that these are all numbers that have not yet been brought to justice. The local chief executive believes that it is necessary to maintain the legal system of the British Empire and the problems in public opinion. We cannot give in on this matter. We are now in a stalemate. Judging from the alarmist remarks in these newspapers, the air in Malaya is probably filled with tension. Alan Wilson, on the other hand, is thinking about what kind of countermeasures to take based on the daily statistics. Both the cabinet and Whitehall in London want things to calm down immediately. When a government encounters something like this, stability is the top priority. Go back and tell them that it is not impossible to release these criminals. However, all those who have been captured are confirmed criminals. Once released, the British Empire will pay a huge moral price. Alan Wilson took out a bill for buying aspirin, but it was written under other names. He said, "This is a number we have calculated recently. The cost of treating Japanese prisoners of war may make Malaya's tax revenue for a year go down the drain. And at the same time, if you and the Malaysian Chinese Association can get more than 3 million signatures to jointly guarantee the detainees, I can consider returning to London to work on this matter." Chapter 595 Joint Guarantee. As for formal negotiations and jointly resolving current problems, we still cannot ignore the MCA at this stage. Alan Wilson said in front of Su Yang with his hands behind his back, "But I believe that, if this matter is settled smoothly, you and Mr. Shan should be on an equal footing with the traditional leaders of the MCA. I will give you a hand then, and you will have the final say over the Chinese in the future. Don't rush to replace them now. I know that with 3 million signatures, the MCA will definitely need help." Su Yang nodded, hesitated, and couldn't help saying, "But isn't this number too large? It's a bit difficult. This is already a limit." The total Chinese population is 5.9 million. Alan Wilson shook his head firmly. You must get 3 million signatures on the petition. I will transport it to London by plane and ask His Majesty the King to grant amnesty to the more than 30,000 prisoners in the prison. In fact, it's not difficult if you think about it. Are there really only 30,000 people attacking the POW camp? The appeal of the two of you can only gather a few thousand people at best. The rest are just following the trend, and the number of people cannot be counted at all. Even if 30,000 people are arrested, most of them still slip through the net. I think many of the people who sit in and petition are criminals who have not been caught. Such enthusiastic petitions are just to let things pass quickly, in the hope that they can get away with it. Is this a reasonable suspicion? Huh? Su Yang opened his mouth. This was indeed a reasonable suspicion. I'm afraid that the Malaysian Chinese Association will also find it very difficult. That's perfect. In the future, it will be up to you Chinese workers who have been to Newfoundland to safeguard the interests of the Chinese. It's a good opportunity to let the Malaysian Chinese Association go aside. Alan Wilson laughed when he heard it. As long as I set my bottom line low enough, I will gain whatever the result. British Malaya at this time was like the extremely fierce fourth battle, full of confrontation, but it was not. London believed that the situation in Kuala Lumpur was on the verge of breaking out, but Alan Wilson in Kuala Lumpur was eating and drinking every day. Everyone thought that this was a test for the British Empire's colonial rule in Malaya, but Alan Wilson didn't think so. The Japanese believed that Alan Wilson would deal with it seriously for his own face, but the face of colonial officials has never been valuable. If colonial officials love face, they will not choose to work overseas. Colonial officials come to work overseas for money. It was like this when they were willing to go to British India, and it is still the same when they come to British Malaya now. As for face, it is not worth a penny. The so-called wind and cry, after Alan Wilson expressed his willingness to have a formal dialogue through Su Yang, the sit-in petition that has lasted for nearly a month disappeared in an instant. This matter has entered the second stage, to conduct sincere negotiations, to see what conditions each other can offer. Alan Wilson set the time for the negotiation on March 1st. March 1st is not special, but he has lived in the administrative office for a long time, and he wants to use a few days to hug the big British treasure to sleep. You scared me. So many people surrounded the administrative office. It's really worrying. Holding the man, with a delicate face pressed against Alan Wilson's chest, Vivian Leigh expressed her worries. With British soldiers guarding, nothing will happen. Alan Wilson reached out and touched the woman's hair, whispering to comfort her. The situation is controllable. After all, compared with these petitioners who are outnumbered, we still have the advantage. This should not be doubted. That's just how you are. You always think everything is fine. Vivian Leigh complained softly, her arms wrapped around Alan Wilson's body, and wouldn't let go. I don't want David to lose his father at such a young age. You can't do that in the future. Vivian Leigh raised her head slightly, and Alan Wilson just happened to lower his head and kiss her red lips, with a smirk. Vivian cares about me so much. In fact, I've always been worried in my heart that I can't get into your heart. Don't make trouble, we are all like this. The flesh under the stool twisted, as if reminding Alan Wilson of the current facts. Can't you feel my love for you? I want a more real feeling. Today I decided to challenge my weakness. Alan Wilson grinned and decided to take back the loss of being blocked by the door for nearly a month on this night. Although the days of being the Commissioner of British Malaya were very hard and had certain risks, as an excellent colonial commissioner, Alan Wilson still endured them all. On March 1st, when the leaders of the Malaysian Chinese Association, Tan Cheng Lock and Lim Lian Jiak, and Su Yang, who had been working for them, arrived at the Malayan Commissioner's office, they saw Alan Wilson, who looked a little haggard. This formal negotiation was the most noteworthy thing in the current British Malaya colony. Every move involved the hearts of millions of people. If everything went smoothly, everything would be fine. If the talks failed, tens of thousands of people would fall to the ground. Please sit down. We all know each other. No need to introduce ourselves. Alan Wilson, who had been playing with national treasures recently, yawned and stretched out his hand to let several Chinese leaders sit down. Then there was a long silence. Alan Wilson had nothing to say, still savoring the special treatment Vivian Leigh gave him. Lord Zantang, our goal is to release the detainees. After all, the number is too large. Lim Lian Jiak spoke first. After all, that's tens of thousands of lives. If you behead them all, tens of thousands of families will be broken. This is not in line with the gentlemanly manners of the British Empire. Gentlemanly manners? This is not our homeland. Alan Wilson's eyes widened slightly and corrected. We in the UK have always followed local customs and respect local customs and practices, so we only implement the King law for the Chinese. Although the executioner may have a harder time, I believe the Malays are very willing to serve. Lord Zantang, why do we have to give an explanation to Japan? The Chinese are the backbone of Malaya. We can live in harmony. Tan Cheng Lok's words went straight to the point. Tens of thousands of people have lost their heads. After what happened in the prisoner of war camp, you can indeed do so, but if you really do so, it will not be good for Britain. The broken families of tens of thousands of families will allow some unknown forces to take advantage of the situation and undermine the stability here. Alan Wilson stared at Tan Cheng Lok. The point of his remarks was obviously much more clever, and it sounded a bit like the leader of the Malaysian Chinese Association. I cannot care about Japan. After all, it is just a colony that does not recognize itself as a colony. There is nothing to worry about. But after this incident, I saw a very bad trend. If I don't deal with it seriously, what if there comes a day when the Chinese are really dissatisfied with the colonial government? Alan Wilson glanced at the leading figures of the Chinese in Malaya and changed the subject. Today it is against the Japanese, but there is no guarantee that one day they will not be sober and will target the British. I have reasonable suspicions. What do you think? The atmosphere froze again, and several people looked at each other. This suspicion was indeed not excessive. At this time, Su Yang stepped forward to ease the embarrassment and said like a fool, Lord Zantang, in fact, all you want is a guarantee. We can give the guarantee. As long as Lord Zantang brings it up, we will see if we can do it. It was a mistake for Commissioner Jared to bring in the Chinese. If he knew this would happen, he might think so now. Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows. According to my previous idea, after all the criminals are killed, the work of repatriating the Chinese will begin immediately. But I'm not a cruel person after all. Since you want guarantees, then okay, I will state a few conditions. I want a joint guarantee from 3 million Chinese, and at the same time guarantee that they will not oppose British colonial rule. If you can do it, I will release the 30,000 people in prison. If you can't do it, I will not only kill the criminals in the prison, but also start repatriating the Chinese. Correct the mistakes of the previous commissioner. Alan Wilson paused here. Isn't it reasonable? Even the request for repatriation is not excessive. The indigenous people here are Malays, and you Chinese are outsiders like the British. It is not too much to say, but who among the Chinese, who have already had a stable life in Malaya wants to be repatriated? 3 million people jointly sign their names to pledge allegiance? Tan Cheng Lok breathed a sigh of relief and said in a lost voice, isn't it too difficult? You also need to put your fingerprints on it, not just sign your names. Alan Wilson said in a considerate tone, give you 1 month to gather enough people, and I'm willing to return to London and ask people everywhere to hope that the king will issue a pardon. If you can't do it, people will still be beheaded, and the Chinese will also start to be repatriated. The time has come to test your unity. Don't always say how cohesive your nation is. Prove it with this matter. It will work better than saying it many times. Anyway, Alan Wilson felt that it was not too much to use 3 million people to guarantee 30,000 lives. Maybe the task can be exceeded. As for any other alternatives proposed by the Malaysian Chinese Association, Alan Wilson shook his head and rejected them all. Apart from signing a joint pledge of allegiance to the British Empire, he would not agree to any conditions. I just want you to be loyal to the royal family. Is it so difficult? In the following days, several people began to discuss this issue with Alan Wilson and finally realized that there was only this one solution. On this day, the British Malayan Administrative Office announced the results of the negotiations. The Chinese must collect joint guarantees from 3 million people and declarations of allegiance from the same number. Only in this way, Alan Wilson would return to London to apply for pardon for the criminals who had previously caused bloodshed by attacking the prisoner of war camps. You only have 30 days. As soon as this news was announced, the entire Malay and Chinese community immediately fell into an intensive joint solicitation. 2 chapters today. Normal updates will resume on Monday, so I can take a break. Chapter 596. Ordinary life is real. Who would actually check the signatures of 3 million people? Alan Wilson laughed triumphantly in front of Vivian Leigh, not finding it difficult at all. In fact, the direction of this matter depends entirely on you. Vivian Leigh said in a low voice with a look of realization, "You are so bad to make me worry for nothing." Stalin said that voters can't decide anything, but the vote counters decide everything. In a sense, it is right. Alan Wilson was very proud. It's a football game. The referees, the witnesses, the organizers, the co-organizers, all the units are my people. How can they fight me? A woman should be naked in front of a man for true love, not for money. Vivian Leigh's idea has obviously become more deeply rooted since she came to Kuala Lumpur. In fact, except for the nominal marriage, the two of them are no different from a married couple in other aspects. She is his Mrs. Wilson, and she is willing not to make it public. For a young heart that craves passion and adventure, such a life is not a life at all. Long and boring working days were the same every day. Vivian Leigh liked to enjoy the touch of her lover, dancing all night, fine wine and occasional freedom. Who made her a famous actress? But in Kuala Lumpur, she felt the comfort of plainness. Although this kind of life lacked some passion, it seemed that this was the dream life. Every day, Vivian Leigh would prepare a simple breakfast and watch this man enjoy it. Then, when Alan Wilson was not around, she would watch their children and wait for the busy man to return. There was nothing wrong with this, at least that's what Vivian Leigh thought. The days were comfortable and peaceful, at least for her. Vivian Leigh twisted her hands and let her thoughts fly like a wild imagination. There were many places she was not allowed to go, and many things she could not do. She could only read the newspapers to see what was new, and what was new in this place, managed by her man. She could always see the tired figure of this man. Of course, this pretending to be tired should not be hidden from the queen of the screen, but when love overwhelmed her, nothing was impossible. What is most touching is that this busy man never complains and silently bears all the pressure. In fact, what is there to complain about? It is nothing more than cleaning up the remaining tails, filing away the records that will never see the light of day, and maintaining the superficial calm of British Malaya. How could he let the national treasure know about the fact that he secretly dealt with a group of dangerous element by taking advantage of this storm? Of course, there are similar things, but they are not reported in the newspapers. What is reported in the newspapers are peaceful petitions and orderly links. Those links that are not suitable for publication are all in the newspapers in Jakarta. But who would believe it? Moscow is more concerned about the extremely fierce fourth battle. As far as the influence of Jakarta's public opinion is concerned, let alone influencing Asia, it can't even influence ASEAN. It is normal to have a small difference in population statistics. I believe all parties should understand it. Alan Wilson said solemnly to his colleagues sitting in a row regarding the fire in the archives room, "Don't blame them. There are always accidents in life." No, of course not. A group of colonial officials shook their heads, saying that this might be life. Sometimes such things will happen. Accidents are understandable and not worth investigating. Very good. You are really reliable. Alan Wilson smiled happily and changed the subject. For the stability and order of the British Empire, we have sacrificed too much. London has seen it, taking the opportunity to use a big event to cover up some existing hidden dangers. The people here are all old bureaucrats. They are self-taught and do not need anyone to teach them. Although it seems that Kuala Lumpur has been in a precarious situation in the past period of time, only the people here know how many difficult things they have dealt with in normal times. Do you really think that the colonists will not kill people? It's just that they don't kill often. Whether they are pro-Soviet or pro-American, Malay or Chinese, after this time, I believe they will be more reliable than before. As for the unreliable part, goodbye. Then came the music and the dancing. For the colonists' happiness was not to be shown to the public. It was a dazzling, fantastical spectacle. From the Great Gothic, lampstands hung milky white globes, illuminating the St. Charles Theatre. The wax-glazed parquet flooring reflected not only the warm soft beams of light, but also the gilded acanthus leaves on the columns, the crimson velvet stage curtains, the urn-shaped railings of the boxes, and the layered design of the domed ceiling. From the dome fell a rainbow of 7 colors: gold, orange, green, and undulating in the steaming heat of the lights, as if swelling in sync with the walls, played by the orchestra. The dance floor was filled with well-dressed gentlemen and ladies, whose eyes sparkled with pleasure through the masks on their faces. Here was a lady dressed as a medieval lady, with a flowing gown and a veiled headdress. There was a wandering monk with a cross hanging down to his knees, and his partner was dressed as a priestess of the temple. In the arms of another hussar was a noble lady from the French Revolutionary era, with powdered hair and a red scarf tied around her neck. Her golden clothes sparkled, and the feathers on her headscarf swayed gracefully. Among the dazzling glass gems, the real jewels still quietly exuded a restrained light. The air was filled with the smell of perfume, and many clothes were usually pressed at the bottom of the box, and would only be used when needed. Above the melodious music, there were human voices and laughter. Under each nameless mask, there was still the usual familiar flirting style. Only in this occasion did Alan Wilson dare to appear with the unnoticed British treasure. Do you often have such a ball? The British treasure under the mask had a hint of sourness in her tone, and she associated this occasion with something indescribable. This is my first time to participate, and I didn't expect it to be like this before I participated. Alan Wilson, who was holding Vivien Leigh's waist, was very frank. He was not lying. It was really his first time to participate. He was also shocked when he saw this scene. As a colonial administrator, he realized that he didn't understand the happiness of the colonies. He thought it was just like in New Delhi, where they had a drink and exchanged money-making experiences. Who knew that the colonists also kept pace with the times, and each generation had its own happiness? When he was in the governor's house in New Delhi, he faced a group of old men every day, but now the colonists are all young people. As for the previous group of people, they have either been promoted or retired and lived a boring life with nothing but pensions. Who knows the happiness of the new generation of colonists? But I think the situation in Hong Kong is similar. After Alan Wilson danced with the national treasure, he took Vivien Leigh's white little hand and walked to a secluded corner, talking about another prosperous place. It's just a small place. Vivien Leigh was obviously not interested in the place Alan Wilson mentioned. The key is the location. The tribesmen in the Sahara Desert want to be British, but we don't. Alan Wilson smiled and whispered, in fact, if you don't mind, you can buy some land in Hong Kong. Develop some real estate projects. Even if you don't develop them first, it's good to keep them in your hands and wait for appreciation. Receiving the signal of moving from one victory to another, Vivien Leigh's eyes behind the mask were full of agility, and she whispered, I need your help again. I don't know what to do. Nothing. You are the mother of my son. Alan Wilson hugged the dream lover of all British men. He felt bored with this kind of dance. He still felt that it was plain and simple, and the days of sleeping with Vivien Leigh in his arms were more suitable for him. As the Commissioner of British Malaya, can he talk to Hong Kong? Of course he can. The managers of Hong Kong are also civil servants. As for the governor, he can't manage the entire city personally. Colonies are different according to their importance and the level of economic development. Some appoint governors, and some appoint commissioners. It's just that British Malaya happens to be managed by commissioners. At present, most of the colonies are managed by commissioners, and as for the part managed by the governor, most of them have become independent. For example, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. Hong Kong is already one of the few places where there is a governor. Alan Wilson, who likes to make intimate women more successful while paying attention to the joint signature, looks at the development of Hong Kong through the information. He is already the Deputy Secretary General of the Overseas Assets Management Committee, and it is not beyond the line to care about it. For the current Chinese community, the most important thing is of course the joint signature guarantee. Perhaps the lives of 30,000 compatriots are not enough to arouse the enthusiasm of the majority of the melon-eating masses. But another thing can do this, that is, about the repatriation of the Chinese, and making up for the mistakes of the previous commissioner. in order not to be repatriated. The enthusiasm of the Chinese for the joint signature guarantee is unprecedentedly high. After consultation with Lieutenant General Bilton, the commander of the garrison, Alan Wilson officially announced the specific details of the second nuclear test in British Malaya, and the vicinity will be blocked at that time. As April came, the longest fourth campaign had not yet ended. Britain conducted its second nuclear test in British Malaya. Britain, the Netherlands, Portugal and Australia simultaneously issued a statement condemning the Sukarno government of Indonesia for violating human rights in Aceh, and stated that they would not rule out armed intervention. In fact, there was no such thing. Verbal intervention was acceptable. War costs money, and it costs a lot of money. Verbal intervention can save costs, and is relatively cost effective. It does not cost money to nag, and it can also reflect that Britain is still an imperialist power, and can be used to fool domestic citizens. Chapter 597, Mountbatten. There is always something to do. The big country across the sea does not meet Alan Wilson's definition of punching the third world. Moreover, this is the work of the United States. Considering the special relationship between Britain and the United States, Alan Wilson cannot steal the show. Therefore, Indonesia is more suitable as the target of his punching. After all, there are still partners in the imperialist family around to help. It is a necessary means to punch Jakarta twice. The signatures of the joint guarantee were sent to Kuala Lumpur from all over the world like snowflakes. Alan Wilson didn't care whether these signatures were true or false. He just needed an excuse. If there were really not enough people, he could understand the Chinese's painstaking efforts and help forge them. But now it seems that it is not necessary. With the real threat of repatriation, the joint signature of 3 million people seems to be a piece of cake. After this matter is done, I believe that Malaya's development will enter the fast lane. Alan Wilson looked at Vivian Leigh, who was trying to exercise, and said while supervising, "Is this useful? Haven't you always looked down on the Indian method?" As a beginner, Vivian Leigh was obviously skeptical about yoga, and some of the postures were quite shameful. She even had reasonable doubts in her heart that her man was deceiving her. No matter what, India's civilization for such a long time cannot be all shortcomings. There must be some merits. Alan Wilson picked up the newspaper, glanced at the report on the fourth battle, and said with two minds. For example, Vivian Leigh asked breathlessly. For example, your current yoga? Alan Wilson answered absent-mindedly, and, let me think. Vivian Leigh had an expression on her face that said I knew it. This man couldn't even think of it. He was just deceiving her. You stick to it first. It really helps your body function. Just believe me, you will find the benefits after a while. Alan Wilson put down the newspaper and began to concentrate on supervising work. British Malaya is in the tropics after all. It didn't take long for Vivian Leigh's body to be covered with a layer of sweat. The national treasure practicing yoga felt a little overwhelmed and asked to stop panting. Okay. Alan Wilson stood up and picked up Vivian Leigh, waiting for the national treasure to rest before correcting her bones. He felt the benefits of practicing yoga even earlier than the person involved. In the past few days, he felt that Vivian Leigh was much lighter and softer. After the last dance, Alan Wilson deeply realized how idle the young generation of colonists were. These young people will regret it sooner or later, and they will definitely regret not making money at the best time. As the Commissioner of British Malaya, he was deeply worried about the poor quality of the new generation of imperialist successors. Why can't they demonstrate their value through work every day like me? Alan Wilson said to Vivian Leigh righteously, I even work until 2 o'clock in the afternoon every day. My dear, you are so hardworking. Vivian Leigh, who was wearing a men's shirt, had a special temptation on her petite body. She took the initiative to come over and said, I'll go see my son first and make breakfast later. At dawn, Vivian Leigh jumped out of bed, brushed her teeth hurriedly, and combed her hair with her hands, then stuffed herself into her clothes. When she walked to the door, she grabbed her shoes and socks and ran downstairs barefoot. Alan Wilson was about to go out, and she hoped to see him before he left. There was no special reason, she just grabbed any time she could spend alone with him. In every precious second, his attention and smile were just for her. Finally, there was a long deep kiss, watching the British Malaya Commissioner go to work. She knew that this man wore a bulletproof vest to work every day, took it off at the administrative office, and would drive the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost bulletproof sedan back in the afternoon. For this reason, Alan Wilson also said that if possible, he hoped that Vivien Leigh would also buy one. It is better to be careful. I will go back to London soon. The number of people who have signed the guarantee is enough. I will return to London with 3.2 million signatures and handprints to try to get a pardon. After returning today, Alan Wilson revealed his next itinerary. This is not a problem for you. Vivien Leigh was a little curious. After all, he is a civil servant favored by Whitehall. It has nothing to do with Whitehall. It is mainly His Majesty the King. This may require the help of General Mountbatten. Alan Wilson shrugged and said, in Britain now, if there is anyone who can talk to the king and the king is willing to help, it may be only him. In fact, this trump card called the king has been used once after Mountbatten became the first Sea Lord. Not long after Macgregor became the first Sea Lord, he scolded Mountbatten in a good mood. For a period of time afterwards, when the Admiralty held a meeting, Mountbatten sat silently in the back and only spoke when discussing his work. However, the patience of the British along the ocean is limited. Once, he asked the Admiralty to approve the proposal of changing the uniforms of officers and soldiers. Macgregor delayed for various reasons. Mountbatten went directly to King George VI and asked him to put pressure on Macgregor. As a result, his proposal was passed, and the officers and soldiers of the Royal Navy changed into more beautiful new uniforms. This incident left such a deep impression on all the officials of the Admiralty. Mountbatten has a killer. Although he does not move it easily, he can do so at any time when necessary. Alan Wilson is of course very envious. Mountbatten is obviously much higher than MacArthur in the United States. This may be the difference between being born with a golden key and the originator of internet celebrities. If Mountbatten was in the heyday of the British Empire, it is estimated that he could easily cover up MacArthur's brilliance. The fact that Alan Wilson will return to London with 3.2 million joint guarantees to plead for the people has become the focus of newspapers in the UK and British Malaya. In fact, this is a good opportunity to grab the headlines of the world, but imagination is not reality. While both China and the United States were doing their best to prove their abilities and were facing off in the fourth battle, the breaking news that MacArthur was dismissed by US President Truman turned Alan Wilson into Alan will peak. I'm so angry. AI Bangby, who claimed to be half of the civil servants, was furious when he heard the news. He scolded the 5-star emperor and vented his dissatisfaction. The subordinates of the administrative office looked at each other, and the Pennon Commissioner Everett, who came to report on his work, saw it. Commissioner, General MacArthur has been dismissed. You don't have to do this. If he was still the commander-in-chief, I wouldn't scold him, but he is not now. Alan Wilson snorted and laughed. He is just a fool without real power. I will not be worse than him if I go up to be the commander. However, there is one thing that MacArthur is worth learning. The attainments of this internet celebrity in reversing black and white are definitely worth learning. It is exactly what he is preparing to do now. In a sense, what Alan Wilson is doing now is almost the same as MacArthur abandoning his subordinates and running away in the Philippines and then staging a king's return. This is the truth of the whole incident of storming the prisoner of war camp. Although this truth is not necessary for others to know. After a call for love from Pamela Mountbatten, the passenger plane that Alan Wilson was on had landed in Kuala Lumpur. The 3.2 million signed guarantee petitions packed the Comet passenger plane full. At the same time, the only passenger was carried back to the country, which surprised the crew members who came over. After all, they had never seen such a scene, let alone experienced it personally. Alan Wilson, who did not grab the headlines around the world, still enjoyed the treatment he deserved in London. Reporters from major newspapers asked about the joint petition unloaded from the plane. This is a huge trust. Alan Wilson answered the reporters righteously. Maybe we can reach a consensus with the imperial subjects of British Malaya on this, and jointly maintain local stability. At this time, Alan Wilson was in high spirits and found the feeling of being half of the civil servants and no longer frustrated by being robbed of the show by Emperor May. He answered about being besieged in the administrative office for a month and the local situation was on the verge of breaking out. How did he negotiate with the petitioners? What conditions did he put forward? And what guarantees did he get? You want me to go to His Majesty the King and issue a pardon? General Mountbatten said with some embarrassment. There is no precedent for this. Can't we let Prime Minister Attlee intervene on behalf of the London government? Dear Sea Lord, I'm wondering how to explain the fact that the people in the colonies don't know who the Prime Minister is without leaving any trace. Alan Wilson was a little embarrassed, but he still had to say it. Regarding the fact that British Malaya didn't know who Attlee was, the so-called influence of politicians is limited to the local area. Can we expect the black uncles in British Togo to appreciate the good intentions of the Prime Minister? This is the case in British Togo, and the situation in British Malaya is similar. This is the fact, and there is nothing to hide. Now, 10 million people in British Malaya know that I returned to London to request an amnesty. If they are disappointed, the local area may not be stabilized. On the contrary, if it succeeds, most of the local problems will be solved. General Mountbatten nodded at first, but suddenly asked, "Are you threatening me?" "Father, Alan didn't mean that. Let's talk about the facts." Pamela Mountbatten joined the persuasion obediently. In the entire British Empire, who else can be like you and talk to the noble king? That's a fact. When Mountbatten heard his daughter say this, he even straightened his back a little and said with embarrassment, "Maybe except for me, no one else has this ability." Alan Wilson and Pamela Mountbatten nodded in admiration, believing in this well-founded conclusion. Chapter 598. It is me. However, will this help stabilize the local area? Alan, are you sure you can suppress the Chinese and prevent them from opposing British rule there? General Mountbatten still had doubts in his heart, especially in the context of the bloody battles on the peninsula. Regarding the risk of British Malaya being infiltrated, there is of course an objective condition, and this is also a place to be guarded against. This issue is very complicated, but in terms of the composition of the local ethnic groups, it is actually not a big problem. Alan Wilson couldn't control everything at this time, but he also expressed a cautious and optimistic attitude. If there is one person in the British Empire who can know himself and the enemy, there is no one else except him. General Mountbatten asked a few questions, and Alan Wilson answered them all. Finally, he said, "After all, the South China Sea is much wider than the Strait, and our Pacific Fleet is no less powerful than the 7th Fleet, which is enough to make the enemy helpless." He was not whitewashing the peace, he really thought so, and Mountbatten nodded, acknowledging this point. Who is the winner and who is the loser in the Far East has nothing to do with us, but I'm a little curious about how long Chiang, who is left with only one island, can hold on. Mountbatten said to himself. That's an American problem, but once it becomes normalized, it may eventually become an Irish problem. Alan Wilson still found a real-life example for comparison. If my Chinese friends ask me how to solve this problem, I would definitely give the suggestion of massacre in accordance with Asian tradition, if I was sincere. Massacre? Honey, don't talk about such a terrible topic. Pamela Mountbatten whispered after hearing it. This is a modern society. No one would do that. It will be done sooner or later. If it was 100 years ago, if I was born, I would definitely do it in Ireland. Alan Wilson said without changing his original intention. Don't mention the sad place in Ireland. If it can be peaceful, it's fine. If not, then the people in northern Rhodesia may have to solve it. They are more professional. Alan Wilson didn't feel much about the South Bovan or the Fraud Island. Anyway, Malaya's development plan would definitely step on it at the same time. Strictly speaking, it was also a competitor. Even Japan was dealt with, so he didn't care about dealing with Japan's filial sons and grandsons. As for the consequences, they did not exist. He had just taken advantage of the incident of attacking the prisoner of war camp to let a group of unstable factors say goodbye to the world, including the tentacles of the artillery party. As a colonist, he had maintained the greatest goodwill towards such people. They were all shot in modern ways, and the King dynasty law was not brought out. Alan Wilson received a cautious and optimistic signal, and General Mountbatten finally dispelled his doubts and agreed to help. For the current ruling Labour Party, the incident of attacking the prisoner of war camp is also a hot potato. First of all, the influence of both the Labour Party and the Conservative Party is limited to the mainland. Although the cabinet can formulate policies for the colonies, the information brought back by Alan Wilson shows that the residents of the colonies do not know what the current cabinet is like. Churchill may be even more well known, and Attlee is completely unknown. When facing the group of reporters, Alan Wilson also hinted that the so-called cabinet colonies did not know at all, and even the petition was directed at the king on the face value of the pound. After his small packaging as the British Malaya Commissioner, 3.2 million joint petitions and loyalty petitions were bundled. Under the real threat of repatriation, the previous attack on the prisoner of war camp was set in stone, waiting for the approval of Buckingham Palace. After finally returning, when General Mountbatten went to Buckingham Palace, Alan Wilson took the time to accompany Pamela Mountbatten for a walk and inquire about the situation in the country. Regarding the proposition of a triad nuclear strike, there is not much space in the mainland to build launch silos. When Pamela Mountbatten talked about her father General Mountbatten's support, she expressed the risk of placing land-based nuclear weapons in the mainland. After all, the British mainland is not large in area. Once it is hit by a nuclear attack, it is difficult to escape from fixed launch silos. What's the problem? Put it in Malaya. Alan Wilson said without thinking, if there is a nuclear mine project, it will be just right to transport it there. Whoever dares to steal our colony can just detonate it directly. There is nothing to say. The people of Malaya will never think that their commissioner will talk like this when he comes back. Pamela Mountbatten rolled her eyes at her man and whispered, just say it in front of me, don't let others ask you to see it. Whether it will be heard or not, I will definitely do it then. Alan Wilson smiled slightly and asked in a low voice, in fact, for the sake of maritime power, the country should really manufacture a batch of nuclear artillery shells to be used in case of emergency. Countries with important coastal cities may be more cautious. For example, what city? Pamela Mountbatten looked straight at Alan Wilson and asked unhappily. For example, Jakarta, Mumbai, and even Tokyo. Anyway, there will be no fish that can escape the net after the nuclear war begins, and we can attack anyone. Alan Wilson looked relaxed and said nonchalantly, if I have the final say, no one in this world can blackmail Britain. At worst, we will all die. Alan Wilson, who brought a plane full of petitions, of course went to Whitehall this time to express his reliability to Cabinet Secretary Norman Brooke and Secretary of the Treasury Edward Bridges. China has been added to the embargo list of the Paris Coordinating Committee. Norman Brooke talked about the recent supplementary embargo measures and said objectively and neutrally, of course this is normal. The current situation is indeed embarrassing for the Americans. Dear sir, isn't that a good thing? In this way, we can have the exclusive right to do business with such a large market. Alan Wilson was overjoyed when he heard it and applauded the good news. Oh, Alan, aren't you too optimistic? Norman Brooke was slightly startled and said, although this is indeed the case, we should not expose ourselves too much. Now that Hong Kong is in our hands, it will be a long-term channel for external communication. That is a market worth hundreds of millions. At least it will help the British Empire, even if it is only 1%. Alan Wilson's face became serious, of course. Considering the special relationship between Britain and the United States, I don't think it's better to stimulate the Americans too much. Regarding the United States expansion of the Paris Coordinating Committee's ban alone, Alan Wilson felt that it was really good news for Britain, and also good news for the development of British Malaya. If Hong Kong was a tiny place that was not worth paying attention to before, it can be paid attention to now. At least the conditions for cutting leaks are ripe. A city can produce so many wealthy people in the future. Isn't it still the real estate that makes the country prosperous? Seeing that Alan Wilson's mouth was almost stretched to his ears, Norman Brooke coughed softly. The sea is so vast that even with the strength of the Royal Navy, smuggling cannot be stopped. But we will do our best to minimize the losses. Alan Wilson restrained his complacency and said in a heavy tone, our attitude is in place, and the rest is left to God. As a reliable person, Alan Wilson believed that part of the proceeds from the vigorous crackdown on smuggling should reach the loyal Whitehall. The incident of attacking the prisoner of war camp has come to this day. Although the process is thrilling, the foreseeable benefits are huge. Norman Brooke is also very satisfied with this result. If it stops here, the several ethnic groups in British Malaya have clearly defined their boundaries with each other, and what belongs to Britain, and what belongs to the Chinese and Malays is a happy result. After all, Britain is not France, and it does not pursue the winner takes all. Even after World War II, it began to try to directly manage the colonies, but it is not as greedy as the French. British colonies are much better than French colonies, and there is no need to pursue France's full control. Such a result was enough to satisfy Whitehall. The first batch of textiles from British Malaya had already entered the European market. With the supplement of the colonies, Britain would be more at ease in the face of the economic and industrial recovery of European countries. Norman Brooke then reported this conversation to Prime Minister Attlee in an optimistic tone. At the same time, it was confirmed again that for the vast colonies, the current government was indeed not as effective as the name of King George VI. In front of the aging King George VI at Buckingham Palace, General Mountbatten hoped that His Majesty, whose physical condition had deteriorated sharply after the war, would listen to the call of the overseas territories and resolve a crisis with his identity as a king. Well, this is easier than the last time you came and asked me to put pressure on the First Sea Lord. George VI looked deeply at the important member of the royal family in front of him. Louis, I will issue a pardon. With your identity, I have no reason not to do so. It's just that there is no precedent. Will the government have any doubts? It is a fact that the government has no sense of existence in the colonies. General Mountbatten replied calmly, and the Prime Minister also knows this. The war in the Far East is still going on, and the cabinet is not prepared to take the risk of making a statement. For many colonies, the presence of the monarch is far more significant than that of the cabinet. I didn't expect that I would have to issue a pardon in my twilight years. George VI glanced at the Queen who was accompanying him. Elizabeth, I believe the cabinet will not have any objections, right? There was no precedent to set, and George VI did not interfere in domestic politics, reflecting the king's tolerance. What could be wrong with issuing a pardon? It just so happened that a person who had never known what the rules were was needed to form this matter. General Mountbatten said that it was me. Chapter 599 Mountbatten's urging for marriage. Only my father has the ability to make His Majesty the King nod his head. Pamela Mountbatten was full of pride, and she complimented her father who had returned from Buckingham Palace. Her attitude was so well behaved. She knew that Alan Wilson's response involved the question of whether he was reliable in the eyes of Whitehall. If this was done well, it would be a plus. If it was not done well, 30,000 criminals would really lose their heads. Not to mention the development of Malaya. The development trajectory of British Malaya would go straight to British India. Oh, it's mainly the importance of the Strait of Malacca. General Mountbatten accepted his daughter's praise with reserve. The Royal Navy's obligation is to keep the sea route to Asia unimpeded. The importance of the Strait of Malacca cannot be overemphasized. For this reason, I specifically divested the Andaman Islands of India. Alan Wilson followed General Mountbatten's words and said, this strait in the hands of the United Kingdom can greatly increase the influence of the British Empire. From an economic point of view, it can cause psychological shadows on our competitors. Blocking the Strait of Malacca is an enduring issue in military forums. Especially the Galaxy incident has happened before, so this possibility exists objectively. Now that the Strait of Malacca is in the hands of the British, there are too many means to use. After all, the British have the advantage of the terrain. If they check the Japanese ships coming and going to sea, if there are any contraband, it can slow down the efficiency of Japanese trade by even 10%, which will have a great effect over the years. Besides, Britain can still have a say in the Suez Canal, and there is also the Persian Gulf. Although it is not known whether Alan Wilson can put the brakes on the British Empire, it will not be worse than history. This kind of threat is far more important than the false proposition of the first island chain. Whether in peace or war, the first island chain is only literal. Even if the first island chain is broken, no one can be the opponent of the US Navy in the ocean. All islands in the Pacific that can be used as military springboards are under the control of the US military. The Aleutian Islands in the North Pacific, the Mariah Islands in the West Pacific, and the Hawaiian Islands in the center. These three archipelagos form a stable triangle in the Pacific, including the famous Midway Island and Guam in World War II. The Strait of Malacca is different. The so-called golden waterways in the world are the Suez Canal and the Strait of Malacca. Compared with the first two, the Panama Canal can be said to be just for the sake of numbers. Moreover, when the Netherlands withdrew, Britain asked the Netherlands to give all the outlying islands near the Indonesian side of the Strait of Malacca to British Malaya, including the Natuna Islands, the Tamil Islands, the Anambas Islands, the Lingga Islands, and the Riau Islands. From the places where Britain still has military influence, although the Strait of Malacca is only ranked 4th, not as good as the Strait of Hormuz, the Suez Canal and the Strait of Gibraltar. As the status of British Malaya rises, the importance of the Strait of Malacca will definitely be recognized, especially to contain several potential rivals that are about to rise, such as Japan, South Korea and Scam Island. At present, the East Indies are clamped by Britain, the Netherlands, Portugal and Australia in the east, west, south, and north respectively. With the help of these allies with common interests, Alan Wilson believes that potential rivals can slow down and wait for Malaya. Mountbatten was very happy recently, not only because he had the face to get a pardon from the king. For Mountbatten, this was a piece of cake. What made him so happy was another thing. MacArthur, who was suddenly dismissed by President Truman, endured the farewell of 300,000 people in Tokyo and the welcome of hundreds of thousands of American citizens in Los Angeles. Finally, he gave a speech in Washington that old soldiers never die, but gradually fade away. When the Pacific War was coming to an end and Japan had not surrendered, Mountbatten insisted on launching an amphibious landing to settle the country immediately. The Americans said they would wait a little longer. One of the representatives on the American side was MacArthur. Japan's surrender disappointed Mountbatten. Fortunately, the United States was still involved in a war 5 years later, which made Mountbatten realize part of his wish. That is, the United States was involved in a war and Britain had a break. The busy Admiralty these days has subscribed to several different American newspapers. The concern for MacArthur has spread from Tokyo to Washington, and they are watching what will happen to this narcissist after being dismissed. MacArthur is actually still very popular. Mountbatten put down the American newspaper that reported that veterans will never die, and said sarcastically, "In fact, it is hard for me to imagine how a general who abandoned his troops and fled alone could be so popular." Hundreds of thousands of citizens lined the streets to welcome him. Even the president would not be so popular. It seems that there was no such scene when Eisenhower returned home. Alan Wilson, who was holding a bottle of water, glanced at the newspaper in his father-in-law's hand and said disapprovingly, "Once you leave your position, the so-called popularity will disappear quickly." Although MacArthur is very good at managing his personal image, once he is not in the public eye, the so-called influence will disappear quickly. This is the fact. Alan Wilson did not talk about the final result of the war, because there are different criteria for judging victory and defeat. But it is a fact that the United States did not win a complete victory, which can be regarded as a precedent. The consequence of this precedent is that, because of this unwinnable war, MacArthur's faction in the US military was purged. As a result, Eisenhower, whose prestige was far less than MacArthur, came from behind and became the President of the United States. Will such a good thing happen naturally? Mountbatten was delighted, not feeling that he was adding insult to injury. Obviously, the respected Sea Lord was looking forward to MacArthur's disappearance from the public eye. "It will definitely happen. I have no doubt about it," Alan Wilson said confidently. The two were surprisingly consistent in their hostility towards MacArthur. Mountbatten nodded with satisfaction, and suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, "But then again, shouldn't you return to Kuala Lumpur now, to announce the amnesty order, and put a perfect end to it?" Whitehall is archiving the original petition materials, and making a batch of copies for me to take back. Alan Wilson shrugged helplessly. 3.2 million copies. It will probably take a few days. But then again, Alan Wilson really missed the life of working until 2 o'clock in the afternoon every day in Kuala Lumpur. Although a day's work in Whitehall may not be as heavy as the workload of the colonies until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Somewhat surprisingly, Pamela Mountbatten was much busier than him as a commissioner. As the vein of the British Empire's investment community, Ms. Pamela Mountbatten's company was increasingly determined to move towards the conglomerate model. Pamela Mountbatten was no longer the little girl who was stunned by a few diamonds in New Delhi. The relationship between the two was still very solid, but seeing his fiancée getting busier, Alan Wilson was also mixed with joy and sorrow. General Mountbatten also felt this, and found an occasion to mention this issue. Pamela is now like his mother. Of course, pursuing wealth is not a bad thing. But my personal suggestion is that you two should settle things this year. She is also 22 years old and should have her own marriage. Dear Sir Lord, I'm actually very surprised that you said this. Alan Wilson was a little flattered because in the early days of his acquaintance with Pamela Mountbatten, his father-in-law played more of a stumbling block on the road of life, and guarding against him was like guarding against thieves. Today, General Mountbatten actually took the initiative to ask about the marriage of the two. Alan Wilson almost thought he had heard it wrong. You look too much like a person with ulterior motives at that time. Mountbatten said calmly, your appearance really makes it difficult for me to hand over my daughter to you, but later events show that your relationship is very stable, so I have nothing to say. In the evening, Pamela Mountbatten came home after working in the company. When she heard the words of unmarried, she stretched out her hand to grab the man's face and made a fierce gesture. I thought you had forgotten me. It was only today that I remembered that we were not married yet. It's mainly because I'm too busy. In fact, if you ask me if I'm willing at any time. But now it seems that in the eyes of most people, the color of my ulterior motives has not only not been reduced, but it seems to be getting heavier. Alan Wilson put his hands in his pockets and complained in a somewhat unsurprised manner. Who asked you to move firmly towards the crown of the richest man in Britain? Don't talk about these. When will you marry me? Pamela Mountbatten said in a somewhat aggressive tone. I'm already 22 years old. After we deal with the Malaya issue this time, we will prepare for the wedding. It will take less than 2 months. Alan Wilson said without thinking. Now we can actually prepare jewelry, wedding dresses and so on. How many guests do you want to invite? Let's not have a wedding of the century. The Crown Prince did that because it has political implications. As a businessman, if I'm too extravagant, it may not be a good thing, especially since you are a civil servant. Pamela Mountbatten thought about it and made a very wise decision considering Alan Wilson's work. It seemed that a long time had passed since the engagement in New Delhi. That night, the two had a deep talk about marriage. They decided to settle their lifelong event this year. When the time came, Alan Wilson had some hidden worries in his heart. It was easy to talk to other women, but what about Audrey Hepburn? Thinking of this, he even couldn't sleep a little and started a new round of busyness, asking Katharine Hepburn to send an invitation letter for Audrey Hepburn to go to the United States for further studies. As for the assistants in Northern Rhodesia, they were all standard. I hope that Katharine Hepburn, a female star with free experience, can exert some positive influence on Audrey Hepburn. Oh, it's Monday today. It's so fast. I seem to have said that I would resume normal updates on Monday. I forgot about it. I will make up for it tomorrow during the day. Chapter 600. Movie Emperor Wilson. After all, I ended up living the way I hated before. Alan Wilson still remembers that he seemed to have ridiculed Katharine Hepburn for being a freeloader, but fortunately the person involved didn't know. The difference between Audrey Hepburn and other women is that when the two met, she was really a pure girl, and she was definitely not as open-minded as others in this regard. This is very difficult to deal with. Finding an opportunity, Alan Wilson met Hepburn after returning this time. Perhaps Audrey Hepburn also saw his troubles and asked, but the man kept silent. This time, the matter is very troublesome. Your work has nothing to do with politics. It's hard to explain to you where the trouble is. Alan Wilson sighed and seemed to confide all the pressure that others could not see in front of Audrey Hepburn. For some reason, Audrey Hepburn always felt that this man was in great trouble. She had never seen a man so anxious and showed obvious dilemma. It may be that the matter of British Malaya was indeed very serious, which put too much pressure on this man, and Hepburn also felt a little distressed. This anxiety is real, but it is different from what Hepburn thought. Alan Wilson doesn't care what British Malaya will become. When it comes to choosing between national interests and personal problems, he will definitely choose the latter. Alan Wilson has always been concerned with the distance and the class of his own. If he were still an upper class figure in another era, he would protect the court even in the Yuan and Qing dynasties. If he were a class that had problems with eating, no matter how red and upright this dynasty was, it would not stop him from imitating the Lion Camel Ridge. On the current issue, Alan Wilson only considered how to keep Hepburn by his side. The so-called 3.2 million petitions were not as important as Hepburn's smile in his eyes. If one day we have to separate, I may not be able to bear it. Alan Wilson instinctively grabbed Hepburn's hand, lowered his head with a heavy tone, and only Hepburn's warm embrace could make him feel the warmth for a moment. "What's the matter?" Hepburn felt the heat from the man's mouth in his arms, and his voice became more and more unstable. "Nothing." Alan Wilson raised his head with deep affection in his eyes, and took out an invitation. "This is an invitation from Katharine Hepburn, to invite you to study in the United States. It is a rare opportunity for you, and you should seize it. But the atmosphere in the United States is really worrying. I'm afraid that we will be separated. But even if I have such a worry, I can't block your chance of success." The atmosphere was already set. Alan Wilson's hand holding the invitation was trembling slightly. Alan Wilson almost forgot what it felt like to be nervous about lying. This time he showed unprecedented nervousness, completely from the heart, and did not dare to reveal his true side in front of Hepburn. If he was facing other actresses, he would never do this. It was nothing more than an exchange of interests. But in front of this woman, who was destined to be a star all over the world, he couldn't do this. "So that's what you're worried about?" Audrey Hepburn let out a long sigh. A hint of blame flashed in her eyes. She patted her chest in fear. "I'm really scared." "Don't worry, it won't happen. I'm not a woman who can't stand temptation. If you're really that kind of woman, it's not that difficult to deal with." Alan Wilson's face was as if it was scalded by an iron, and he complained in his heart. He wanted to turn Hepburn into his own shape as soon as possible. For this purpose, he tried his best to consolidate the relationship between the two. Hepburn felt a little unbearable, wondering why this man suddenly became so clingy. "I'm afraid you'll forget me when you go to the colorful world of America." This explanation made Hepburn accept it happily, and she joked that this worry was unnecessary. "I'm going back to Asia soon, and millions of people are waiting for me. If I get through this time by chance, it's all God's mercy. I will definitely go to America to visit you." Alan Wilson showed his loyalty to Hepburn, and at the same time, left room for maneuver. He had already prepared the next stage of the speech, which was nothing more than the Mountbatten family helping him, and he married Pamela Mountbatten, who had always liked him, to repay the favor, and bowed to fate. Alan Wilson, who was entering and leaving Whitehall again, discussed with Norman Brooke about the development plan for Malaya. Norman Brooke asked whether there was any infiltration among the Chinese community under the current situation. "Chinese are ubiquitous in Southeast Asia, and there are quite a few of them. They can't take care of them, and can't reach them. If I were to solve the problem, I would ban dual nationality. If this situation really happens, it would be simple from the British perspective. After the policy of banning dual nationality is introduced, we will ban the Chinese from Malayan citizenship and completely block the road." Alan Wilson replied, "This was originally the main condition I negotiated after I returned with the amnesty order. If the Chinese don't agree to this condition, I will definitely not take out the amnesty order and start the repatriation work immediately. This good opportunity only comes once, and I will definitely take the opportunity to get as many favorable conditions as possible. At present, the Chinese in Southeast Asia all have dual nationality. The Qing government promulgated China's first international law, the regulations of the Qing dynasty. China adheres to the principle of bloodline. No matter where they are born, as long as they are of Chinese descent, they have Chinese nationality. So Chinese born all over the world have dual nationality. At present, the total number of Chinese scattered in Southeast Asian countries is about 15 million, and they all automatically have dual nationality. Therefore, the Chinese in Malaya have no sense of belonging to the British Malayan colony. Alan Wilson's main job before was to cut off the infiltration of British Malaya. There was no need to distinguish between the primary and the secondary. They were all enemies of the British Malaya colonial government. Alan Wilson guaranteed that no one could find these dangerous elements who disappeared without a trace. They were all in the vast seabed. But then again, General Mountbatten suggested that nuclear mines be deployed in British Malaya, nuclear shells be manufactured for battleships, and roadbed silos be placed in British Malaya. It was also your suggestion, right? After approving Alan Wilson's explanation, Norman Brooke asked another question. It can only be said that great minds think alike. General Mountbatten discovered the importance of the Strait of Malacca. We must stabilize local security at all costs to realize the plan mentioned before. Alan Wilson's ambiguous answer was considered to be a tacit acknowledgement that the idea was his own. The current situation in Southeast Asia is very simple. There are 50,000 British troops in British Malaya, 40,000 Dutch troops in Kalimantan and New Guinea, 10,000 Portuguese troops in Timor, and 30,000 Australian troops stationed in New Guinea. These European armies in different locations surrounded Indonesia. The advantage of this is that Indonesia can't focus on Malaya as it did in history. Instead, it faces a blockade network built by colonists who are eyeing it covetously in all directions. This does not include the 100,000 French troops fighting in South Vietnam not far away, the 30,000 Portuguese troops that can be supported from Goa, and the Aceh Independence Army supported by various countries. There are 4 colonial countries concentrated around the Strait of Malacca, as well as Australia, which can help. It can be said that the local situation is more like the Cold War than the current Europe. In this case, the infiltration pressure faced by British Malaya is greatly reduced, and it can even take the initiative to put pressure on Indonesia. But no pressure is as useful as nuclear weapons. The British mainland is not large, and there are not many options for the deployment of land-based nuclear weapons. It is very reasonable to find a place that can be used as a launch silo. After discussing with Pamela Mountbatten, another major shareholder of de Havilland has decided to choose a location in northwest Australia to build a space center used to study rocket projects. Australian society welcomes this very much and is happy that the British Empire is willing to assume international obligations. In Pamela Mountbatten's media, this is compensation for the selfish behavior of Congressman Churchill during World War II. Recently, Pamela Mountbatten's media has done 2 things. Since the collective surrender of the black troops of the US military, it has been talking about the ethnic problems in the United States for several months, repeating the same words over and over again. The central idea is that as the black population grows, the United States will definitely have big problems. Another thing is that the special relationship between Britain and Australia plays an important role in Australia's security. The British Army in Malaya, the Portuguese Army in Timor Island, and the Dutch Army in Kalimantan and New Guinea are all friends of Australia and have a positive effect on Australia's security. Anyway, it's just talking, not selling shares of the Australian Mountbatten Exploration Company, so it doesn't matter. At present, Britain's nuclear weapons are concentrated in the Air Force, which is based on the experience of strategic bombing in World War II. But after the Triad nuclear strike was proposed, this situation has changed, but nuclear mines, nuclear shells, and road-based nuclear weapons have just been approved and have not yet been finished, especially for the establishment of nuclear submarines. Although the Royal Navy, especially General Mountbatten, strongly supports it, both technical and financial difficulties are obvious. Now it depends on whether de Havilland's early achievements in rocket technology can support the aerospace industry. Pamela Mountbatten, who is making great strides on the road to wealth, also donated £1 million to support related disciplines. Subsidizing the treatment of related technical positions is a performance that is highly praised by Whitehall. The aristocracy is still trustworthy, especially when the British Empire needs help. With the joint efforts of the military and Whitehall, the deployment of nuclear forces in Malaya is no longer a problem. The problem is that Britain does not have many types of nuclear weapons. At present, except for strategic bombing, other projects have no finished products. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.